can't believe we're holding back feelings. I can't believe we're looking for a reason. I don't know why. I don't know why. I can't believe we're holding back feelings. I can't believe we're looking for a reason. I don't know why. I don't know why. We were just kids who fell in love. There was the kind of love that was gonna last a while. After everything was said,
Woke up with the sun today, feeling like it's all okay. Got my people by my side, nothing can pull me off this way. Chasing that feeling, catching that vibe, ain't got no worries. I don't have no time to hate, you won't bring me down today. I wanna dance all night, be myself through the day. Wanna laugh, not cry, this is the only way. I wanna dance all night, be myself through the day. Wanna laugh, not cry, this is the only way. I'm feeling right, 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 I'm feeling right. I got what I need, good vibes all I see. You can count on me, don't care if I leave, you know that I'm free. Only one life, only this time, that's why I'm vibing, yeah. Only one life, only this time, that's why I'm vibing, yeah. I wanna dance all night, be myself through the day. Wanna laugh, not cry, this is the only way. I wanna dance all night, be myself through the day. Wanna laugh, not cry, this is the only way. I'm feeling right, 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 I'm feeling right.
I said it once, I said it twice, we'll meet you in the middle. It's my condition, new edition, kiss your call, you'll see ya. I got big energy, it's hard to manage it, you better know how to deal with it. Or you can just stand on my way. Take some notes and watch me. I don't care, got the energy. I don't care, watch me. I don't care, got the energy. I don't care, watch me. I don't care, got the energy. I don't care, watch me. I don't care, got the energy. I don't care, watch me. I said it before, now I know it's official. I'm one of a kind, I'm the person you need. Oh, don't give up about the things that you say. I know what's best for me. If you know that, I'll for it, say it. Take it all or leave it, baby. It's do or die, the deal of your life. I don't care, got the energy. I don't care, watch me. I don't care, got the energy. I don't care, watch me. I don't care, got the energy. I don't care, watch me. I don't care, got the energy. I don't care,
can I get you off my mind? I'm starting to miss you half the time. There's nothing that I can do. Seen the light when I'm away from you. It's not right. I'm starting to miss you more each night. I hope that you miss me too. So I'm still holding on, love. Take me to the place I dream of. Even after all these years I've gone, baby, I'm still holding on. Yeah, I'm still holding on, love. Let me be the one you long for. Even after all these years I've gone, baby, I'm still holding on. I'm still holding on. Oh, and I'm still holding on. Oh, and I'm still holding on. I'm still holding on, love. Take me to the place I dream of. Even after all these years I've gone, baby, I'm still holding on. I'm still holding on, love. Take me to the place I dream of. Even after all these years I've gone, baby, I'm still holding on. Yeah, I'm still holding on, love. Let me be the one you long for. Even after all these years I've gone, baby, I'm still holding on. And I'm still holding on, love. And I'm still holding on, love. Baby, I'm still holding on.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 VOXY 是其中一个助力。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
also having the extra bodies there. Working a treat.
Back towards C this time though. Texture trying to do a little bit too much outside of garage window, and now allows for T1 to sneak on in. Karan, however, trying to find the taps. He managed to kick down 3, a 4th! Just Meteor left, and he might as well be pinned down inside of this corner. Karan moves on up. Meteor deals with him, but there.
나랑 조용히 해. 좋았어.
Just waiting to strike while the iron is hot. Down goes a couple players from DFM, but Kaide and Mei able to answer back.
Don't give Mei an opportunity for the 1 versus 3. He's going to try and do it with the time that he's got in his hands. There's the first, there's the second. This is why I say you have to play 3 versus 1s. Not planted for Mei, but it's an angle that he can swing out and spot.
Gonna go for it. Crystal's onto it. Oh, and just it goes so perfect.
아리가또.
That haunt, our Nongshim. So I'm curious about when, oh my god, that's scary. Get the hell out of there.
The ult just around the corner, a 2v3. Op still in hand for Brimmy. It's a reposition from RB. The TP, does he believe in it? Yes, he absolutely does. He's found Brimmy, but now RB needs to find them all. 4K to clutch. The judge in the hands of Ty. Here's the weapon swap. Knows that he's at elbow, spots it. Needs to take him down, and he does. RB.
What happens? Buzz at the very least does have Showstopper, but he's way too low to use it. So, flash from Mako, lined up, and now going in with Blast Pack. Showstopper ripped anyway, just to try to... Easer trying to sneak forward, but he hears the tap. The pressure is on. Does get 1 tap off of his opponents, but the spike still getting stuck. He actually manages to take them 1 by 1.
He likes that spot.
Nongshim have been doing their homework. Camera spotting out plenty, but Jit Boys do anything against it? Yes, he can. He's able to find 1. Philadelphia, a clean tap to take out Francis. Now X-Ross falling to the wayside as well. Game shot does not connect onto RB as Ivy finds another 2 kills here in mid, and RB gets 1 before getting taken down. Jit Boys, it would be an ace clutch, and he has it done. Predator ace for Jit Boys.
외치라고? 외치라고? 외쳐. 외쳐. 뭐라고? 뭐라고? 뭐 한다고? 외치라고. 소리 질러. 예. DRX 클래식을 끼고 있네. 동아나 진짜. 동아 진짜. 스프레이도 DRX 스프레이. 미치겠다 미치겠어. 같이 이제 지분を出していこうぜ. 야, 멋져라. 코러스다. 코러스. 에코. 코러스. 야, 그냥 라운드 하나 딸 때마다 그냥 다 같이 일어나? 어때? 나쁘지 않은데? 아니야, 안 될 것 같아. 안 될 것 같아. 나 힘들어. 나 운동 많이 될 것 같아. 운동 많이 된다. 나 엑스로스한테 심리전 걸게 지금. 대답하지 마. 이런 스트레스긴 해. 심리전 개해봤네. 보러 이겨내. 심리전 이겨내. 말렸다. 개 말렸다. 근데 약간 그 광역 피해였어. 지금 나도 말렸어. 저 필요한 스트레스야.
Guys, they touch mid and then they went straight to a main.
Someone save for up. Harvey, can you save?
I can save. Give me B main trap this round. Okay, I hold B.
Guys, if we can make them use the ults, it's so good.
BT pin.
Oh.
One more picking.
Enemy spotted.
One more.
저 rotate away.
나 베이스로 A 간다 이러면.
나 바닥으로 팔게요. 램프 샷건 조심.
Nothing ARM guys, nothing ARM.
You two guys, I go rotate away.
On A main.
Could be outside, yeah?
I don't think they allowed Sava.
Okay.
A는 크리긴 해 이러면 아마. 사이트 있어봤자 스크린.
Sound outside. Sound.
One side, one heaven looks like guys. One heaven.
Go back heaven.
사이트. 까고 왔나 보다.
Spike down.
볼 엘보 투게더 가시.
Elbow, only elbow.
He's elbow, back here. Screen, can you swing together?
Nice boys. Vamos! Show me gun.
You wanna outlaw, huh? You wanna outlaw, huh?
나이스. 미터 스미스 でもいいし。ミッドスミスいいよ。ミッドスミスでスタップッシュだよね。スタップッシュだけどまあいいか。
얘들아 상대 궁 많잖아. 이번에 B 인앤아웃 할 거야. B 인앤아웃 할 생각하자.
하긴.
퍼스트 타임에 B 인앤아웃 하자.
A와 来てない。あ、ビードラン。ウルト使うよ。ベリー君。ビードラスト。ベット。ナイス。ビードも。
비면. 아스트라 깜날.
스파이크를 확보했다.
스파이크 먹어놨거든? A 쪽으로 뛰어볼래 그러면?
스파이크 떴다.
A라 떨어놓고 이제 그
그냥 리콘데 첵스로 아웃.
30초 남았습니다.
까지 먹을게 이거. 쏘고 쏘래?
시야 왜곡. 10초 남았습니다.
얘네 무조건 같이 다닐 거거든? 돌돌씩 잡아라.
설치 완료.
아스트라 플란토네. 밑에 와카나.
아 맞다 이거 테마이카로 쓰라 그래.
아, 야스카르토 이거. 스카르토.
우리 아스트라 쪽이다 지금.
나이스 2대2
메인 하나 뺐어.
적군이
메인 라스 1대1
one enemy remaining.
어린이와 비밀의 연애. 나이스.
พาวเลอร์เอโอเคพาวเลอร์เอหลอกกล้องแล้วเราโฮกลางกันดีกว่า
โอเคงั้นกูฝากกันไปไว้ที่พวกมึงนะ
เดี๋ยวกูโฮบีให้
เดี๋ยวกูไปได้เองคนเดียวเอง
กูโฮบีโดไอคิวได้เออะโอเค
เดี๋ยวกูวาร์ปกลับได้
오퍼 봐야 되고 여기 나오냐?
내가 나와
한 명이 가준대.
이길각 나오면 공도 팍팍 써버려.
나공 키고 그냥 미드 나와 있을게 내가 그래
ไอ้นั้นปกติที่กลาง
ใจเย็นคิวใจเย็นชิว
รอเดี๋ยวไปบียองกันเล่นง่ายๆพอเพื่อน
아, 강 벌린다.
그냥 미드 연막 가능? 어디? 내 앞에 점막 있는데 기다려봐
안 오지?
하나.
그래파이트 억 하나 2 3 เอาเลย
ตาใกล้เกียร์ระวังเจ็ดเล่น
ไอ้กล้องเข้าควันขวากัน
เอาหนึ่งเราแบบ
กวางกันนะ
กูล็อกให้กูเล่นเอารอ
สวยเลย
이거 심해.
하나 더 디디 벌렸다 디디
ระวังตุ๋ย
ถ้าอึดอัดเล่นเลย
เอาทีกูเล่นที
คิวล็อกนั้นไว้ไอ้บอลได้ทีอยู่ได้ครบแล้วแต่เล่น1-1อยู่นะ
One enemy
สวย
remaining.
ตัวเกียวมึง30ตัวเลยไง
แต่ละ4เลยเหรอเพื่อน
Bro is confirm hookah somewhere bro Josh
Let's do turret then I will molly here I smoke triple
Okay I'll go to ulti
I will short left
Okay
They wall up you watch left
two B long guys at least 2
Epic left
B long close ready They're gonna set
3 team B
Guys, we need to take something.
You can take elbow and pick
Take elbow and go up.
One more shot on me
Go get the city line boys get the city line so we can fight
Elbow you're elbow
Oh your elbow Okay let's go get up dog
Dead one more elbow Brim
Stay like this.
Shoot the recon shoot I'll break Chill
CT and Cubby
Knocking down.
CT Brim
Can you swing elbow?
That one. Go.
One more 1v1
Last
One.
off
GG.
Nice Let's go boys
야 A 行くしかない
가야 돼 그걸
何段階もやって A 1個
30회네 시간 손나ない간 거예요
Phoenix A guys it's A guys
Come K.
Running I can follow along Go right side Go pala 時間ないからね
行くしかないよ
あスマム来てる
Come. Up.
ほら
Demonic go.
I got the left left side default
サイトバイパー。サイト3。ポツ。ピク。ワキ。
10 seconds left.
ディフォート。フルディフォート。
7秒プラントナイス
セスル見て顔見てラッシュ
キルのリフィルのプラントナイスラン
Go! Pit! Expero! This is Expero, baby!
나 A 데코 바로 깼어. A 있는 거 같아 진짜. 바로 잡았어. A 하나 더 있었어.
확인, 너 혼자 해, 너 혼자. 에이스. 몸 대줄게, 몸이다.
그냥 에이스 먹어. 개막전 에이스 먹어야 돼. 아 개막전 에이스 진짜로. 혁현 빨라.
됐다.
기다려. 야 빨리 뱉어.
바로 첫 판만에 에이스 걸즈. 나이스. 보이다.
맛있다 혁현아.
맛있어?
나이스.
I help you, though. Nice kill, though. I help you.
스티커. Yuri. One more viper. Nice.
Let's go, ace. Ace.
Get up, bro. Vamos.
Talk to the hand, cause the face ain't listening. Walk in the bank with my jewels, they glistening. This, that, work, that good old business in. Bet you won't see it like this again. You gon' make me get hot-headed if you keep stepping. I won't count to 10, I'ma give you about 3 seconds. I'm about to roll out. If you didn't know, but you know now. Hey, you can't mess with this fever. I'm a G 7 days a week, wanna do it like me, huh? You gon' have to fly to Geneva. See it in person, or make you a believer. So, please don't complicate it. This, that, you can't replicate it. I'm decorated, celebrated, shine so bright, I'm never faded. Go. But you can't do it like me, can't do it like me, can't do it like me, huh? But you can't do it like me, can't do it like me, can't do it like me, huh? You can't trouble, you can't long, cause you know. But you can't do it like me, can't do it like me, can't do it like me. How many times do I got to tell you I'm too unique? I don't gotta impress ya. Apply the pressure, protect the treasure. Do it for the business, do it for the pleasure. I'ma do the most, nothing lesser. Unless the world wanna see me reassess ya. Whenever, wherever, whatever, I guess. You are now rockin' with the best. I say it with my chest, get a little louder. Light it like fireworks, lot of gunpowder. I'm in the mezzanine, I'm on the better things. Got no time for no bickering. So please don't complicate it. This, that, you can't replicate it. I'm decorated, celebrated, shine so bright, I'm never faded. Like, but you can't do it like me, can't do it like me, can't do it like me, huh? But you can't do it like me, can't do it like me, can't do it like me, huh? You can't trouble, you can't long, cause you know. But you can't do it like me, can't do it like me, can't do it like me, huh?
This is VCT Pacific 2026.
You gotta get up. Like someone told you that your feet won't ever touch the ground. If you could reach the sky, you gotta get up. You gotta hold on to this feeling when it comes around. Cause that's what makes you feel alive. Show that emotion. Don't you know it's more than just a drop in the ocean? Heard you ready for the world and I say it's about time. Feel like when your mama told you you could go outside. Gotta drop a top and hit a party with your friends. Feel like riding around the 90s in a Benz. Where you go don't even matter, it depends. On them shorty ass blowing in the wind. So you ain't gotta talk about it, we can see you trying to get it. You can't reach another second when you barely got a minute. We can see the way it's going, you ain't even gotta finish. Yo, sentence trying to say you running late, but on the way. High vibration, I ain't talking about the play. I can see you with determination on your face. It might be your destiny that's waiting on the call. So even when the summer turned to fall, you gotta get up. Like someone told you that your feet won't ever touch the ground. If you could reach the sky, you gotta get up. You gotta hold on to this feeling when it comes around. Cause that's what makes you feel alive. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Cause that's what makes you feel alive. Get up, get up, get up, you gotta get up. Cause that's what makes you feel alive. ready to blast off. You don't wanna see me on the floor for the dance off. If you think you got it, let me see what you work with. Shining like you be the only reason the earth's spin. Gotta go for anything and everything you want. Who know how long we gon' have it till it's gone? So you better off stepping outside. Don't gotta leave when the street lights on. So if it's heavy on your shoulders, I can help you lay it down. Know you came to stand on business, you ain't trying to play around. Don't sleep on your feet right now, right now. Can you feel the energy? Might leap in the crowd. Like, why you waiting around just to find what you lost? I can see the future and it's better than you thought. It might be your destiny that's waiting on the call. So even when the summer turned to fall, you gotta get up. Like someone told you that your feet won't ever touch the ground. If you could reach the sky, you gotta get up. You gotta hold on to this feeling when it comes around. Cause that's what makes you feel alive. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Cause that's what makes you feel alive. Get up, get up, get up.
Yeah, carefree, that's the movement. Upbeat, that's the music. Gotta switch if I flick it, then choose it. You know I ain't pressed to use it. Been a long time, but we on now. Had to fix up, move away from the wrong crowd. But now I'm back with all my buddies, and we ready to get this money. So carefree, don't mind me, don't scare me. You can't even find me. I'm in the middle of the party, wildin', just minding my business. Carefree. Guess who's back in the disco? Moving so cool, so slick like Crisco. Bet you ain't did it like this though. Brand new chain, new clothes, and the wrist froze. Ha, took a shot, but you missed though. Wanna get down, you gotta get this low. Money stretch long like limo.
Hello, coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea. It's another day of VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Kickoff 2026. I'm your host, Victoria, joined by Pilsky and Big Time. Now, how are you guys doing? There's a lot of hand-holding happening earlier. And we were anticipating the chat we will be having with the Japanese broadcast very shortly. But first of all, let's talk a bit about yesterday, guys. First, start off with Team Secret and Zeta Division. Mika and I picked Team Secret, and you guys thought we were crazy, but that ended up being a very close match.
Yeah, they made it very, very close. Mad respect to Team Secret. They really came out fighting to try and keep their tournament hopes alive, but unfortunately, it was Zeta Division who got the better of them, especially in that last match.
Yeah, I thought it really could have gone either way, but I think, look, Team Secret still a fair bit to work on. Zeta Division, I think particularly that last map, you know, Suta had some massive plays and holds. XTL was rock solid all day long, and I'm keen to see how much further Zeta Division can push it through this lower bracket.
And the second match, Beryl versus Genji, ended up being extremely exciting, especially on map 2. There were so many stellar moments. We went full into an overtime, almost beat our Pacific record, but it didn't go that far, but it was very exciting every single round.
I mean, this Pearl game was phenomenal. One of the better games that we've had this season. Right up there with the Nongshim Talon kind of overtime game with all of the Thrifties. Very exciting stuff.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game to watch. If you missed it, go back and watch that as soon as you're able to, because you will not regret that.
I literally dropped everything when Achilles started building up to this moment. We're like, they don't have time to plant the bomb with Genji, and he ended up doing it. So that was very exciting. Definitely go watch the highlights from that. Now, we did have a chat. Bella had a chat with a Kame from DFM earlier, so let's see what he has to say.
Hello everyone, welcome to Pacific. I am Akame and I will go talk to Kaede today. Let's go!
Hello, Kaede.
Hello, Akame.
みんなが聞きたいことがあるらしいけど、なんで名前がKaedeですか？
特に理由はないんですけど、Kaedeという響きがかっこよくてKaedeにしました。
Did you know Kaede was named Kaede because it was cool?
僕のなんかダンスパートナーになってると思うんですけど、なんか俺がなんかダンスやれって言ってダンスしてるのか、自分がやりたいからしてるのか聞きたいらしいです。
普通に自分が赤目と一緒に踊りたいから踊ってます。
Why and how are you Akame's dance partner? Kaede likes to dance.
今日の試合の意気込みとかどんな感じでやるかなんか聞きたいです。
今日のフルセンス戦はやっぱプリミーがめちゃめちゃ強いんで、プリミー倒してみんなで勝ちます。
Kaede's thoughts on today's match against Full Sense. He's going to take Primi down. All right, thank you, Akame. You're a great host.
Easy. Thank you, Kaede.
Thank you.
Excellent interview. So insightful. Did you know that Kaede was his dance partner?
Did you know he was called Kaede? Because it's cool.
I felt like I was on a kids show.
That was super adorable, though. Good vibes from this team. And, you know, they've always had these vibes despite their ups and lots of downs. But it's so cool to see them on the up and up, especially this year. In fact, we are going to be having a chat with our Japan analysts and casters very shortly. We're going to give them a little dial and see what they're up to. But I think DFM, you know, speaking of this, if they win today, this will be their third consecutive win. That's huge for this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be great in a way. Now, DFM went through some tough years. There's no two ways about it. But now they really have the Japanese fans behind them. You can feel everybody getting pumped up about this team, especially with the changes that they made in the offseason. I think people are more and more excited than ever.
Yeah, I think a win over Full Sense would be a big statement win.
Oh.
GE have kind of been a little bit up and down so far in this competition. Full Sense, a team that's in pretty good form outside of maybe that bind game against Nongshim earlier. So I think a win over Full Sense would be a big statement from DFM today.
Oh, absolutely. And I know this is something we'll be breaking down a bit more later, but seeing Primi versus May,
yes.
If you're going to choose one duelist, who would you be picking? 'Cause that's a tough one.
I don't even know how you choose.
I know.
It's so tough.
Primithi.
Primi,
Yeah.
all the way?
We're gonna have enough, insight and bias from the Japanese side of the broadcast. So I gotta rep the Thai boys.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. Let's see what they have to say. Are our Japanese casters ready? All right, we're still waiting a little bit here because they are live right now. We're going to be live on each other's broadcast. This is really exciting. This is the second time we'll be able to speak to the Japanese audience, actually, since Tokyo Finals last year.
Oh, that was insane.
Crazy.
There was such a huge turnout for that. Actually, my partner's dad came to watch the event. It's the first time he's ever seen esports. He's, a Japanese man in his mid-70s, and he, could not believe his eyes. He was just sitting in the audience. He's like, is this what gaming is?
Yeah.
I'm like describing that I'm sitting on, playing video games on my computer, and he sees that.
He's telling his daughter he finally approves of this man. All right, we are ready to have a chat with our Japanese casters. And let's welcome the two of them. Hello, konnichiwa, Taiga-san and Retlov-san here. And I think we have Mizuka to translate.
我々につながっていくということです。さあということで皆さんお待たせいたしました。それでは VCT パシフィックの英語放送とつながっております。はい。
Hello,
Hi.
konnichiwa.
Hi.
Good to see you,
Hi.
Taiga and Retlov. It's been a while since our Tokyo Finals, that amazing event. Welcome to the global broadcast. Could you please introduce yourselves for, those who might not know who you guys are?
皆さんご無沙汰しております。東京のファイナル以来ですね。グローバルのスタジオにようこそいらっしゃいました。まずは岸さんとレトロフさん自己紹介お願いします。
Hello, I'm Taiga. You're a commentator for Japanese broadcast today. And this is Retrov for analyst.
Oh.
Hello everyone. I'm Retrov. Nice to be here.
Nice to meet you guys. Oh my God, they prepared it in English. We're so screwed.
We didn't prepare anything.
No, definitely not in Japanese, but nice seeing you guys again. And to introduce ourselves, let's start with Pilsky over here.
I'm Pilsky. This is my second year at Pacific. I've been commentating and doing analyst work for about 10 years, and I've coached some Australian teams like Bonkers and things like that, and Challenges and APAC and whatnot.
Yeah.
And Big Time?
I'm Big Time. Also on the desk now. Oh, wait. We got to get this translated.
Because we didn't prepare in Japanese.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll translate. Pilsky says. はい、こちらからも自己紹介させてください。ピルスキーです。コメンテーターでは2年目なんですけれども、コーチをしていたこともありまして、オーストラリアではチャレンジャーズに出場していたボンカーズなどのコーチをしていて、今はコメンテーターとしてこのように韓国の方からスタジオでお伝えしています。
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
And big time.
I am big time. I coached in the Pacific League for Global Esports in 2023, 2024, and now I'm here. Now I'm on the analyst desk.
Their best years.
はい、そしてビッグタイムです。こんにちは。このように今はデスクにいるんですけれども、2022年、24年はグローバル e スポーツのコーチをしていまして、なぜかこのように、解説者として、出演するようになっております。よろしくお願いします。
And I'm Victoria. I, met you guys over in Japan last year. I'm the VCT Pacific host, one of them. But I've been here since the inaugural year in 2023 of VCT Pacific. And I also want to clarify that the biggest fan of Japanese teams is not paper thin. It's actually me.
Okay. ビクトリアさんです。もちろん皆さんご存知の VCT パシフィックのホストなんですけれども、2023年のからずっと VCT パシフィックでホストをしてるんですけど、ここで一つしっかりとお伝えしておきたいのが、日本の一番のファンはペーパーシーンではなく私だというところなんです。なので皆さん覚えておいてください。
That's not true. He's going to be so mad I said that.
Very good.
Paper thing is definitely the biggest fan.
ごめんなさい、怒られるかもしれないんで訂正しておきます。ペーパーシーンは日本の一番のファンだと思います。
Thank you.
But thank you so much for joining us here today. I am still a fan of the Japanese teams, of course. I want to ask you guys, since both Depp and Laz stepped down from the mantle, who are the big heroes for Japanese VALORANT now? Who are the fans clamoring over? Is it just me, or are there some other people that are big heroes over there?
また自己紹介も終わりましたので、早速質問に移りたいんですけれども、日本のバロラントシーンの中でラズさん、そしてデップ選手が VCT には今参戦していない中、ファンの皆さんは誰をヒーローとみなしていると思いますか
？Me!
You! Taiga-san. Yes! I'm going to put, now my favorite player is Taiga-san, the hero of Japanese VALORANT.
ヒーローということで
普通に話していくと、今、メイ選手という話がありましたけど、もちろんメイ選手はそうなんですが、今、ちょうど、安塚選手であったりとか楓選手、若きプレイヤーが今どんどん、ティア1に、挑戦しています。その2人は、特に今期待されている、2人、さらには、アブソル選手も、たくさんのファンを抱えてこのティア1に、挑戦しています。多分100万人ぐらいファンがいると思います。純なファンがいるので、ぜひそちらも、期待しながらですね、応援していただきたいなと思っております。はい。
You just like you said, Victoria, Mei is one of the biggest hero in Japan, and maybe Taiga, but probably Yatsuka and Kaede, they're rising star here in Japan. And also Absol, he has a huge fan base, like million fans already. So I think those three of them are the stars that are coming up for the VCT Pacific and maybe hopefully the global thing for the team in Japan.
Wow, that's impressive. So I wanted to ask, outside of the Japanese teams and the Japanese players, who do the Japanese fans get behind the most? We know PRX have a lot of global support, but who else is it that the Japanese fans tend to support?
日本以外でも海外のファンを海外のチームを応援しているファンもたくさんいると思うんですけれども、もちろんペーパーレックスが大人気というのも知ってるんですけど、それ以外に日本のバロラントファンが応援している海外のチームや選手っていうと誰になりますか？
ペーパーレックスはもちろんですけれども、やっぱりジェンジーであったり T1、やはり日本に、来られる回数も多かったので、非常にファンが多い中、最近やはりフルセンスの、ファンも、増えていると思います。あと RRQ ですね、どんどん東南アジアのチームの注目も、日本では、集められています。
Yeah, of course, PRX got a huge fan base here in Japan. But against Genji and T1, they often come to Japan for off-season tournaments. So they got the lot of fun here right now. And of course, Full Sense and RRQ, all those Southern Pacific teams are popular as well.
Oh, wow. Super exciting there. Actually, you mentioned Kaede, the Riddle Order players. How did the Japanese fans react, or even the casters? How did you guys react when you heard that these two Riddle Order players and their coach was joining DFM?
八塚選手や楓選手が人気という話もあったんですけれども、コーチ陣を含めてリドルオーダーの選手たちがこのように移籍というかプレーすることになったことについては、日本ではキャスターさんたちも含めてどんなリアクションだったんですか？
そうですね、かなりいい印象だったんじゃないかなと思いますね。特にリドルオーダーから、コーチでそのまま DFM に行ったボルズコーチが、過去はノーセプションからチームを牽引していって選手たちをこう育てていった実績もあるんですね。そういったコーチが今 DFM にいて、で今結果も残し始めているので、そういったところを見ると非常に日本としてもいい印象を持っているんじゃないかなと思います。
I think we all had a positive reaction to this move, including DFM coach Bolt. He used to coach Noception and he has a great experience raising players. So I think this is a very positive move that DFM acquired those players and the coaches.
Awesome to hear. I wanted to ask, due to language barriers, we don't always get all of the insights. So I just wanted to ask the Japanese casters, is there any inside jokes or funny memes or like nicknames for the players that the Japanese audience knows that Western fans might not have heard of yet?
日本のやっぱりバロラントシーンって言葉も壁もあってなかなか知ることができないんですけれども、日本の中で変わったニックネームがついている選手、海外勢で選手とか、あとはなんかミームのような、なんか日本の中ではなんかちょっと言うとクスッと笑えるようなものってありますか？
また難しい。
ミーム
ニックネームとか。
何かあるかな。
ニックネームジョージーモ。
ジョージーモ。
これ水川さんいけます？ジョージーモ。
いきますか。
はい。
Okay, actually, Jorgima, we pronounce his name as Jorgima, and actually Georgie is like always, and emo is potato.
I love that. I can't wait to share that with him. Someone clip this and send it to them. Now, I know you guys might have some questions for us as well, or maybe a quiz?
何か逆にすごい面白かったんで、これはちょっとクリップにして出しておきたいなと思うんですけれども何か日本のキャスターさんの方からこちらに質問ってありますか？
ぜひ、聞きたいのが、今会場で、我々は日本キャスターデスクとして、ステージがない状態で中継しているので、オープニングから実況まで2人でやってるんですけど、どんなことを中心にデスクホストで話されてるんですか
？So this is very interesting to see those hosting studio because we don't have a studio and we are watching this whole game online. So when it comes to like you, Victoria, and everyone on hosting side, what kind of conversation do you have before the start of the game?
I don't know if this is safe for broadcast.
No, I don't think we can.
We have a lot of jokes.
Yeah.
We love to joke a lot. We might, talk about the teams that are playing and make also jokes that are not safe for broadcast.
I think one of the most frequent topics of conversation is what May's hair is looking like today.
Yeah.
True.
Or like, what Akame is looking like when he's rolling up in the club.
And there's one other exercise we like to do when we warm up. These two like to harmonize. Would you like to demonstrate?
Yeah, you ready? 3, 2, 1.
Every
day.
This is what we do. It's very professional.
Oh, yeah.
On this set.
Amazing. いや、分かったね。すごくプロフェッショナルに今のようにハーモニーで音声チェックをしたりすることもあるんですけれども、放送に乗ると今度こういった笑える話もあったりジョークも言うんですけれども、その日の出場してくるチームの話が多いですし、あとはメイン選手がどんな髪型で来るか、赤目選手がどんなパフォーマンスをするかっていうことは必ず話してますね。
なるほど。いいですね。日本の配信、比較的硬い配信になってるので、いつかそちらみたいに柔らかく配信したいなというふうに思ってます。
You know what? We always wear like a suit and tie, and you guys look so relaxed. So we actually are looking up to you guys, and we actually one day wish to have a relaxed mood like that in Japan as well.
Funny because we admire their outfits. Yeah, we're like, they always look so good.
They always look so fresh.
Yeah.
Like look like male models or something, and I'm just like, I just rolled out of bed.
Yeah.
でも逆に日本 さんがいつもかっこよくモデルみたいに決めてらっしゃるので、逆に僕たちは日本のキャスターさんたちのこと憧れてるんですよ。
やっぱお互いリスペクトがやっぱあるんですね。
一回こう入れ替えてみても面白いですよね。
It's good to hear that we have the mutual like respect and admiration. We can swap places sometimes probably.
Yeah, I would love to. To wrap things up, I heard you guys had a little quiz for us, which makes me a little nervous. It was a quiz we didn't prepare for. Do you want to give it that quiz to us?
Okay. じゃあ最後になんですけれども、なんかクイズを用意してくださってるということで、ちょっと内容を聞いていないのでドキドキしてるんですけど、どうでしょうか。
日本では、サムシング選手がどう呼ばれてるか、EN キャスター知ってますか
？So do you guys know the Japanese name for something from PRX?
Oh, no.
Take a
I feel
guess.
like this should be a Vic.
Why would I? I don't speak Japanese.
I don't speak Japanese.
Maybe it's. I'm afraid to say something and it sounds like. I don't know.
We just go Ilya-san.
Ilya-san. Something. Something. I don't know.
I don't know. What is it?
No idea. Do you want to make a guess?
I'm lost.
イリアさんとかも言ってたんですけども、わかんないです。なんでしょう。
The Unkillable Demon King. Wrong game.
実はスミス。
スミス。
SMTH スミス。
Smith. Yeah. SMITH.
Smith.
Oh, that's good. We'll use that today.
It's like sounding out his SMTH. Yes.
Smith. もともとインソムニアというチームに、所属していたときに SMTH という名前でやっていて、日本からするとどう読んでいいかわからないっていうところで、スミスっていう略称になって、もうスミス選手も今では日本語インタビューではもうスミスって言えば気づいてくれる、話してくれるというふうになっています。
So while his tenure in Insomnia, his in-game name was SMTH.
Yep.
And it looks like Smith, right?
Yeah.
So all the Japanese people call him Smith, and he knows he's being called Smith. So every time he comes to the Japanese commentary desk, he knows he actually say his name as Smith here as well.
Interesting. We'll drop that and surprise him a bit. Thank you for that insight. Also, none of us knew that.
Yeah.
It's been absolutely fantastic having you guys here. And we're there. I guess we're joining each other's broadcasts. So cool. Hope we get to do this again. And did you predict DFM or Full Sense?
今日はどちらが勝つかもう考えてますか？
DFM.
Okay.
Of course.
What a surprise. All right. Well, DFM is looking really good. Thank you so much, Taga-san, Ratloff, and Mizuka for translating. Have a great day today over there in Japan.
素晴らしいゲームになりますようにお祈りしています。ご出演ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
Thank you. ありがとうございました。Thank you.
Bye.
Oh my God, they're so much fun.
Yes.
Smith. I guess
Smith.
that's pretty cool. I didn't know that.
We got to let the casters know.
Yeah.
They got to use that today.
Just start calling him Smith. Yeah. Honestly, like you guys should go and tune into the Japanese stream, even if you don't speak Japanese. Like the hype, especially when the games get crazy, the hype that the Japanese casters bring is like something else. You know? It's always fun to like go to some of the other like different language broadcasts, and they have different styles of how they do the broadcasts and their casting, and it's definitely a unique experience. So you should give it a go.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if you don't understand the language, you just hear the difference in like
you don't
the styles.
Need to.
Yeah.
It's a vibe.
Yeah.
They say a lot without needing to say anything in your native tongue.
We share the same sentiments often. Now, Build-Diff, this is our favorite game here on the broadcast. We need some like music. Can you guys harmonize with this? Now, Build-Diff. Today was, I think, a very interesting one. Hard in that everyone is so good on all four teams today.
Yes.
So let's start with you, Big Time. What you got?
So, I got Primi in there. I feel like you got to get Primi in these days. He's too good. Akame, I think he's been stepping up in a major way for DFM.
Yes?
He's the guy I wanted. Meteor had big games. I want Divide from PRX.
Okay.
I think he has a lot more left in the tank that we haven't quite seen yet, and he's about to have a big day. And then I put Izu as my flex.
Oh, Izu's
he's been
so
playing
good.
some Duelist, but some Controller, and I think he could be a dark horse today.
Okay, that's fair. How about you, Pilsky?
I picked the two highest KPR players in the competition, or some of them. May Primi on my flex, actually, even though he's going to get me minus points, it's going to be worth getting the double duelist in. Killua had a poor game last week, but he's one of the better performing full sense players in terms of frags, and I expect him to bounce back against DFM. Forsaken's very consistent. He's always playing controller. He's not going to get me any minus points, and he's going to do well for himself. Meteor, very good on T1. He is going to get me minus points because he actually plays a lot of Viper and things like that. I put him in my Sentinel role, but I expect him to play quite well today against PRX.
Yeah.
I really like your roster, Pilsky. I think it's better than Morgan's.
It is better than Morgan's.
Have you copied it?
Thank you.
You copied that one?
No, I didn't, but that was one of my options. Like, I was really debating this one. I think Pilsky's got the play there. And I think you aren't the only one who've gone for the double duelist play here, where Kilius has gone for that as well. I ended up not doing it. I was sitting on it for a while.
I'm actually concerned. Every time you put Jing as your duelist out of nowhere, you tend to win. I've noticed.
It's crazy. It's like I know them personally. I don't know. But Kaede is someone that I see no one else has put him there, and I'm hoping this is going to be one of his big days today. And he's definitely shown that in the past. And I was kind of weighing out like the pacing of how these teams like to play. DFM's a little bit on the slower side, and Full Sends, they just like to rush in and shoot. So today's middle bracket, I would say this is every match has been just exciting, but I'm very excited for today. DFM has been on the up and up. Full Sends, a lot of high hopes for this team, and we know how good they shoot. And of course, T1 PRX. Like, I don't even know how much more we need to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, these games crazy in the middle bracket. Two of these teams will lose their final chance moving down to that lower bracket today, where it's going to get even scarier. I love this format. I love how much more Valorant we get.
Yeah, Tom Biz posted something about loving the triple elimination format.
Like,
do you guys like it?
I really liked it. I didn't know how I was going to feel about it initially because it's a lot to kind of digest before it gets kicked off. You're looking at all of these big brackets, but it's been very entertaining to watch. So, yeah, I'm just keen to get into the middle of it, literally.
Yeah, we are literally in the middle of it all right now. And DFM, this is why this triple elimination is so exciting. DFM has, we got to see them face multiple teams now. Teams aren't like refacing each other. And going against Full Sends today was very exciting. Now, this team, we've seen huge improvements every step of the way. I think there was one player, Yatsuka, who said that he wanted to step up a bit. He wasn't performing to his best, but they did win in the end.
I was impressed by him. I've been impressed by this whole team. I think the changes that they made in the offseason have already started to pay dividends. I've become just a bigger and bigger fan of these as they've gone on. And then their last game against Global Esports is where they really cemented themselves as a team that can push further down this bracket. They're looking to make Santiago. They're not going to be happy with dropping down today.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a great win. Definitely is more ceiling in this team if someone like Yatsuga starts to step up a little bit. But we have seen DFM pretty much show everything that you'd expect them to prepare coming into this competition, which is crazy because I remember being critical of some of the Japanese teams previously of being a little bit too one-dimensional in the vetoes and some of their map pool.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. They've definitely used to have this one-track mind, but now not only do they have a 7-map pool, which is rare in itself, they showed it all already. They've shown that they're happy to play every single map, which is not normal. You never see teams do this, but it really does give them an edge in that veto because they can take this in all kinds of different directions.
Yeah, I really like this. They're just playing it very differently than how they classically have in the past. And I think if you have faith in you would just go for it. Now, Yatsuka said something in his last interview. Let's hear that.
I don't think we can hear it.
Okay, we can.
So what he said is why did they choose Split over Haven? And he said, well, Split just didn't look good. We knew we could beat it.
After they'd won twice in a row against PRX and Varel, DFM said, their Split looked bad, so we just picked Split as a third map. And then they smashed them on it.
They won. So, you know what? I respect that read so much. I respect it in the veto as going, my opponents have made a mistake here. We're going to punish it. And punish it they did. I think the way this team vetoes, I absolutely love it. I think full credit to the coaching staff. I think they've leveled up this team massively.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. 100%. And Yatsuka also said in that interview, he wants to have a better game today, so let's see how he's going to be looking on the Yoru.
Yeah, I like those that kind of confidence going in. Now, there's a team that we want to see a lot of confidence from. It's going to be Full Sends. A lot of changes since last year in terms of like org changes over to Full Sends, but they've been proving the Thai org really well, really proud, mostly so far. But they are here in the middle bracket. So what's been going on with this team?
I mean, they started really strong, right, Pilsky? But it's that last game where things started to fall apart a little bit more.
Yeah, for Full Sense, I mean, it's pretty simple. They were in that upper bracket game, qualification game to be going into that match to get yourself 3 chances at Santiago against Nongshim. It's a team you should be favored against. You should be taking that series. Messy first map, got demolished on the second map. A little bit humbled, unfortunately, by Nongshim. Now you're going into a match against another team that's not a name brand favorite for actually qualifying for an international event. It's another game that you should be winning. But if they're going to be able to do that today, you're going to have to see this man posting better numbers, similar to what you saw in Stage 2, because Thai has not been present in Kickoff thus far.
Yeah, he's having to do a lot more. We've seen play a lot more different agents, but ultimately, he's not found that footing that he kind of had before. I would love to see this guy level up, because I think that if he can unlock this next level, then this whole Full Sense team starts to go crazy.
Now, 2 players that we always talk about, it's going to be May and Primi. I mean, are these guys, are they carrying the team, or do you think, what do you make of this?
I mean, these are the poster boys of Pacific. These are probably our 2 biggest individual heavy hitters, and we get to see them face off today. This is a clash of all time in my mind. We see they do fill quite different roles in a way. Primi is always on that Yoru. May is flexing around that duelist role a little bit more, but in the server, I think these are absolutely 2 players where the head-to-head is going to be electric.
Yeah, totally agree. I don't think May's needed to carry as hard. Primi has had to hard carry his team, particularly against PRX, to be able to even get them through series at times. So after a rough game last week, he's going to look to try to put up some more record-breaking numbers here.
And we were talking about the map vetoes earlier and how interesting DFM has approached it. What do you guys make of this?
I like this for DFM. I mean, I think for me, Pearl and Abyss are their top 2 maps, so them picking Pearl makes a lot of sense. They look very confident on it, and we see that Full Sense pick Split. This is the map that, you know, we saw DFM take map 3 on last week. They're yet to lose on Pearl. They're yet to lose on Split. These opening 2 maps for DFM looking very strong.
Yeah, it's interesting. The way I read into it is like both of these teams are picking maps that the other team hasn't lost on in a while. Full Sense, they're actually 6-0 in the last couple of games on Pearl, although they only 1-0 with their current comp. Their Split looks very good, so they picked that into DFM, who have also been winning it. So I think this has kind of ended up to be a bit of a handshake veto where either both teams are similar to what you saw from DFM previously against GE, saying we're actually better on a map that you're successful on, or both teams are kind of saying, let's just go into the middle of the map pool, find some comfort territory for both of us, and we trust that we're the better team today and we're going to get it across the line today.
Well, this is going to be a bit of a split prediction from the talents, I believe. Really quick, who did you guys end up predicting for today?
I went for Full Sense.
I got DFM.
You got DFM?
Yeah.
Okay, I ended up going for Full Sense, but I'm really 50-50 on this right now. Both these teams have plus points. Don't wow me.
The biggest fan of Japanese VALORANT.
I know. I stepped off the ship
God.
to take a little stop in Thailand for today because, I mean, Full Sense is really, really good. With that, we're going to send to the stage and welcome DFM versus Full Sense.
VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything. Detonation Focus Me.
DFM is on a hot streak right now, especially when it comes to VCT Pacific records. They've won 10 matches, and this, if they win today, would be their 3rd consecutive match win in a row. It's huge for this team.
Wow, imagine telling that to someone in 2023. They would not believe you. But this is a team that's got Japan excited. It's got the rest of the world excited. Such charismatic players, so brilliant in the server. Finally putting together something that can become really scary. A big win against GE last. They want to carry that momentum. Keep rolling this ball forward all the way, wave by wave, to Masters Santiago.
I want to know who choreographs these dances.
Surely they outsource. Surely they pay a professional.
Yeah?
It's too clean.
It is. It's too good. Look at this. This is top tier dancing here on the stage. I love it. Every time it brings smiles to all of our faces. But they will be playing against Full Sense today, and I think this is one of those matches where there isn't a clear winner. Both of them have shown their good potential here, and I think if they both play on top form, I still find it difficult to choose who this winner might be.
Look, I think Full Sense is still undeniably going to be the favorite in this matchup today. In that upper bracket, they missed out on an opportunity for 3 chances to advance to the international event. How much disappointment can the Thai fans take at the end of stage 2? They missed that champs qualification. If they make their way through this middle bracket now, they're going to have only 2 chances at going to the international event. Primi has already proven he's one of the best players, if not the best player in Pacific, but if they don't make it to Santiago, he can't claim that he's one of the best in the world.
Oh, that's rough. I still think he's one of the best in the world, even without going there. I mean, we look at the way this guy plays, the way he aims, it's just so remarkable. But these 2 teams, I have to say, they both come from regions with probably the nicest fan base. The Japanese and Thai fan base
that's true.
Are so awesome.
NT Cup.
And we were talking about the map Veto earlier and how DFM has showed every single one of their maps, but they're kind of doing what they did last time, like picking that split against a GE and doing it again with Pro.
Well, that's the thing. It was the 3rd map decider that DFM choose to leave in and say, we are better than GE on this map. They smashed them on it. And then this week, Full Sense goes, oh, you guys think you're good at split? They pick it into DFM.
Yeah, I'm really curious what's going to have cooked up. For me, I really hope this goes to 3 maps because DFM were running a Phoenix comp on Haven.
Yes.
And I would love to see that again. I want to see...
Really? You want to watch them go 2 and 9 on attack?
Look, it didn't work for them last time. It didn't work for them, but I want to see the growth.
Was crazy, yeah.
I want to see the growth.
Yeah, Yatsuka and Kaide in particular, the Phoenix Chamber felt like a wall that you couldn't break through. So look, hopefully they fine-tuned up that attack, or even maybe swapped up their comp. We've already seen a lot of depth from them. I feel like DFM still have a few more tricks in the bag.
Oh, absolutely. I think there's no way you show all of that without a plan in mind. And they're just not the kind of team that would be so risky all the time. I feel like some of the essence would still be there. Now, Full Sense with Cruz on the coaching role. I was having a chat with Komodo about this earlier. Do you think this plays a big difference? You know, not being able to call it all the time as the IGL.
Yeah, I think he's finding it a little bit stressful. I think he'd love to give more input if he could, but he's having to give input where he can. And I'm sure he'll be doing that on these compositions. We do have them coming through. On the side of DFM, no changes for them. This is exactly what we've seen them run. The previous 2 games where they've got those wins. May, of course, on that Neon standout highlight.
Yeah, defense side for Full Sense here today. It's going to be that explosive Yoru raise. You're going to look for that double dive once we move on to attack. Primi playing these off angles on the Yoru. Jip Boys has been pretty good on the Sentinel lately, but the main thing that I need to see for Full Sense today is for Thai to go crazy on his raise. He has been completely silent in Kickoff after showing so much promise, swapping from the controller to the Duelist role in Stage 2 of Pacific last year. Where has he been? He needs to show up today.
Yeah, that's a huge point, and we need to see Full Sense do what DFM is doing. You can't just rely on your superstar fragger, right? You want the rest of the team to step up, and they have shown they are absolutely capable of it. And we're seeing Riddle Order fans in the audience, the Japanese casters are sharing with us. You know, it was huge when they ended up joining DFM. You can see why they're just so good. Kaide is all vibes.
I mean, Kaide's had huge performances on Pearl in the past as well. I think on this Killjoy, I think that's his best role, if you ask me. So I think he wants to step up in a big way today, and especially for some Riddle Order fans in the room.
Yeah, Yatsuka as well. They have appointed him as the operator player shoved him on Yoru every single map. He had a poor one last week, but he wants an improved performance today against Full Sense.
Now, for those of you who want to see our predictions, you can go into our socials. But for our casters, I want to know who you think the better dancer is. Is it Cruz or is it Akame?
Oh, fantastic question. I think right now it's kind of proven. Akame hands down. What do you think?
I would tend to agree with that right now, but we got to see maybe how Cruz can teach his team how to dance in the server right now, because we're needing to start to see that a little bit, because if we want to extend out what Victoria and I were actually talking about earlier on, it was the adjustments that we're seeing for Full Sense in the macro gameplay right now, where Cruz is out of the roster, because he was someone that always had really great understanding last year under Coach Frost. Now, there's a different look for Full Sense coming in towards this year with Leviathan coming in, and I do start to question a little bit what we're seeing from them, because when they're going in and their first gameplay point is not working, they crumble, they lose it. They have to figure that one back out, and I think this is going to be a really good battle, a really good series to test them in that department. When I look at this as well and I see that they're getting pushed a little bit in this Veto, we saw problems with them over on Bind last time, so we're seeing them remove that from this, which actually opens up Haven to be that third map, because previously they were banning Haven and Abyss every single series so far. So DFM, you know, they've got an opportunity here to, of course, try and win it in 2 first, but if they need to, go to Haven, that Full Sense weren't feeling comfortable on, having banned that, you'd assume.
There's definitely, you know, some signs of worry here and there, and you're definitely right as well. It's a fantastic point to make, because Cruz mentioned it himself in some recent interviews as well, you know, new guys in the team, and then because he's not there to really lead them in the middle of the rounds anymore. Gotta find new ways to rein in that ego, but they're still gonna go right into the round anyway. Of course, Full Sense backing off onto that defense, holding off a different angle while DFM pushes up.
Yeah, taking the space, you definitely want to do this in a 5 versus 5 pistol. Got a little bit of utility that you can drop on towards the site as well, that you look towards Kaide. No nanos, from what I can see. So they're only gonna have that grav well from Cess a little bit later, as the time starts to tick away.
Just trying to kick things off with the initial utility, but look, Yatsuka able to hold it off. 2 shots already found. Pink Shell's coming in, May dives onto the grenade, but at the same time, Killa finding a shot onto Yatsuka as well. Still though, time ticking away from the spike, and now Akame trying to hold off to a different angle. Has been spotted, but also takes down Leviathan and looks for a couple more shots. Thigh diving into the kills as well. Will find a third in the round, getting the defuse at the end for Full Sense.
Yeah, so far in pistols throughout the term of Pacific Kickoff right now, DFM have been pretty darn good at the higher side of it, but for Full Sense, they've been in the negative sense of it, right? Losing more than gaining, so it's good to see that they're able to pick this one up on the back of some very sharp shots from Thai, something that we've been kind of missing, right? Pilsky was highlighting it, missing a lot of the impact that he kind of brings to the team, so if we can see some comfort in the server today, I think that's going to be really important, and always in these 5 versus 5 retakes and 5 versus 5 pistols, it can always get a little bit topsy-turvy, right? Do you have the utility? Are you playing more for that? Are you playing more for kills? Full Sense, they are a team that will be happy to take you in the kill fights. So I do kind of want to see DFM look for some advantages later on before going for the plants. And we'll have to see if those adjustments do come on through, as it's just going to be in this second round a full lean to the A site with all the information on the utility. So Premier gets back over towards B with the Outlaw. And you got the KJ set up there as well, which is actually going to be tested in mid at the moment. Jip Boys gets a headache. Do DFM want to continue towards B, or do they want to reroute though? Because there's some options that could get quite interesting here.
Start to poke around. But either way, at the same time, Full Sense definitely somewhat prepared for it thanks to the util, the player positioned up inside A main right now.
It's going to be one of these things as well for the KJ utility, right? Where we do see a lot of teams opt to put the turret in towards Art to watch it, and you got the alarm bot towards mid as well, but this be a lean, and it's not going to see that. So it is free territory for DFM to attempt to get into this A site. Getting the plant here, Quack, is not bad.
Good money, but you know, we'll see how clean Full Sense can really take this. The pop flash, perhaps not quite expected, so Leviathan will take the fall, but Thai able to find the exchange. Now 2 remaining players for DFM. Yeah, not much else. They can only hold the off angles out from stairs. So Primi pushing up. Unfortunately not finding the outlaw shot, but Kill was still around the corner alongside Jit Boys. Still some damage though.
Yep. when you got that A main territory as well, you definitely want to have a player inserted there as full sense. So a bit surprising the DFM do try to run back in towards main and not have a double swing ready, for example. Also good for full sense to recognize that the showstopper can come online in towards this bonus round. It's going to be a very big ultimate that can turn favor in this next one. So we'll see how it's going to be piloted for them, because on this map, right, we do see full sense lack a bit of this extremity control. We see a lot of teams go for the Yoru extremity control with a fade behind it. You want to push in, you know, an extra agent, no matter which side of the map it's going to be. You want to play strong side Yoru, you want to get them out. So I do really wonder in the preparations coming in towards this one for full sense, are these ideas going to be coming into play?
Certainly would hope so. Because back against DRX when they last played this map, it was definitely a little bit hectic at times. Primi off to the Outlaw this round still. Killa finding first contact though with a little peek down middle.
Yeah, player advantage, you certainly take that right now as full sense. Got a bit of a deeper push in towards the B site right now for DFM though, but how are you going to kind of flood yourself in towards the side if you want to try and get it, right? You're not playing the waylay that we see some teams sort of adopt, so you don't have a bit of a deeper double dive. If you're trying to send in just the gate crash for Yatsuka to get some halls control, well, you want a dart online or a drone, and Kame doesn't have them at the moment, so there's some options that DFM need to start to decide where they want to end this round, because if they do bring the spike back towards A, for example, the mighty force of full sense is pretty much all here. It could be a wrong call if they do this, and you gotta remember Cess on the other side of the map because of this Astra has plagued DFM a lot sometimes.
Yeah, not quite showing up in the kill department at times. Right now, just trying to perhaps poke a little bit inside of our. We'll see if there's anything there, and it does feel like there's something there. What they also don't know, though, is this judge. Jitboy springs forward, but unfortunately falls to Yatsuka.
Too premature for him in that moment in time. You got the player advantage, you got the showstopper. Kind of would have minded him just playing for the rest of the team, but you understand the idea with the judge. You want to get a bit sneaky beaky like that. Post plant now. See what Dai is going to be able to potentially do, but he is going for a flank.
That's a pretty long one. Cess could possibly keep him in check. You want to deploy that showstopper, but might be difficult. Thankfully, though, Primi coming in to dispatch me.
All these kills, they take him away from it. The flank can activate now with a good shot out from Leviathan traded.
Slowly moving forward, and thanks to that, Cess was distracted just enough for Ty to come in with a double kill at the end. So Primi defuse bonus round picked up for full sense.
And how many bonus rounds have we seen converted in the past couple of days globally as well? Just really propel some teams for some massive 13-4, 13-5 scorelines, right? We see Pistols, a very big important round in the game of Valorant. We see the second rounds want to go clean, and then you start to play the percentages as well, right? If you're getting those 2 rounds, how much of an interest do you have in getting the bonus round? Very clean retake at the end here, and I love just the focus from full sense. Draw the attention onto the site, make it feel like you're really putting the pressure on. Draw Cess away from watching the flank, because when Kaide's gone, there's going to be no flank watch.
Such a pivotal point. Thanks to that 7-0 right now. We'll see how this continues to shape up. For now, though, straight dive into A main with Mei at the helm.
Hero gun. Gonna see what can be facilitated for him to get on in. Yatsuka with the Dimensional Drift and Akame with the Hunter's Fury can technically be combined for something as well, but you're not gonna do that super early in the mix right now. In another 4-1 position. I know a lot of the games yesterday, there was a hell of a lot of 4-1s being played.
Bring them down.
Definitely pays off at times as well right now. Just a bit of re-clearing with the Prowler.
It's just nature of having Yoru be such a prevalent agent at the moment, isn't it, right? They can play the strong side, get over to the weaker side, and always be happy to go for a bit of a battle, which is what I feel like Jitboys might have to be aware of right now.
Yeah, at the same time, TP not quite there for Primi perhaps, so Jitboys gonna have to be cautious. A lot of faith in the anti-eco, perhaps. Absolutely obscured by smoke for now, allowing it to go through as soon as it dissipates. Finds a header.
Spike planted.
DFM just trying to hold on to things for now, though. While Full Sense gets into position now. And the initial artillery utility will fall through. Showstopper gets deployed to secure the round, why not? But Mei able to find a singular trade. Jitboys, the rest of Full Sense, proved to be too overwhelming. And also a little bit stunning. 4-0 for now.
Yeah, really good structure on the retake to come through from Full Sense as well, right? Jitboys doesn't overplay his hand, doesn't try to sacrifice himself in the very beginning when you expect that there is going to be the lesser buy to come through from DFM. As I said, it's just a hero gun from May, and if he's not getting activated from the team, there's not going to be much you're going to do. You feel like while you've got the control of the B site, you've got the plant down, you're not going to be playing for a Hunter's Fury angle in this one. It is your lesser buy. You're trying to see what damage you're going to be able to do to impact Full Sense a little bit later on, and maybe build up some of your own, because we've seen 4 plants in a row currently from DFM. They've been able to get in towards these sites, they've just not been able to lock it down. And this is why I'm talking about an angle for them to try and get some advantages nice and early on.
Definitely crucial, especially with the composition as well. But right now, this advantage, the dimensional drift from Yatsuka.
Yeah, see how many players it's going to be able to spot out. Nobody in towards main though, so fully cleared. Look for a plant again, perhaps Killua with this Nightfall. Goes early.
Really quick as well. The Hunter's Fury in response, trying to perhaps hold off Full Sense. Little tags here and there, just Leviathan ding down at the same time. Jitboys on a long journey.
Yeah, and this alarm bot is going to keep him in check a little bit later on, so you're either trying to remove Kaede or get a Flood retake in pretty rapid snap for Full Sense. An Operator for Primi is probably not the weapon that you really want to try and have in this.
Definitely will be tricky, but perhaps Full Sense's best chance in the round. Did he not get detected by that alarm bot? He's actually continuing to scale forward, and Akami none the wiser. With a flash as well, finally springs off. Mei Yatsuka finding a couple kills as well, but the spike's starting to go off. Leviathan tries to stick the defuse, but not quite landing it in the end. The spike goes off, and DFM, Red Bull clutches up.
0.05, a little bit of miscommunications perhaps for Full Sense in that bit. You got that flank as we see Jitboys be able to come out with super late in the piece, and I'm looking at Kaede. When are you going to activate? Going for this water wrap at the moment, but you've got all the utility stall coming on towards that spike there. You get off it after the grab well already halved there. And it feels a little bit sloppy in the mix. Full Sense not able to get the job done. I mean, it gets super close at the end, but not a reliable way for DFM to start to string some rounds together. Got to be a bit more convincing that they're going to come out on top of these ones. And as they go for the walk of 5 up through B, it is going to be Jitboys potentially caught in the open. Risky spray of the Vandal through the smoke, mate.
He does manage to hop back in though, and somehow baits Mei into peeking him as well. Lockdown now gets deployed.
Yeah, Kaede gets his own off the plant as well. Probably want to rip this nice and early. Going to be a bit of a difficult one to hold, you'd feel, and there it does go.
Risky peek, but it does somewhat pay off. Counter lockdown being deployed by DFM as well. Still though, a little bit of space for Full Sense to get into position, try to work alongside that Cosmic Divide. Yatsuka dives back in, but at the same time, way too low health. Cess trying to keep Full Sense in check with that Stinger at different ranges, but now Full Sense trying to get on top of the spike. It's been smoked off. Kaede finds a shot with a straight bullet and manages to get Primi at the end.
Yeah, good hold from DFM. Kind of wondering if Leviathan was going to use a Cosmic Divide of his own in amongst all of that too, because it would have provided a bit of protection behind it. You've already got your own flank covered. Yeah, a bit of a questionable one for me, just on the outset look of it, but hey, you're trying to thrive through the mix. It's great from Yatsuka to find Jitboys within that as well. Did notice that Kaede got caught from the lockdown, but he was already protected enough that it didn't really matter. Then you have to go fight, and fight he does. Coming out with the denial at the end. Primi, no defuse for our current, I'll call him superstar of the league. Up in a lot of the good fights, the good frags. Not going to be able to win that one, and now we have a bit of an economic problem for Full Sense. So being able to come out on top of the first initial engagement and remove the smokes from DFM is not too shabby.
Yeah, not discouraged from taking up further space. DFM, though, will go somewhere else.
Yeah, towards Art, where they're just going to get sniffed already by the Prowler. Again, with a bit of a 4-1 lean. Mid being kept in check for Jitboys by the turret at top mid as well. So a bit disincentivized to go for an ambitious play by himself. You're putting stock in the 4 players of Full Sense being able to do something at this A site that you got to figure out soon as DFM how many players are here.
Starting to get an inkling, but also getting surprised by these swings. Thigh Killua. Akami presses the issue all the way up from front main, and now it's May popping off with the overdrive, trying to look for more targets.
I love this from Primi as well. You always got to be worried about an overdrive going ham against you, so the fact that he goes into the drift can commune to his teammates what's happening with May.
It's fantastic calling as well. At the same time, the team swings alongside it. Simultaneous kills found by Full Sense from the round.
Not a round, really, that DFM should have been seeing not go their way, right? Full weaponry, but it's the initial engagement that doesn't go their way. You lose your smokes, you got to get a little bit risky in the rounds as well. And as we all know in this Pacific League, Full Sense are a team of Sharpies. If they are online and they're making some good decisions as well, it's going to be a bit of a problem to play against them. You start to see some adjustments come through from DFM in their initial 30-second, 40-second timer on the round. So we're already just seeing this A extremity control being loved by Full Sense, not really doing too much over B, happy enough to keep the Killjoy utility to be the check over there. And why change it if it ain't broke, right? Do the same thing again. Up towards A for Full Sense. Really push DFM out of this position. Funnel them in towards mid. You're also kind of feeling happy with your B retakes at the moment. So the onus really is on DFM to change things here.
Well, DFM will rear their heads after seeing the alarm bot pop off. But what they might not know is that this is the entire four-man squad from Full Sense on the other end. Leviathan taking 2 down. Thigh with another trade. It's just Yatsuka left. Can he hold them off? Not quite. After Primi sprints forward with that Phantom. Full Sense up 6-2 now.
Happy to get down and dirty. 6-2. Got to see a timeout drawn here from DFM. Need to have some chats to make this one look a little bit better on your attacking side. Because remember, for the folks that might have just joined us, this map pick in this series of Pearl here is DFM's choice. Full Sense opting to start on the defensive side, and if they're able to come out on the swing of things with a very handsome halftime scoreline, well, they're going to just look to, again, take the fights over on attack and maybe close this one. The attack side against DRX, rather, is where they started off with a really good play as well. 8-4 that ended. They found the pistol, they found the bonus, they were off to a great start, really locking them out, getting those plants down. So the fact that Full Sense are already showing here that they're pretty much all 5 in the server fighting. They're happy to go for these retakes that are looking pretty strong. They're getting out the trades and the positioning. They've got a good understanding of what's happening right now. So I actually kind of like for Full Sense as well right now that this time out, you know, will give some assistance to DFM to try and figure out how to get back into it. But it also gives Cruz a bit of a free pass to just have a bit of a check with the team to make sure that, you know, they're doing right. Any little slip-ups that we've seen in the 2 rounds that they've lost, just making sure you're not going to have too much of a change that needs to come out from Cruz right now, which, you know, as a new coach is got to be great for him, a great feeling.
Definitely, right? Because he's also looking to enable his players. Now we're seeing Ty come off with a roaring start, especially the first initial rounds. So this is definitely, like what you mentioned, you know, all 5 present in the server. DFM, what is that macro change going to be?
An angle to try and get out the Hunter's Fury as well here to try and combo that with the Dimensional Drift. After the timeout, a change of utility for Full Sense. Killjoy util over towards the A site.
Slightly switched up, but Yatsuka just going all the way in. Perhaps looking for an opening from this spot. A lot of space being garnered up on. Full Sense just respecting it for now. They do have their own options and tools for retakes if needed.
Yeah, not going to be comboing the util of the ults for DFM though, as I kind of theorized, but deploying in the drift. Now the Hunter's Fury may be needing to come online because of this Cosmic Divide.
Very soon now, but not quite, not yet. Yatsuka is enough, just playing forward enough, and the showstopper unfortunately will not quite connect. Still though, pushing all the way through now. Full Sense, they have the Nightfall, it gets sent in. Akame trying to hold off with time. He's alone by the pillar. Every single beam's been sent out. Can he land the shots? No, Primi takes him down instead, and Full Sense continue with their streak.
Well, it gets a little bit scrappy in the mix. Looks how low Full Sense members are at the end there. If the Hunter's Fury did connect, could have been a very different story. This is why I said, though, when that divide comes out, you are probably needing to drop a lot as DFM. You don't have a way to get back in towards the site. That's where you got a bit of a nuclear play coming in from Yatsuka. Great blindside in there. Happy as Larry to try and take the duels, but you've just got an overwhelming presence again by Full Sense. Everybody watching the angles that they need to. knowing that they've got that player advantage still in the end, because the Hunter's Fury just reveals where Akame is. And you're back towards broke state as well. Hero time instead of May now on Yatsuka, though kind of wouldn't put the Bucky past May to be able to get something cheeky.
Yeah, definitely not right, Komodo. Still, though, want to be quite cautious as well. The Bucky was one of the things that perhaps undid Full Sense in their recent series. So perhaps they might have adjusted to it as well.
I mean, you've got a serial Bucky abuser in the form of Darby on that one, so let's be real. That's a different beast.
May completely different.
Yep. Got to see if May has a bit of magic, though, because this half is certainly getting away from DFM at the moment, starting to sink a bit. Waiting for the time to tick on down, sub 1 minute, and this heavy A lean of DFM needs to really find value first, because you're feeling so confident as Full Sense that you know where this is ending. You're holding some good util still.
And it all comes down to shock and awe. Can they actually find the opener? Not quite, thanks to the grab well paint shells combo. Full Sense have all the information they need with Thigh. Maybe not quite capitalizing on the position that he had. Still, though, it's Jit Boys and Primi. Primi with an op. 3v2.
Spike planted.
Recon gets sent forward, and Jit Boys will keep it in check. At the same time, revealing his position, though, and look at the little high-low alongside stairs. Tough angle to break. Primi might just have to save, but at this point, he's dug too far deep. Kaede creeping up behind him. He wants to possibly go for the rifle, but needs a quick scope. Swaps to the shorty, picks up the gun, and now looks for May. Does he know that Kaide's behind him? Thinks to clear main. Doesn't quite see anything. Sends out clones to make more noise. Nanostorm's coming in to keep him off the spike. Primi now knows where his targets are, but he's running out of time. Gets the kills, holds onto the op for dear life.
A much needed round for DFM to be able to sneak away within this one of the Thrifty variety as well. Not gonna lie, Full Sense a bit of a slip up in the mix of all the utility there. You got the paint shells finishing off your own teammate. Generally, when you push towards the main stairs smoke as well, you're always gonna be a shoo-in for a multi-frag. It's probably one of the most corners that always goes unchecked. So it's kind of crazy that Thigh doesn't get away with more than one there. Sensational aim to come through from May. And just a little bit too difficult at the end for Primi to come away with a proper clutch. He'll come away with a bit of an effort to take down his opponents, but on the Thrifty side of things, it's not going to be a good feeling. You look towards what we see on the side of DFM now. Glass Cannon operator for Yatsuka on this attacking side. Got the angle against Primi, and he wins that first and foremost.
Knowing that that's possibly what Primi did in the previous round. Fantastic opener. And then leaning heavy onto the A side.
Where Full Sense are not really budging. They put a lot of stock in holding this site for the tendencies of DFM that will more often than not come here. But what do you do now? Do you overthink things? I think these are kind of the rounds that we start to see a bit of slack for Full Sense, that they're waiting to really show growth in, right? It's that macro, that game plan idea, having Cruz now out of the server. Can Jit Boys really step up with all these ideas and right reads and right results?
He's calling something really interesting right now. Just leaving the side open.
Spike planted.
Trying to offer some sort of flank Komodo.
Yeah, full space control for DFM across the board on this A site. Alarm bot revealing flank. You've pushed all the way through Secret, through Flowers.
And unfortunately, that's exactly where DFM will be able to hold their ground. Quickly recognizing the situation. Stars being set up as well. Leviathan tries to look for a couple more peeks, but the rest of the team off to the races to save.
Yeah, this one is just already too far gone, so I was a bit surprised that Leviathan was trying to do something, right? Get a kill on the exit of this one. It doesn't really impact the economy of DFM because they came away with the Thrifty. You'd need 3-4 kills in here to really have a bit of a problem thrown their way. So a risk for me for Leviathan there. Would have loved to say 3 guns in the next round for them instead of the 2 that they have to force up now because it is the last round of the half. A little bit sloppy there and a miss mid-round read too. Well done for DFM, however. Maybe it brings a little bit of stability onto them for the tail end of this one. They can convert this into a 7-5. Though it's not like they're going to just see Full Sense roll over and die either, right? Primi still with that drift with the operator. Guns are plenty still for the rest of the squad as well.
Time to jump.
definitely still potential for this to end in 8-4. Yatsuka with the off still as well, though.
Yeah, I give it over to Cess for what we've just seen. He came out with a pretty gnarly flick in the mix too. But it's all good. Cosmic Divide for Cess to be laid in later on. They do like to drop that after a plant is down, so we'll see how this little execute comes down in towards the site with all of the utility and a reveal on a Jip Boys.
And you would think Full Sense should be prepared for this, but unfortunately Jip Boys will get surprised. The TP does come through from Primi, but is it enough time? They got close enough, but Nano Swarms, Alarm Bots all being set up. It's Primi who goes in Dimensional Drift to try to thwart the formation from DFM. Cosmic Divide, as you called, does come in right after the plant. Makes things a lot more difficult for Full Sense to break through. They're trying with the paint shells, they're trying with elevated angles, and they manage to find the picks! Yatsuka says they have to hold it off. They manage to do it right around the edge of the smokes. Yatsuka decimates Full Sense in the defuse.
Just gets very wild in that. I noticed for Full Sense in that first kill on for the retake, 4 assists onto the kill that Dai has. Everybody trying to do everything they can for Full Sense in towards that one. Bit surprised at Leviathan with the Sheriff and 4 smokes available. Wanted to have a bit of a peek in through Street early on. But hey, see if he can get somebody caught lacking. And they weren't really in this one, DFM. Playing around their own Cosmic Divide quite nicely. The Bucky misses its shot at the tail end there. Unfortunate. And that's a bit of a steadying mark for the likes of DFM here as well. 7-5 after a bit of a slow start in this map. Dropping the pistol, dropping the bonus. They're going to look to see if they can change things up as they switch on to the defensive side now.
This is where things definitely get a little bit more spicy. So far, so good for Full Sense, but towards the latter end of that first half, just like we witnessed, DFM managed to find little cracks here and there.
Yeah, but does that really change massively on the flip up as well, right? Because what the desk was highlighting before and what I wanted to sort of show a little bit more deeper involvement with as well is map pools currently for the teams in Kickoff, right? We've got some different ideas around the globe too with this new triple elimination format. We've got a team like DFM, which is an example of playing the field. They're just showing us 7 maps, but really, what the hell are you guys comfortable on? How much prep are you putting on every single map to be able to show really who you're playing against? You're banning different maps every single series, except for right now where we've got a corrode ban coming in again like they did against Global Esports. But before that, it was different maps per series. You're banning strong ones against your opponents or maybe what you're not prepping on that day. And then you got teams like Full Sense, which are very happy to keep banning the same things and play elsewhere. So there's all different looks, and even on the agents, mate, I mean, you're getting into this triple Elium, you're getting to the bottom. We're seeing teams go back to comfort picks instead of trying to play to the meta at the moment because it's not working for them. So really, when we look at this right now, are we feeling that both of these teams are really happy with how their map pool looks, agent pool looks, just in the start of this pistol round right now? Lots of upgrades on the pistolas for Full Sense, Sheriffs and Ghosts. And a bit of silence in the server at the moment as they look to tend towards A for now.
Right, the full-on Death March variety. A lot of trying things to iron out in the Kickoff Season 4, sure, but at this point in the triple elimination bracket, really hope that you figured out all the little details that you need to adjust around. Akame getting into position, unfortunately still falls by the wayside. You do have Yatsuka close by though, and that's where he will be able to find a couple of exchanges here and there. Tries to walk further down A main, but he meets a turret.
Yeah, there was no exit strategy for him there with Gate Crash going by the wayside. Fair advantage and the plant for Full Sense.
Taking a lot of different positions as well makes things a lot more perhaps untenable for DFM starting to move forward, though. If they can take the kills, that will be much more successful. And Kaede chiming in with the frags coming through onto stairs. Just breaks apart Full Sense. Pistol picked up by DFM in the second half.
And that is a pistol where DFM lose their first blood as well, right? You've got Primi coming through from the art snap, and he's able to find the kill. You extend in towards main. It's good pistol fundamentals from Full Sense there, but at the tail end of it, not in great crossfires to be able to play off each other. You got a good slide in from May as well that shakes things up. Yatsuka's buying time for the team to rotate as well with getting some damage. It's just good little individual moments at the time for the beginning of DFM in that one, and then the remaining 3 coming together as a pretty solid unit for the retake, just knowing how that one should be played. Yeah, breathe some life back in towards this one for DFM. Surely right now it's 4 on the trot, including the exchange of the half. Looking to be 5 here, and then we'll see if they can also maybe convert a bonus.
Certainly would help them so much in the momentum department right now, diving forward after the turret takes contact.
Yep. Something we see Kaide love to do here as well, as opposed to the way Chipboys was doing it. Wasn't really playing too much toward mid doors as he was that B anchor. Rest of the team on full sense playing the 4-1s, right? So a bit of a different style on this defensive side for, I mean, what, 2 rounds so far? Not going to read in too much. We'll see what adjustments do come later on. As this once again is going to be a bit of an A-side play for full sense if they want to stick around. I probably wouldn't mind them, because if they do go to the other side against an outlaw of Yatsuka, could be quite damaging. We'll see.
This one could be damaging as well with all the players from DFM right around the corner. Primi able to find one, Leviathan as well, but not quite getting the spike unlike DFM did in the previous half.
2 kills in the mix is not going to be too problematic for DFM. Couple of Bulldogs and that Outlaw, of course, which you got to be careful going into this next round as full sense. You look towards the shields, and Leviathan will be susceptible off the rip unless they adjust that with something of a Guardian and a full shield. So look to see him maybe play back a little bit more. And now we do start to ask the questions of full sense. What do your attacks look like on this one? Is it too one-dimensional? Are you trying to death ball in towards these sites? Do you have more of a steady play layered throughout the round or not?
Great questions to pose. And, you know, earlier to your point, it definitely could be quite telling just seeing how they operate the map differently, especially with the killjoys at hand as well. So, slight forward approach, full sense back towards A.
And the difference as well on these defenses too, having the Sober instead of the Fade, is the A main control at the moment. Akame has to kind of stick around and just use that drone a little bit later on instead of the super early read that the Prowlers were getting over on full sense, but they do kind of get it at the right time. Drone to reveal, you bring Mei back over towards the A site, you hear silence around the B site, you've got the turret watching mid doors still, you've also got the alarm bot up towards A, so you are feeling pretty comfortable as DFM at the moment. This starts to really tick on down as well. Starts to look a little bit wonky, perhaps. Akame risking it here.
May as well, perhaps. Oh no, the Bucky shot whipped! Flashes abound, and it will be full sense being able to kick down the doors! Primi towards the back of Flowers as well. It's gonna be Kaide's turn pretty soon, and that's where he hits the deck. Just Yatsuka left with this outlaw.
Yeah, juggling the plant over towards Thai, it looks like as well, to get that showstopper online as soon as possible. Not a bad shout, as Primi will trade in the end, just losing Jip Boys in your first buyout for full sense. So no bonus conversion here for DFM, no real impact in that round, so to speak. But they did have the lesser rounds as well to try and keep things quite interesting here. And I said in that bit, a bit risky for Akame, because it did look like he was going to peek out from the back of sight before the smokes were even down, before Mei could get himself situated to get that slide ready. He did think better of it, but in the end, kind of all for naught.
Yeah. Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Oh, the Odin Man is here with a plan. Let's see what Akame can do. It's 4 in a row for DFM in the A main area. And Jip Boys, the drone will expire before Hit can find him. But putting Yatsuka on the line already. Sensational for an opener.
That is just such a strong start as well, despite full sense getting space on the B site.
Yeah, they're going to try and get on in. You're happy to go retake his DFM here, or maybe not anymore. Primi, he was silent in the first half. If he starts to step up, it's going to be scary.
Oh, Mei's going to start to make a lot of noise as well. Oh, no, slides in the corner. And this is where Leviathan will start to pop off. Cess finding frags now. It's Primi and Cess in a 1v1. The angle's favoring Primi, though. All he has to do is hold. Cess revealing his shoulder at the wrong moment. Full sense will take the round.
Gets close at the ends. Need a bit of Cess vision there to see how he's found 2 in amongst the muck of that B site. Some good tracking as well, it seems like, on towards May, where you're really trying to get the spray down. Always leads into a little bit of laughter for Leviathan. Or rather from his teammate. But anyway, here we go. That's what I wanted to see from Cess. Because we've always had some kind of questions against Cess, right? In his disconnected action from how he likes to play on the map as opposed to the team on the attacking sides, right? It always feels a little bit lacking sometimes. But on this defensive side, happy to put himself in with the team a little bit more. Getting a little bit more dirty into these fights where required. Seems to be a bit of a positive for DFM, I would like to say.
Second on the board right now, yeah. But, well, with the current guns and the ults that Full Sense have, you need a whole lot more.
This round does not tip into your favor as DFM. The scales, they go the other way. Unless somehow you can bait the Full Sense members into this Bucky of May. You can draw attention away as a Kame backside with the drone and the dart, or Yatsuka. Some good flashes clone, perhaps.
He's been trying it for the past several rounds now, but they're still not paying off. Primi, though! Fantastic recovery on the separate angle, and now Jit Boys will get involved into the site. It's just Yatsuka able to hold and do a couple of shots with that sheriff of his.
Certainly makes things interesting. Imagine a world in which he found 3, right?
Oh my
Could have
God.
put Cess in a position potentially for that 1 versus 2 clutch, but right now, if you are Cess, you've got nothing to play for, right? You already have your ult. You got guns in the next round. You've already used a couple stars in this one. Jit Boys is 1 away from the lockdown, so if you die to him, you give him the ult for the next round instead of them challenging for an orb, which will be 5 ults on the side of Full Sense. Yikes. Now, I will kind of have to highlight today, I would like to see ultimates used by teams.
Nice roast. Yeah, we're referencing to the games of yesterday, but unfortunately this time, perhaps trying to go for a weapon here and there, but it's Primi with the out.
I would like to see a timeout in for DFM here as well, as they have lost a bit of a grip on this half so far. Does look like by the timeout being paused that I am going to be seeing that, which is good. We saw last time as well, right, when that timeout came down, a massive change up of utility from the side of Full Sense, worked good for them, right, moving all that KJ util from the B side to the A side, really making DFM question what is going to be happening. For right now, though, another opportunity for DFM to try and come up with some new ideas against what Full Sense are doing. You're going to have your upgrades of weapons, you're going to have a slight couple of ultimates to be able to challenge. But these are the swing rounds on the map. If you can come away with this one as DFM, you give yourselves a bit of fresh air. If you lose this one, the curtains start to close a little bit as Full Sense will reset your economy again. You're looking towards maybe half buying to stave them off from 12, and they get my point. There's some very big weight on this round for the Japanese side.
100%. I felt the sting as soon as you said it, Komodo, but damn. At the same time, though, we do have a couple of Thai pop idols in our audience seats, I believe. I think Hart and Jung somewhere in the crowd. So a little shout out to them. But for now, yeah, this very well could be Full Sense taking away their opponent's map pick, depending on how this round goes. Ooh, big guns coming out.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a reset if you don't find this one. You got to have some questions in the next one as a team collectively. So let's see for DFM, can they stretch this one out, make it work? Currently the Yatsuka show over on DFM's side may be missing.
Who's next?
Dimensional drift in from Primi. Scope things out towards main nice and early. Spot that both of the duelists are there. Push things a little bit more in towards the B side. Team in tow, but not really. It's a ruse, it's a fake, and I absolutely love it because DFM have fallen hook, line, and sinker.
Fantastic calling coming through off the timeout as well. This is a multi-dimensional chess game because the spike gets delivered over to the A side for free.
And they've got some time as well because you have to invest util right now as DFM. How far forward do you think Full Sense have pushed where they've got some stalling action as well on the tail end of this? Killua with the Nightfall, Die with the Showstopper, Leviathan with the Cosmic Divide. Could be gorgeous here.
Cosmic Divide first, though. But look at the positions that Full Sense take, knowing that this could be where DFM might want to rotate over from. Now, slightly revealing themselves, getting on top of the spike. Kaide tries to get halfway, but gets off the last second because of Nano Swarms. Now, though, should be Full Sense's time to send off those ultimates. Showstopper, Primi diving in, and unfortunately, DFM just completely lost their grip over the spike, over the site. They have to relinquish this round.
It's just too overwhelming from Full Sense. That is a fantastic idea on how to tackle this round and really show something you haven't done just yet on your attacking side. It is a great way to sell the fake that DFM just fall for it absolutely, and there's no real way they get back into it. I mean, the timing on the gravity well from Leviathan just before the spike gets half defused is perfect. Cess is caught by himself, and again, you've got aspects of the tail end as well for a bit of exit strategies for Full Sense. You've got the rest of your ultimates, that showstopper going in. There was an extra satchel for Thigh to pop you off the spike defuse if you needed to, if they were losing the kills. Because, mate, they weren't really losing the kills there.
Especially when Primmy's playing like this. 21 kills and 8 deaths only. DFM now trying to take charge.
Another buy for DFM. Got to try and stick it to the man in this one. Full Sense. Opportunity to try and make it a pretty convincing scoreline on your opponent's map pick. A map that you don't shy away from currently either. Happy to play it. Getting another dub here on it would further that. Bit of backing up towards this B site now from Cess. Locking himself in. There's a Kame. Finds an opener in a more slow-paced round.
Some change of pace. Unfortunately, catches Full Sense like a deer in headlights. Couple players downed, and as soon as they try to break through, unfortunately, DFM are completely prepared. Cess, May, all fighting one apiece. It's just Leviathan left on the other end of that smoke, and even at that point, all you can really hope for are kills, perhaps, but see if he's able to isolate the duels. Singular taps, and he's found 3! Just Yatsuka left onto the operator. Potential wallbang spot. Unfortunately whiffs as the spike goes down. Leviathan with a step now holds a favorable angle. You've got clones, you've got flashes, you got something that you could definitely do. He's trying to fake it, but Leviathan checks! It's a Red Bull clutch 1v4, quad kills aplenty!
That is very, very crazy to come through from Leviathan. He has absolutely just slithered around that site like crazy. You lose first opener, you lose second opener. It's a 5 versus 3. Your opponents, it's a bloody 5 versus 2, man! And he just comes back in towards this one with some absolute sharp shots. The fake clone attempts, reading it, you see it. No, not falling for that, mate.
Oh,
absolutely ridiculous.
Taking that back.
Is that the nail in the coffin moment in this map? You, of course, have to force now as it's 5 map points for DFM. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, Overdrive have to rely upon some big value ults in this one where Full Sense didn't deploy all of theirs as well, mind you.
It's all in or nothing.
Yep.
And even then, you still got quite the journey to go. We'll start off with the Nightfall from Full Sense into the A site, calling the reinforcements for DFM over.
You just have to drop the lockdown here as Kaide. You're not really in a great position to be able to put it perfectly, so you just got to rip it. See if you can stall your opponents away, which they're not forcing a plant here, Full Sense.
Yeah, just wanting to draw out the ults. Look at the macro game they're playing.
I mean, look at just the, again, over-rotation from DFM. The B side is completely unguarded. You'd almost feel like a Kame, as soon as they hear the tap on towards the spike, you'd have to rip the Hunter's Fury, but he's so far away from the piece. They're thinking it's a fake. DFM are thinking that Full Sense are coming back towards the A site, and it's the wrong decision.
Absolute confidence from Full Sense as well to be able to make these plays. Look at Primmy holding the off angle. It's an outlaw. He's not going to be able to connect the shot, but it still buys perhaps enough time away from Kaide to join the rest of the team. Now Hunter's Spirit gets deployed to deal with the lockdown. May dives in on the action, but JitBoys has it set up. Nano Swarms, everything, denying DFM from retaking the site. It's Cess, it's Akame. They're trying to find the shots. They found a couple. Can they get even more done? JitBoy from the back of holes suddenly reveals his presence, and Cess needs to clear it. 1v2 just to keep DFM in the game, but he gets hit. It's the grab ball, it's the Vandal shot. JitBoy to finish, and that will be Full Sense taking away DFM's map pick.
Yeah, pretty convincing scoreline at the end of this one as well, 13-7. Gotta say, Leviathan has been quite under par in a lot of these maps so far. He had to have a kick up the butt in that one, you feel. He got his moment. That 1 versus 4 had to feel so good for him to have impact with the team as well. A little bit more on the server, because I mean, the idea and the fundamentals of Full Sense was pretty strong. He had the assistance of the timing with all the smokes, his gravity wells and Nova Pulses were always in good play, right? The timing on that, I'll give him credit. Really, really well. So he steps up on the kill department in this one as well. Really feels like he's ingrained in the team, you would hope, in these moments. And I just feel like that was a bit of a big mental boom thrown in the mix as well. Because the fact that you had a 2 versus 5 and it gets pulled out from under you like that, it is just criminal.
That's just one of the things about Full Sense, isn't it? I mean, we know the players and the potential from DFM based on the performance that they've shown thus far. But onto this one, I mean, a surprise play from guys like Leviathan for Thai to be able to step up onto the stage this day.
And conversely as well, Yatsuka, he's stepping up over on the side of DFM as well, right? He's getting really dirty in these mixes on the Yoro play. He's really trying to dig deep and be set up by the team to go on in. But there was a couple of times in this game where I feel like there's just some massive over-rotations for DFM, some wrong calls. Now, whether you throw that in towards just playing 7 maps across the pool and not having full structure on this one, wrong calls in the moments. I think Cess has to kind of take a little bit of a step back and fix that one. On the flip side though, nicely done for Full Sense. They get the first map, their opponents split around the corner, and we know that's going to be exciting too.
Yep, as promised, today's matches are super exciting. Full Sense ended up winning out on Pearl. DFM have shown a lot of strength on this map, so this is a huge vote of confidence for the Thai squad.
Yeah, they're looking very, very clean. Back to how they were looking earlier on in the tournament. For me, they're shooting better. They're all looking extremely sharp in that server, but the macro game felt very deliberate. The game planning felt very deliberate from me, so a great map 1 from Full Sense. DFM forced to play catch-up now.
You can see Full Sense just dominating the opening kills, but what really sold me on that game was just seeing some players who hadn't really performed thus far in Kickoff, or maybe were bouncing back after a lackluster series, having much better games. Agreed with what you said. I thought that Full Sense, starting out defense side of Pearl here, had a great approach, had a great game plan. DFM did their best. You saw some good adaptability at times. Great game from Yatsuka, all things considered, but actually a little bit more of a lackluster performance across the board from the rest of the squad. Cess, their second best performer, and 3 of the guys who've been heavy hitters thus far, not able to get into the double digits.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a rough loss for DFM on this map. Yatsuka did, do what he promised, though. He did say it in his interviews, like, next match, I'm going to be showing up. But you don't want to be the only one showing up. Where's the rest of your team? I mean, granted, Cess also has some moments too.
Yeah, Cess had some moments where he's kind of looking clean with it. We see him bring out that operator. Okay, I was feeling it a little bit, but ultimately it's not enough. I mean, I think you look at the firepower on the other side, we see Primi step up, and then we also see everybody there is really able to throw up those numbers, have these kind of big impact rounds. This is what makes Full Sense so scary, and ultimately they steal away their opponent's map pick here.
Yeah, what I think what I'm really enjoying is watching them go beyond just relying on their raw firepower. You can see a lot of things coming together. You're remarking on their macro. In fact, let's talk about the fact that they picked defense-sided first and how that ended up playing out.
Yeah, so we can roll the highlights here, and so basically what I really want to focus on is the ideas that they were bringing into their defender side. You can see, look at the minimap here, 4 people pushing down A. Now this is where you're on an eco, so it's a bit more expected, but they do it again the next round. 4 people walking down on A, just leaving Chipboys on his own to hold down B, and you can see this gets a really crucial gun round for them to be able to build that momentum on. But when you're playing so heavy towards the A site, you got to retake on B.
Yeah, and how do you do that? Well, with a couple of well-placed ultimates and a good game plan. You see DFM kick off the B side, execute here with the dimensional drift. Yatsuka gets onto the backside of site and wedges himself in there. Plant goes down for a Kame, and Full Sense combo the Cosmic Divide as well as the Showstopper to be able to get back in there.
Yeah.
Missed a couple seconds on the end of the highlight there, but Yatsuka, as you saw in a lot of those B-side after plants, was diving back and forth through the Cosmic Divide there, using his Yoru flashes to be very annoying, but wasn't quite enough for DFM to secure that attacking side round there. So look, I think that was the 7th round for Full Sense. They had a lot of nice retakes, a lot of good success with that aggressive approach, straight up A as well as R. But DFM, got to give them a lot of credit because Yatsuka was very annoying in some of those post plants, and they had actually some pretty good layers of ults to be able to try to win some of those rounds, being well aware that Full Sense was playing for the retake.
Yeah, exactly. You could see a lot of the ideas come through, but not really finish into fruition there. But it might also be because Thai ended up stepping up. This is something you were remarking on, Pilsky. You need him to step up for Full Sense to find any victory.
I mean, you saw the stats difference between Stage 2 in the pre-show as well as in Kickoff. He hasn't been performing in Kickoff, but if we have a look at some of the highlights here from Thai this game, he started out red hot.
Highlights?
Highlights.
Highlights,
baby.
Been waiting to say that all year.
He went 7-0 to start off Pearl. Yeah, and when your raise is popping off, Morgan, that's just rockets on rockets on rockets. Bro's looking out like SpaceX out here.
Yeah, it's prime NASA moments for Thai. You see him just flying around the map, shooting the rockets constantly. That's exactly what Full Sense have needed. And on the flip side, of course, Yatsuka. I think he equally stepped up a massive amount. This, you know, we spoke about May versus Primi as the head-to-head, but it's the other duelists that have been putting in the work.
Yeah, look at that. Versus GE, map 1, he's 2x'd himself. He's literally doubled Yatsuka this game, and it still wasn't enough to win.
I'm just shaking my head right now for so many reasons, including all those puns that you guys just vomited out, but I'm impressed.
Peak analysis.
Peak analysis, yes.
Verbal diarrhea.
Now, we didn't get to have... I'm just going to move on and talk about the two teams. We didn't have a chance to break down why we chose our predictions. I think, to me, a lot of this was very 50-50. You guys ended up picking DFM and Full Sense, respectively.
Yeah. You picked Full Sense after trying to farm the Japanese audience on the with the Japanese casters. That's kind of crazy, honestly.
That's just how it's done.
Yeah, you see my predictions looking like they're in the bin here, and DFM not doing me any favors. I mean, the whole reason I went for them.
Yeah, why did you go for them?
I felt like they were a team that were continuing to grow throughout the tournament. I was impressed by their game against GE and how they game planned. And on the side of Full Sense, I felt like they got absolutely destroyed by Nongshim. It wasn't the same team, and I felt like that gave away the blueprint of how to beat them. But DFM not been able to tap into that.
So there's one important stat here, and it's that the two people who picked DFM have the lowest prediction percentage, and one of the highest is Pilsky. I would say him up there, not the top.
Paperthin predicted for them as well. The difference is, though, usually his predictions are good, but then a Japanese team plays and he usually tanks somewhere around there.
He has been right about DFM sometimes, this particular Kickoff. But why did you go for Full Sense?
I just have a lot more faith in Full Sense. I went for DFM against GE. I was quite confident they were going to win. I think DFM is beating every team I expect them to beat, but I think Full Sense, particularly that second map, I think that's a case of it can be easy to forget. You can completely fall apart after a map like Split. That was so back and forth. It was an emotional roller coaster for them where it was thrifties on thrifties, clutches on clutches, where Nongshim was really winning some big impact rounds. I think that really sapped the Full Sense members, energy going into that game of Bind, and they just fell completely flat, whereas Nongshim rode that momentum of finally scraping that win in overtime. I've seen it happen many, many times in series like that, and I think now that Full Sense has had the time to recover, they're going to think like we're the much better team than DFM, even though DFM actually won the last head-to-head between these two cores in Stage 2, I think it was, but that was only a groups game. I think Full Sense knows that, this is their time to go to an international event after missing out on champs, and they're not going to be taking this series lightly.
Yeah, well, I would argue the same for DFM, but Split is going to be the second map. To your point there, and I'm sure there's a lot of learning lessons from that loss for Full Sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think there absolutely has to be. I mean, I think we can already see it from map 1. They're looking like their former selves a little bit more. You can see that there's been some growth there week on week, and I think Cruz is really kind of working them hard. He's really trying to force that level of improvement. By DFM, it felt like a little bit of a dip, but Split coming next. We know that's a map that they can play. We've seen them get the wins on this map, so now it's can you actually execute it in the server? Are you able to go toe-to-toe with the guys on the side of Full Sense?
Yeah, we'll see what kind of comps we're going to get from both of these teams. Thai previously playing the Rays on this map and was looking red hot over on Pearl. We are actually going to get a mirror. Not many changes we're seeing. Full Sense will start out on the attacking side, which this means that DFM has chosen defense first.
Yeah, I mean, so in general, you know, kind of used to be split. It used to be very defender-sided, but I think in this kind of double duelist meta, we're seeing teams really able to put up numbers on that attacker side. So a lot of onus here on DFM to start very strong, especially Seth. He's going to be on that B site, trying to lock it down, trying to anchor it, and he's going to have some of the heaviest hitters in Pacific charging right at him.
Well, both of these teams have a lot to prove, and like you were saying, Pilsky, they are hungry to qualify for Santiago. So the question, of course, is can DFM bring this back on the second map of Split? As we send it back to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Desk. Will this be DFM keeping themselves in this series to win that, 3 times in a row streak, or will it be Full Sense to close it out 2-0? There is a little change, Chip Boys, from previously the Cypher, now to the Viper. Any thoughts, Komodo?
Any thoughts? Yeah, we go from a very smart decision in the last series to be anti-Neon, anti-Dambi, to go back to the norm, because we know, they ran this previously against DFM with great success. They ran this for the start against Zeta Division in a 13-2. I think different story for Zeta in that series, so throw that out of your mind. But for the DRX game, Hyunmin was on the Neon, didn't look too crash hot. You change up to the Cypher, you've got a lot of these trips that actually, from memory, were throwing Dambi for a bit of a mix. We see him trying to slide in, second guess himself, getting caught because of all of them. But if you're not playing against a Neon, because it's not something DFM plays on this map, go to something a little bit more viable. I do like that the Viper does come back out for Chip Boys in this one. And also, I'll highlight for DFM in this one, Big Time was saying earlier on that he really likes Kaide's Killjoy. I think it's a big boost for DFM, the fact that he has the Viper available here, because we've always been waiting to see a very self-sufficient Viper for someone like DFM, for a team like them, and I think Kaide does really fit the mark for them.
Yeah, right. Huge upgrade. We just saw little moments here and there back on Pearl, but now onto this, where DFM are on the defense. He's going to have to do quite a bit with the utility timings and such. This time just jiggling outside his garage, but Jit Boys will peek forward. Unfortunately falls, it's slight exchange.
Well, the fact that he finds one is pretty good, though. Removing Yatska from the equation, who just had a great number of kills on the last map and impact value on the Yoru. See if that's going to come into play as well. Now, I'm looking towards that radar, and I'm thinking, Primi, don't you dare take that TP. As Kaide does break it towards the back of the B site, so not going to have that option anymore, which is all fine and dandy. Could have been funny if they did go back towards the B site. And funny, sad, yeah, I guess which way you swing on. Prowler goes in towards A main, spotting nothing very early. The only way that spots anything is if there was a secondary lurk. Just by rotation time, 30 seconds to go. Full Sense are opting for the weaker side at the moment. And DFM, another situation, going for a bit of a wrong read in how they think the round is going to end.
And unless Akame could potentially do something, but for now he's just completely smoked off. Tries to play around ramps instead while the spike gets planted, as well as Leviathan to play sneaky around the back end of ramps. Does pick up the bandit that his teammate dropped previously.
That's a good smoke to put him off the line, though. How much time does it draw away from the site, though, because this wrap already comes from DFM, clearing everything.
Yeah, pretty good hold from Full Sense. A little bit of time, but still stronger side towards Elbow. They're getting on from defuse though, but this is where Leviathan makes his mark again. And all of a sudden 3 players go down, the final one being Akame. Full Sense with the pistol once more.
He's really played that one patiently as well. By nature of the time being in Full Sense's favor, DFM had to start to go in, leaving Cess to watch it for a little bit, but how long do you really look after it before deciding, no, we need to go on towards that spike, we have to. The wall doesn't even matter if Leviathan has a bit of decay go towards his body. He's just going to start shooting you when you're not watching him. You got such a priority as DFM to really take those fights on the site. The only way you're going to get that retake. Nicely done for the pistol of Full Sense, 2-1 in that regard.
We'll start the upcoming round as well. DFM elects to push all the way through, but Primi just fires off check shots, and he managed to find 3! Cess fires off with a right click as well, but can he really find a little bit more? Just on towards Thai until Killua finds the trade, and all of a sudden, it's Jit Boys calling that the B side is completely open.
I wouldn't have minded a world in which Jit Boys could have come back to get a gun. Vandal and the Guardian being held, though, by Leviathan and Killua is nice. And here's the gun that Kaide probably also doesn't want to save into the next round when you're going to have your Vandals and your Phantoms. So there might be a world in which here that JitBoys can retrieve that one as Full Sense are taking their sweet time exploring the split scenery.
Oh, hold. It's Leviathan. Turning around, unfortunately, at the wrong seconds as well. Killua suddenly has the realization to press into the site. Vandal being picked up, as you adequately mentioned. Kaide has a real good opportunity, but has to choose and find the angles perfectly. Tries to hang back, but will eat the snake bite for now.
30 seconds
as JitBoys tries to keep him in check. Back up onto Heaven, revealing his head, trying to find the shots. Has to go for the reload. Spike still not yet planted, just trying to apply a bit more pressure. Bait him into peeking out. No! What are we doing, guys? It's a 2v1 and Kaide's managed to isolate. And there goes the snake bite, making things a lot worse for JitBoys. He crouches, he shoots, saves the round by a hair.
Brother, go grab the gun. That's a Vandal on the floor.
Oh, no.
He'll fist bump the team in a round that they should have been winning anyway. The 3 versus 2, I think they overcomplicate things by going very, very patiently around the map. In mid, when the wall's up, you kind of have to agree that the slow-paced nature there is fine. But as soon as they find out where he is there, they're not forcing a plant on down with the time they had technically in their favor, even with the safe plant and going for something like a double swing at the back of pillar. And that one got extremely sloppy for Full Sense at the end, and the impact will kind of be shown in their buy that they have available right now. Sending it in towards the mail, though, Thai is just, well, crazy. But it works.
Sure.
It works.
You got a few screws loose in your head, perhaps.
I mean, Bunny showcased that it works greatly once upon a time, so why change it up? Cess for the double. Now you've got some garage control in a potential post-plant scenario where Full Sense might not even feel too comfortable with their positions. They might wrap towards the A site.
Hold on. They're not even going to get the spike down. They're trying to make things spicy. Go for a fake, get over onto the A site. DFM might start to get an inkling.
Oh, Akame's reading it though. Look at him. He was in towards the mid-vents, and now he's getting back on towards the tower line. Doing great. Doing better. 3
Beautiful.
For that, and some stability in the round for DFM, taking the 4 guns to the next round. That they should. But they did start off with the opening loss. So being able to steady that one is great.
Oh, come on. I feel like I'm on a nightmarish roller coaster, and I want to get off. You start off with, pretty good kills here and there, but at the same time, once you hear the tap, DFM start to calm to each other. Spike's not going down yet. Something must be up. Akame is wise.
I mean, the only way that you're doing it is by a spawn wrap or by going back in towards the garage or through mid where you've already got the safeguard for the rest of your team. So it was the right call for DFM. Great recognition. Early Prowler to scope the things out in the garage, and it's going to net no one. So take the space as Full Sense. Give yourselves some options. Likewise of JitBoys over at the A site to see if you can still keep a bit of interest over there. Prowler isn't going to spot him. So with that, how far forward do you feel comfortable in going to try and find some space perhaps? Kame and May still over at that A site, not budging. Good reclear of garage, good timing for this.
Yeah, the flash goes wide, completely blinds Leviathan. This is going to be a lot of work for Full Sense to re-clear on the positions now. JitBoys falling is definitely just going to make things even more complicated. At this point, you're just going into a dive onto the B site right now where Yatsuka and Cess are in wait. They reposition, hold to a semi-crossfire, unfortunately falling off though, but Cess still has a pretty good angle alongside Kaide, who arrives on top of Heaven. DFM equalize the score.
They just need to make sure that they don't make the wrong decisions in this one and they play some good percentages. They don't over-rotate. That was the biggest thing for me there. Still keeping May over towards A on the expectation that the late alert could potentially come into play. And the timing on the re-clear in towards garage is great as well. They are playing both extremities to a degree in this round. I also, again, just want to highlight Cess here. He is absolutely looking locked in, even if they did lose the first map. He's holding his angles greatly. He's not, feeling delayed compared to the rest of the team at the moment, which is awesome.
Oh yeah, Kaide. Do it for Cess. Yatsuka, of course, still applying pressure outside of the B garage. And in a round where Full Sense this time doesn't quite have much to offer. Just looking to bulldoze through. Primi, though, with an opening shot. Top male.
And Yatsuka's getting super hungry. One bullet gets away with it.
Great way to reassert himself into the round. But at the same time, smokes are currently being set up. Full Sense just wants to go full dive into B once more. The dives and the satchels trying to get set up. But Cess, as you mentioned, so locked in, dialed forward alongside May, who chimes in now with a couple of phantom kills at the end. It was an anti-eco, but it was relatively clean.
Yeah, some ambition trying to get some cheeky TPs in there as well for Leviathan. Maybe want to reel those ones back in at the moment. You're swimming in your opponent's waters in that scenario. DFM will take the lead after, again, another scenario where the first kill goes the way of Full Sense. Both of these teams, before coming into this series, just touching on 75% of getting the first kills, converting in towards wins. Starting to really see that slip at the moment with the couple that we've got from Full Sense finding the opener, but DFM bringing it back.
Really could potentially change the outcome of the map. Still really early for now. We're seeing dimensional drift trying to create some advantages for Full Sense into the A site. He's gone all the way back, but unfortunately Leviathan falls. No more smokes available. Primi, though, still trying to tear through. It's paint shells, it's Jit Boys, and now the site is ripe for the taking.
Get Jit Boys that plant, and you can get that pit on down, but Killua, the one who already has his ult, is planting.
Planted.
Hey.
Not happy with that one here, because there's a way that Cess and May can get back in when they've got Paranoia, paint shells, satchels. This is workable.
We'll see what May decides to do. A pretty good kit after all.
Oh, he didn't have the gun out!
He just goes into elbow. What? No, and Primi completely denies DFM from taking the round.
Oh, looks like he pulled out his knife first or something there before switching towards the gun. Unlucky button mashing if that is the case. For Leviathan as well, getting caught a little bit lacking behind the rest of the team, not expecting that offline to still be held. You gotta step into tier 1 and just not expect that util prowlers and such will push you off the lines. Your opponents will still be there. See ops over at A main do that time and time again. So be a little bit careful. Full Sense tie things up though into a bit of a bigger ult round now available for both of the sides. May one away from Showstopper. Jit Boys one away from the pit. Could have got it in the last round, but didn't.
Strong retake potential either way though, but bigger point now, it's Yatsuka taking such a deep line down middle.
It's ambitious to say the least, but I love it at the moment. I do wonder though, does he decide to just escape or hold the territory? May was just behind him in Mail. They are gonna look to get out and put more focus on towards the B side of the map, which is great timing for for Full Sense rather, not to be spotted by the Prowler, because that invites them in towards this site a little bit deeper. They are taking their merry time though, because they've not spotted enemies. They don't know what locations DFM currently hold.
So they're going to do their best due diligence with a Nightfall and everything sent through. Akame, wise decision to hold all the way back, manages to dink onto one. And unfortunately, that one could have been Jit Boys with the Viper's Pit. So now, Full Sense are going to this round a little bit more naked, not a lot of cover. They're going to have to fight for cover, in fact, with the Showstopper and everything. But that's where May will pop off as well. Paint shells now, Showstopper coming in to create some respect. Killua trying to hold. Kaide and Cess fending off the incoming assailants, and DFM manage to stick onto the defuse.
The fact the opener goes on to kill Jit Boys as well makes it a little bit more awkward to try to have comfort on the site when the plant goes down too. Nicely navigated for the retake from DFM, investing a couple of those ultimates where some of them hit, some of them don't. It's fine. They had bodies available to take the shots, and they managed to get the trades out. Love the combo as well in towards the screens too, with info reveal off the C's and the util that goes behind it too. Just trying to maximize what you've got available and what you feel comfortable on, playing the same agent comp time and time again. Play to a comp's strengths, expose your opponent's weaknesses. Where right now, the Viper's bit in towards mid. Looks like it's gonna be trifled with a little bit as Yatsuka dispatches a Primi straight up.
Peek outside of the pit, that is so unexpected, and all of a sudden now Full Sense thrown into a round of chaos.
Well, it's not even outside of the pit, right? It's when it's still coming into the world. So he's just in front of it, and your opponents aren't really expecting that there's going to be anyone doing that, because he wasn't spotted last round. It was a position garnered by DFM that was able to be utilized again, and now to great success.
Where are you?
Well, Full Sense gonna have to catch on at some point. This time around, trying to land onto the A site.
You lose Primi too, so how are you getting in towards the site? Flashes to flush in. Tootsie spotted of Leviathan. May is going to be salivating at this one.
Will make a good go for it. Tries to hop towards the back lines, and it's not even needed. Akame able to crack open a couple of skulls as well. It's a flawless round for DFM.
That just really didn't feel phased for DFM, to be completely honest with you. Opening kill in towards mid, going together towards the ramp, spotting out where your opponents are. They kind of reveal themselves as well with the Prowler early on. It's just some good crossfire angles and smokes not obfuscating vision as soon as that toxic screen goes down. It's really nicely done for DFM. And with 5 alive, it'll bring some good stability to their own economy. 5 rounds on the board is going to draw out now a timeout from Full Sense, as it does feel like the way that they started, you know, this map and the way that they started getting a couple of kills has been figured out by DFM. They're taking some different initiatives, and now you got to change it up. And this is where Cruz, had he been in the server, generally was good at figuring out these little changes where required with some of Coach Frost's intervention last year. He's got to do all of it by himself right now. We'll see if this is going to play good for him on Full Sense's, we'll call it, journey to Santiago, as they had the chance previously to try and get 3 chances against Nongshim.
Yeah.
Now they have to go a bit deeper in the middle bracket.
Otherwise, it's going to be a huge fight for survival. Definitely, if anyone could do it, it's probably going to be Cruz. But otherwise, at the same time, I think one of the players that we do want to sing our praises for has to be Yatsuka. I mean, the advantages that he's creating for DFM round after round. Now,
that was the adjustment though, right?
Yeah.
It's been that, and it's been the combos with Cess getting in as well for a bit of B main control a little later on. It's been good. Pistols for Full Sense though.
Yeah, just completely contacted outside of smokes all around middle. The shots poking through alongside Kaede. Able to kind of relay forward with reloads while Full Sense tries to recover their footing.
You're not feeling pressured as Yatsuka either. Really powerful line with the operator. You invite in your opponent's util. You're kind of all right with that one. Spotting out the further information. You've got your teammate in Cess available too. The smoke should be online relatively soon for him too, as they're putting the Viper util in towards mid and figuring out all the information over at A main that this is going to be ending at the Bravo spot. So, Yatsuka, one and get out perhaps. Yep.
Perfect. You've already done all the work as a team, so all you need to do now is land your shots. Unfortunately, will still get caught, but the op's still retrievable as well. Smokes come back, and it's Cess taking an alternate angle. One that goes unchecked! He manages to spray down a couple, looks for the last one, and he sticks the landing! Someone get that off.
No charges.
Nice hold, too easy. Just the pistols. Paranoia removes their audio as well, and he repositions. Very good.
Top frag.
Yeah, Leviathan trying the same TP play again, just read in by Cess. Even if he falls, even if he gets traded, rest of his team's there, Leviathan can't pick up a gun and need to just have a absolute nail biter around again to come out, right? He'd need another 1 versus 4 essentially of that caliber that we saw from the last map from him. But would have been very difficult. Kame already around the site, time to be an issue. Nicely done at the end there for DFM. See now what the buy looks like for Full Sense after the timeout did come into play, and it's an immediate stalking in towards A main, and Jip Boys, he's got to call the police on that one.
Hello, I'd like to report a crime. We might have something even bigger and worse outside of middle as well. This is just complete robbery.
Yeah, it's escalating in towards murder as well. Jip Boys and Primi down for the count. No value in the round. You are just locked out everywhere. Sass even finding Leviathan, trying to cheese his way onto the angle. But that gap in the smoke is very favorable to Sass. 5 versus 2. This one is looking pretty over for Full Sense.
Yeah.
Unless DFM really drop the ball.
Doesn't look like they're going to do it. Kaede, pretty good position as well. Got a couple more players towards the bottom of B site. We'll give Full Sense a little bit of space.
30 seconds left.
Meanwhile, May gets into position around vents as well.
It's just got to be the save call, you'd assume right now for Full Sense. No way to get anywhere in towards the B site, up through mid. May slotted himself in the right spot. If somehow the gap was to around the A site and Full Sense did get in and get a plant, I mean, it's still a 5 versus 2. A Homicide's already came out a little bit earlier on. Cool. So now we're just looking for corpse control.
Corpse control.
Yep. Because you got the ultimates right now in this round, right?
It's
You've
true,
been holding
man.
on to them for Full Sense for quite a bit. You're looking to not become a corpse.
I'm not gonna lie.
And die.
I was a little bit slow on that one. I wasn't quite sure what that meant, but now the dots are connecting. Yeah, the ults and DFM could definitely roll away with them if they start to pile on up.
I just like the initiative for DFM in this map to be playing every round kind of a little bit differently where they're piloting your right? So if you are getting that sniper on the right line, we're not seeing Full Sense really push it off too hard currently.
Who's next?
Thank you for an ultimate off the rip.
Wow. Well, we'll see if it eventuates to much. Makes me a little bit nervous with how Akame is positioned alongside Cess and May right now. 4 players onto the site with the TP coming through, but Primi off to the judge, able to break into the site. Thai and Killua now outside from ramps, being able to stall them through as they try to approach from screens. Another kill coming through, but it's Yatsuka mowing down a triple. Leviathan turns at the right second just to save the round for Full Sense.
Mate, he saved it certainly in that one. That would have been a big round to pick up again for DFM on the back of Yatsuka, finding the collateral lineup, finding the third elim, and even having the idea to try and catch Leviathan in transition towards the site. I got a little bit worried for Primi with how late he was hanging around the site on that timer for the drift as well, waiting to see where the bloody hell is the paranoia coming in. There was an opportunity to potentially catch him on the exit of that drift. Didn't come into play. Full Sense find 4, looking for 5, up on the correct line yet again for Yatsuka.
Prowler will check though.
Splits the wickets.
Unfortunate. And Cess goes down.
Yeah.
Still though, Nightfall deployed. Kaide asserting himself back into sight. Completely blinded though, and the pop flash unfortunately goes wrong. Primi will be able to find an opening shot, but Kaide off the other end of pillar. Primi still not out of the game, and he saves the round once more. It's Full Sense 5-7.
Yeah, good recovery for them as well. Jip boys, no pit. Ouch, I don't like that. We'll fix that for the next half perhaps as we switch up and right now throw it down to the stage for a bit of a cheeky halftime interview.
Face your fear!
Last player. One enemy remaining.
เอาไปได้เอาไปได้เอาไปได้เพื่อนแต่ห้าเพื่อน
Halftime.
Hello, hello. We have a very pleasant surprise here with us. Hello, Hart and Jangti.
Hello.
Hello.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 사와디카.
사와디캅.
Would you guys like to say a quick hi to the fans that are watching?
Hello, fan from Thailand. Yeah. Hello. Hello.
That was a very quick hi. All right.
Yeah, let's introduce ourselves.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay. We are artists from Thailand, and name was because of you I shine, and I am Hart. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Jangti.
Jangti.
Yeah.
All right. Then good to see you guys here. I want to ask. I guess cheer for Full Sense here.
Yeah, Full Sense.
All right.
Full Sense in my heart. Yeah.
Full Sense in my heart. In our hearts as well. If they manage to find recovery onto this pistol, onto the defense, they will be peeking down middle as a quad.
Wow. It's all of them at the moment. See if it's going to be good value for Full Sense. Seeing that no one's here. And where do you choose to wrap? Towards B or towards A? If they choose the Bravo location, it's going to be better fortune for them, but fortune always favors the bold, and they've left Jit Boys. Yeah, so it's good that he finds one. Now the insert for Yatska to see what he can call for the rest of the squad, because he's seen nothing.
Just thinking that the A side is probably open, which means the rest of the team try to be careful in case there are any other goblins lurking around middle.
Who is really thinking that it's going to be a 5-man walk down middle in a sort of pistol right now, though? You're thinking way outside the box of Full Sense. There's no way that DFM are going to consider that this could have been a possibility. And I think eventually, maybe, for Full Sense, let's just bring it back in towards the box. And think a little bit more mainstream, because you're going waltz around the map at the moment. You're eventually going to get to your tail end of this round, and there's going to be a fight on this A site, so you have held a lot of the utility to do so. What a wild way we've gone about it, though.
Well, suddenly you start to turn your heads around, seeing that things are not quite what they seem, and that's where you start to find a couple of exchanges. Things start to seem a little bit more normal now, especially with the classics getting revealed. Down ramp, you start to spot more players, and Yatska, alongside the rest of the team, are prepared. 3v2, just one little take from Ty, but the rest of Full Sense will all fall.
Too much time for DFM to situate themselves in that post plan as well and have a bit of crossfires out, where it almost looks like we're seeing more missed shots from the pistols than shots collected at the end there. Feeling very uncomfortable at the moment, it feels like, from an outside view. But for DFM, they did find the right location to end towards and the right way that they needed to kind of seal the deal on this round as well. Always holding the player advantages when that plant goes down. Remember, they are trying to push towards a third map in this series as well, to Haven. As for the eco round now, Full Sense, we'll see if mid does become their home in the tail end of this half as well, when they do get their first buy in the next round. You would assume not. You would assume that they're not going to opt for a lot of 4-1s and 5-0s around the map somewhere.
Well, it is Full Sense. Right now it's pistols, of course, so just hedge their bets, but at the same time, that's where the gaps get completely exposed. DFM starting to do a pretty good job at investigating all around the map. Just Yatska with the Marshal. It's a singular noise.
I mean, if you're going for something like this as well, Premi has the flash. You can flash and swing together on the main angle and try to find that, or you are really just holding it for a bit of a retake and having a crack at it, which is what they're going to have to do now as the plant does go down. Jit Boys is just in another postcode on the other side of the map. So it's all about holding the guns here for DFM. And damage for Full Sense, see what you can establish.
DFM can't hold on to their current initiative. Unfortunately, Kaide dropping off for now. Cess in position, answering back with Paranoia. The spike is still all good, though, so as Full Sense just continuing to try to surmount up onto damage, but with the smoke being set up right in front of them. It's Yatska, it's Cess with Spectre.
One enemy
Able to go Unga Bunga with all the bullets all around the place. It's a clean round for DFM.
And there's just a lot of bounce ability to go from the main fight there and the site fight as well for DFM. Full Sense are all eggs in the basket once again in that round, but this is the expectation that they would change it up, right? You lose the pistol after a play that almost feels 50-50 if your opponents are in mid. If they've got 2 or 3 or even 1, you gain advantage in that pistol round and you can maybe convert that into the win. You don't in the end, so see if you can do it again in the next round. Maybe you find a good opener and you can get a bit of a Thrifty. If not, though, it's all good. You'll have your buy in the third round, and that's where we are now to see what these defenses do look like for Full Sense. An advantage kill would be gorgeous. And with all 5 around this A ramp for DFM, essentially, they're going to gift that over.
Oh, no TP, though. The punish goes right back, and at the same time, look at Sis, so far deep.
And what can you do here, though, as well? Can you try to get a bit of a wrap around to put the pressure on towards Dai? As Killer is on the site as well. It feels a little bit claustrophobic right now for the defenses of Full Sense.
Stuck around screens, you're taking shots as well. Killa down to low HP, meanwhile Jit Boys and Leviathan trying to decide on what to do because the spike's not down yet.
You don't know if your opponents are in mid, if they're already in towards the A site that you've relinquished control of. The pressure that Cess has just put on you by that deeper smoke and by being a nuisance around tower at the moment is quite sensational.
You know, with a Spectre, mind you, he's just bought so much time away, just enough for the spike to get down safely. Yatsuka now in position with a Vandal, able to hold a deep line. Still a 4v3.
I mean, you'll see the paranoia go in for Leviathan. Maybe Thigh's satcheling in. He's got the boombot as well. Killua has a haunt, although, as I say that, he's just removed from the equation.
Certainly did not want that to happen. Now, you gotta make a call. You gotta start going in sooner rather than later. Waiting out the smokes, perhaps, but finally the paranoia gets sent alongside Snakebite. Does flush them over. Unfortunately, still not fully blind that they're able to hold their ground. Leviathan goes for the brave peek. Manages to find one! And as soon as they peek him, he lines them all up, knocking them down together.
Had to go in with a bit of a decisive play for DFM, though, when they feel like the round is starting to maybe slip up from the retake, though they give an opportunity, it almost feels like, as well, to Full Sense there. Had they stayed on towards the site, the Snake Bite is something they would have had to contend with too. Just over 3.5 seconds to go on that spike. And could have been a little bit more favorable for them, but you always got to give credit where credit's due. The initiative to go in for a peek there to try and catch Leviathan off guard. It's very nicely done from him. 2 guns remain at the end of the round for Full Sense there. Nearly did get a bonus, to be honest with you, and because it wasn't super clean, it feels like things are a little bit disconnected in the utility layering and maybe some of the decision-making at the moment on this defense side for Full Sense.
So
Crew's going to have a chit-chat.
Yeah, trying to tighten things up, as you mentioned. Still a 3-round difference, so still an opportunity for DFM to walk away with things. And speaking of DFM, we've started to see several of their players start to do incredibly well. Players that we don't often see, mind you. Cess, Yatsuka, Cess in that previous round being able to hold up so much space, pushing all the way up ramp, deep into heaven as well. I mean, continuing to make plays like that on the attack could continue to thwart Full Sense and how they want to play on the retake.
And one of the problems on the first map of this series for Pearl, from my view on the defenses of DFM, was the overcommitments. And they've fixed that. Now on this attacking side as well, if they're wanting to put some really big pressure on, it's trying to just upheave Full Sense in some looser sight style. Overwhelming driving force right now on the buy across the board though. And then there's a lot of pressure that's put on Killua. And on towards Leviathan too. How long do they stay around this tower? The rest of the team isn't getting any further info over at B Garage, for example. Anything up through mid. It's very passive defenses from Full Sense. Almost reactive instead of proactive. DFM are just going to capitalize if they keep going for these sort of decisions.
Yeah. Perhaps the intention was to be aware of the showstopper, but at the same time, you're relinquishing a lot of control. So now it's another retake scenario. Sure, Thai has the judge, but it's got to be able to land its mark. DFM in position. Off angles all being held, but there goes the double satchel, completely flying across. Kaede Akami trying to hold, but still getting gunned down at the end. Full Sense able to crack through the entire site, and at an instant, everyone from DFM gone.
A lot of utility available for Full Sense in that retake as well, but it was kind of just the jump across and make sure you get the trades in more moments than 2 from what I've seen just there. Out from the screens and at the elbow, really utilizing the sheer presence in numbers on the back of that utility, going first and foremost in to just make sure you're getting through the first choke. And then it does become a little bit worrisome for the likes of DFM, who I mentioned a couple of bits in the last move as well. Sometimes I feel like when they are getting in towards the site, they're getting those plants down, they might be better favored going for some earlier engagements, trying to push a little bit deeper, get a player advantage or 2. These 5 versus 5s, Full Sense are showcasing that they are very, very trained on these retakes.
Always prepared for it. You can bet in Full Sense going for a couple of brawls, but right now, at least, DFM once again trying to go for early pacing. Killua taking the shot down aim.
A little bit ill-advised to try to just waltz on through the wall. Risking it for the biscuit in the low buy right now for DFM. Full Sense are trying to knock on that door to try and tie the scoreline here.
Let's try to regain some presence. They're cutting a lot of noise, though. Full Sense, stay prepared. just right around the edges of heaven as well. Jit Boys in position, continuing to jiggle here and there. Doesn't see too much for now. And plays it safe. Primi, unfortunately, gets caught.
Yep, wide swing king out on that one. You got all the information as Full Sense this time taking a little bit of initiative, pushing through A main. Already getting the idea that, well, B tower's overwhelmed. Now maybe the B site starting to become a problem. Just Leviathan at the back of the site. Looks away at the wrong time. Oh, and it's atrocious.
Tried to go for those taps again, man, but Lightning does not strike twice in the same spot. So just Thai and Kilo now, they've got the Nightfall.
I love this wraparound from May at the moment too, by the way. He gets an upgrade of a gun, but with 6 HP, he's in for the long con.
Shows up at Heaven at the right time. Could be huge, but for now, it's Killua doing the Lord's work. May down to 6 HP. Thai looking around. Where could he be? Now revealed. But all May needs is one headshot. Oh! Way too close, Thai. Just a simple graze, and Full Sense will be able to scrounge up one more round.
Yeah, I really like the idea, though, in that one from DFM as well, right? They're getting up. They're starting the slow approach up through mid, in towards B. They're hitting the shots with the lesser weaponry as well. You're starting to see that maybe Full Sense are capitulating in a round that they shouldn't really be losing at all. Plant goes in. It draws out the investment of the Nightfall as well, which is a bit of a two birds as well moment, right? You invest in the ult, which is going to be great if it catches something. You also clear out all of the alley that maybe an opponent could have gone in towards, and by that point in time, you're either assuming that May is coming from flank or from garage. It's going to be the later up the tower. And one player surviving is all Full Sense needed there to try and have a chance at tying this scoreline. Economical-wise, we'll be okay for another buy in the next round regardless. So it is an important one for both of these teams. Full Sense to try and close 2-0. DFM send it into the third. Some good decisions that they need to make right now. Putting Yartska on the line over at A. The timing on this one as well. If you're expecting this as DFM, it could be worth its weight in gold.
Get the good reads, but Garage being taken as well. You start to back off from it.
They're trying to bait him in. Kaide with their shots over towards main. Just interest Primi a little bit too much to perhaps find him on the crossover at ramp. Looks like the timing window has closed on that one as it's the regroup approach for DFM to this A site right now. There's the info for Primi. He loses the fight.
Of course. Primi itching to go for the duels. Unfortunately, this will be the opening for DFM. Nightfall into sight. Jit Boys, I believe, connected by it. Leviathan exposed as well and susceptible to all the incoming fire. The site's been broken apart, and it's a 2v4 retake.
Yeah, he really cannot track on the aim on that one, can he? When the gun barrel reveals his opponent's position. And now it's just all faltering for Full Sense, isn't it? Die with a 1 versus 4. No avenue that you feel comfortable in getting in towards the site.
It's going to be tough to save as well. Takes the wild step, but completely open to Kaide. DFM will extend their lead.
Yeah, no tight scoreline. Holding with 4 as well. Give a bit of a backing up towards your own economy. Try and close out this map. I said there would be a bit of a buy to come in for the next phase for Full Sense as well, and they will have another buy in this next round, but how comfortable are you really feeling? Because there's no longer any coach intervention unless DFM, unless Forz drops that in. Cruz has already used 2 timeouts here. It's all for the boys to try and find their own footing.
Never know, DFM might just might be able to stay afloat in this middle bracket. Ultimate's coming online for Full Sense though. Dive back in with the Judge. Yartska, a little bit of a check into Garage while the rest of DFM, well, trio at least, plays around A.
It's just really passive for Full Sense at the moment. Nobody on the side itself. You would never really expect DFM to just silent peek in towards the actual site as well. So they're going to inch on up. Get ever so close towards the Judge of Thigh.
Time to jump.
Be a rude surprise, but DFM now trying to work alongside their smoke. Sudden step across, and Kaide will be able to find the exchange needed.
Pressure is on for Primi right now as well. Going to be backed up by the TP of Leviathan to get on in. Spotted as well by the Drift, starting to come out, engaging all of the ideas and presence around the site from Yardska. I like that you're getting in nice and early as this for Full Sense, but Jig is already up. The rotation and call for DFM is to get out of the scrap and go towards the B site, where Full Sense are going to be here pretty early.
Yeah, thankfully from the calls of Jit Boys, Killua still staying on the site itself, and the rest of the team pretty much arrived at the right time. DFM look to spread themselves across. They will be able to take down Killua despite the duel getting taken head on. Leviathan, though, reveals himself up from top of heaven. It's a tough angle to fight back against, and Akame and Yatsuka will keep Full Sense in check. Jit Boys, the prime position, denies the spike plant, and we're down into 1v1. Yatsuka, the pressure on to try to stick it all the way through. Where will Jit Boys swing from? The footsteps a little bit too audible. 6 rounds left in the mag. Can he find the shots necessary? No! Yatsuka swings out and takes the round up for DFM.
Just trying to bait him in towards the read that he won't go for the proper plant there, and gives himself a little bit of extra time to Yatsuka there to get that gun back up, play some mind games around the site. I said that they're there early on towards the site, right? Killua never budged from B. Whiffs the frag. Leviathan tries to dig deep, but it's the insert to mid. Yatsuka has really done so much in that round, drawing attention onto A, trying to keep the interest from Full Sense away from their end goal, and coming out with the ceiling on the round. Nicely, nicely done, breaking the economy of Full Sense to boot. This should be map point gathered here for DFM. May can even gather a showstopper towards the next round. And having that available is just going to be another option.
And a similar pace as well. It's gone to an outlaw now. A lot of Full Sense players incredibly weakened by their armor, but it's Primi with the Sheriff shots? What?
Yeah, that's huge right now. Killua, though, bit of an island by himself up the guts of mid. If he gets away with one, it will be a round for Full Sense that is going to be atrociously gathered. But, hey, they needed it. That's why. And that starts to fall. So do you feel like with the guns retrieved over at main that you're kind of okay still for Full Sense here? Because you start to reveal a couple of gaps around the map. DFM are pathing correctly to this B site. Meanwhile, Full Sense recognize that no one's around the A site any longer. For my interest, Leviathan just needs to make sure that he doesn't play this one wrong. He can be the late player for Full Sense over at main, can put in the paranoia to facilitate a way back in for the rest of the squad, as the plant will eventually go down, and May decides to use the showstopper super early. So nothing coming out from that. Now the retake.
Opportunities for Full Sense. Thai definitely could deploy his, but you need to be able to secure the launching pad first. Primi will save his life, but still way too low. May springs out the last moment, and it's Akame onto site, denying Leviathan his opportunity.
Nah, he just waits a little bit too long there. The rest of the squad at the tower, not expecting May to peek out. It looks like off the radar view. You got the sprays looking a little bit awkward up there for a 2-player advantage for Full Sense. It's kind of also why I feel like Killua was just put in a spot of bother up through mid, right? Maybe wanted to see a smoke go in to get him out to really play the numbers of Full Sense, because May gets the double at the end, the closer comes through. It was such a workable round for Full Sense, given the start that they had, that we need to see these mid-round adjustments come through from them. Just doesn't feel decisive a lot of these times. Feels questionable. Now there's 4 map points for DFM to play for, and they are just going straight into this B side.
Real quick, and the shot's whiffing as well for Primi. Fortunately, now it's going to be Thai, and he explodes onto the site! Yatsuka as well! Finding an equalizer, it's a 2v2 retake.
Showstopper might find Super Thai, but it feels like there's just more impact from Yatsuka getting the double there. As the plant goes down for Akame, they're both 1 kill away from an ultimate. Both can be crucial here.
Incredibly insane position for Yatsuka to hold as well, one that Full Sense might not expect, but we'll see if Akame is up to the task of taking down at least one. Arrow revealed though, and that's where Killua takes the step. Yatsuka's turn to move. Smoke onto the spike, and that makes things a lot more difficult. Vision obscured, and the spike getting stuck all the way down to the defuse at the end. Still though, a little bit more cushioning for DFM, so not too much heat just yet.
Yeah, 1 out of 4 chances getting shut down in a very close affair at the end, though, given Looked like the awareness of the gate crash was there too. So where do you think that Yatska is going to reposition for? It would have been an ace clutch map winner for him. But the patience in those moments for Full Sense needs to come out on top, and it did. Focus on the defuse, have the protector there as well. But you got to go again. You also got to manage the finances, and I say that because Premi is without shield in this round. Priority on the operator.
Unfortunately, he peeked the wrong side. He could TP across with Dimensional Drift as well from Yatska. Nightfall all into sight. DFM, they want this round so badly.
Gonna clear a lot of positions here as Full Sense too. Plant going down with the pit going into the map for Kaede too.
All the rest of the team from Full Sense trying to piece this retake together. They've managed to hold off Heaven Control for long enough, but now you gotta work against the biggest obstacle at the pit. Cess as well towards the back end of the smoke. May able to play it from a tiny little gap. Killa able to spray forward. Nightfall completely counters into the pit as well, while Leviathan keeps Cess in check. Akame trying to spin all across alongside Killua, trying to fight for Full Sense's life in this round. Kaede goes down, but where is Yatska? The back's turned. Yatska possibly able to close it. It's just Killua, and he managed to hold it, but there's no time for the defuse. DFM will still close out this map 13-9. We go to map 3.
That seems like that time they didn't need to invest themselves in getting the kills before the plant goes down. That 5 versus 5 with the pit is just such a problem that Full Sense cannot get on top of. Gotta say, on the flip up as well, you get the pistol, you get the second round, you see Full Sense get 3 in a row, but you've still kind of got this idea that coach intervention is needed. A big game plan understanding, not looking too coherent in this map for Full Sense for my liking. And conversely for DFM, I think there was a lot more decisive plays, specifically on that defensive side for them. They were working the extremities of the map so much better, so much more timed and drilled on how they're doing that as well. That split looked a little bit more, you know, home ground territory for them as opposed to their own map of Pearl. So it does make things interesting for me going around the corner into the next map of Haven, because remember what I highlighted earlier on, we have seen Full Sense ban that 3 times in the series so far. Twice in first pick, or first ban, and once in the second ban versus DRX. So it feels like it's not a map that they're putting full focus on, and they've had to change their strategy coming in towards this week because of the atrocious binds that we did see from them.
Yeah, you paint quite the word picture there, Komoda. It's absolutely right as well. I mean, it really does make me feel quite nervous for Full Sense coming to the end of this series. Can DFM really complete the full reverse sweep? I mean, so far, Yatska's been doing wonders on this map of Split.
Yeah, absolutely. The amount of multi-frags that he's just coming out with today on this Yoru is looking absolutely superb and impactful for DFM to continue their chances on a bit of a middle bracket run. When we see the overall bracket later as well, we're going to have some teams in the lower bracket that you absolutely would not have expected. So this series here in the middle is going the distance. Let's see what the devs thought about Split here.
Well, Split was a fantastic map for DFM. This is them stepping up to the plate and showing why they are still good at Split, and that wasn't just like a one-time thing against Global Esports.
Yeah, great map from them. The individuals really stepping up. This is a map that they love. You can tell in how they move around it. It's what they understand. Real bread and butter for them. So, bit of a mistake by Full Sense really to pick it into them and then not look anywhere near as good, despite having a dominant amount of first kills.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, Primi does an excellent job opening up a lot of these rounds on the Yoru. Had a really good success rate in the first bloods there, but couldn't convert, unfortunately. And DFM, particularly their defense side, but also just how well-rounded they were as a team. I mean, the first map, it was definitely the Yatska show, but this map, every single player on DFM had a highlight.
And I love it. That's what I love to see. This is what we've been wanting to see from DFM for the longest time. It's been the main show for years and years, but now we've been talking about it non-stop. He has that supporting cast. There's people around him who can shoulder some of that heavy burden, and now they're one map away from staying alive in this middle bracket.
Another rough game from Thai there, and Jip Boys, a little bit of abrasiveness, I think, swapping back and forth from Viper to Cypher, now back onto Viper. They prepped the Cypher against Nongshim, I think specifically to deal with the Neon, but maybe that's caused a little bit of role discomfort there.
Yeah, and seeing the rest of DFM step up is very important, and we've seen glimpses of that happen throughout this kickoff. It hasn't happened every single match, but when they do, it's always really impressive. But this is like really promising. Not only has the rest of the squad stepped up, May is still performing as well. And, you know, I think we also have to give credit other than just the fragging power against Full Sense is a lot of the ideas they have, especially on the defensive half.
Yeah, I mean, there's one round we want to pull up here where I just feel like they have such neat ideas. You see Yaska move ahead of the Viper's pit there, and then this incredible A main retake. Look at this blind by Cez.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. I mean, this was after the initial pick in front of the Viper's pit. Such tricky play from DFM that we've seen right since their opening game. On the defense side of Abyss, they showed us all these crazy setups that they've been prepping. I think it's a side effect of having Boars come in from the coaching staff. It's really transformed all the different looks that DFM show on their defensive side setups, particularly some of the attack side calling has lacked at times, but the defense setups have always looked rock solid, and that's another kind of round that I don't think any team could potentially deal with. You got an op in front of a Viper's pit, you lose the first pick, you think, okay, let's just go smash the site, try to get into a post plant, and you walk straight into a paranoia setup.
I mean, the big thing for me is that they're able to fall into these setups in the late round, which means that the players are able to really understand what's happening in the server. The mid-rounding is very solid, and the players have that space to be creative. You don't see this from every team. Oftentimes, the very start of round, their strats might be strong and then it falls away, but this is a team that looks solid all the way through, so very positive sign there for DFM.
Yeah, that's going to be very promising, especially when we head into a bigger map like Haven. But before that, we've seen highlights from every single DFM player throughout this kickoff. But there's one player we've seen improvement, but not those big moments, and that was Cez. So let's see some Cessy tap.
Yeah, I mean, he's stepped up big so far in this series. This has been a player that we called out. We said we have to see more. He did not have a great year last year, but in this match, this map especially, he's becoming active.
I mean, since swapping back to controller, his individual performance has skyrocketed. He was, I think, the second lowest rated player in Stage 1, the lowest rated player in Pacific, Stage 2. So far in Kickoff, he's had better numbers than some of the other DFM members. Honestly, he's playing controller and he's playing IGL. I think particularly on the defense, and when you get into those attacker side post plants where he doesn't need to call as much, he's actually able to lock in and deliver some really good multi-frags and play very nicely positionally, which is what he was kind of known for when they were kind of juggling whether they wanted Art or Cess on the lineup. Cess was playing for DFM in the off-season when they had some pretty good results before last year's kickoff, and a lot of people said, why didn't you keep Cess? I think he's again showing some of those skills in this particular year's kickoff.
When I get that feeling, it's a sexual feeling. Healing. Sorry. But yeah.
Terrible.
I had to throw that in. Come on. This is great. This is great for DFM. As one of the biggest DFM fans who definitely didn't predict DFM today. But like the casters are saying, this momentum is huge for DFM. And it's not, I think it goes beyond momentum. Seeing these kind of ideas, these kind of strategies come out from DFM, I think this is something that Full Sense should be a little worried about and prepare for. I do wonder as we go into Haven, because Full Sense has been banning it. They've either been, you know, kind of saving it for later, like now, or they just haven't really prepped it until this point.
I mean, we have not seen this Full Sense roster play Haven for like 5 months.
Yeah.
They were previously playing that Deadlock Yoru comp a lot, and it was a comp that used to just dominate the Korean teams in Pacific. Like, they beat every Korean team back to back to back to back on Haven, and it was looking really, really good. But I feel like they're kind of past the Deadlock meta. We're seeing 0 Deadlock at the moment, and I'm not sure they have the personnel to play it, because you used to have Prumi Yoru, and you throw Cruz on the Deadlock. He's going to have to potentially have either Thai or Leviathan play the Deadlock if they want to stick with the Deadlock, but I honestly expect them to just change the comp.
I mean, I think also on the side of DFM, when we saw them play this last, they were running double Duelist, but they had that Phoenix. So I want to know if we're going to see that again. And when we saw it against RRQ, their defender side was very good, but their attacker side was unbelievably weak. But they are starting out on that defender side. So I'm looking really to see improvement there, because Phoenix game plans should be so simple on Haven. When you're attacking, it's about dominating C, it's about farming the orbs, so if they're not getting that right, then they could be in trouble.
Yeah, Yatsuga was going crazy on the chamber. You saw some really nice Phoenix Flash setups as well from Kaide, so those two are the ones that I have my eye on to start off this defensive side, but exactly like Morgan said, they went 2 and 9 on attack versus RRQ and got absolutely dominated in the second half, so we need to see exactly like you said, they need to use the ults well, they need to have a good plan on the pistol, because this is a comp that can have some issues finding attack rounds, and the big success factors are ult combos, winning yourself the pistol round, and also having your Chamber and Yoru find opening kill success, because they both have the rendezvous as well as the gate crash to try to just walk out on the map and find picks for the team, and if you're able to find those advantages, then you could maybe capitalize on them.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big thing for me is I don't want to see them give up too much space. I think against a team like Full Sense, you can't let them dictate the tempo. If you're starting off on this defender side, I want to see you take the fight to them. Don't give them too much space, but we will see what compositions are coming out with. I hope we see that Phoenix again, because it's a composition that I've loved for a long time. It's all about how you execute it.
Well, it has been a few weeks, a few matches since they last played against RRQ, so I'm sure there have been improvements.
Yeah, no changes there for DFM. They're going to roll with the same comp that they were just playing. Full Sense, this is what they've been prepping. They are not playing that deadlock comp. They will stick to something that is very popular in the meta right now. It's the Waylay Yoru. Vi will play the Waylay, going to stick with the double duelist and stick with comfort. Jip Boys looked very good on the Cypher against Dongshim, and he's going to play that yet again.
Could be a good Cypher game. Not a lot to deal with those trips apart from the Frayed Prowlers, so they really need to be diligent in clearing those, or Jip Boys could really be heating up, especially in that second half.
Well, either way, one thing's for sure, both of these teams want to qualify to Santiago, and they want all their lives to get there. As we go into the third map, I think being a Thai fan or a Japanese fan of these teams right now, either way, you are definitely leaning into your seat. Casters, please take it away for map 3.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Yeah, this is some entertaining Valorant for sure. What a composition. Of course, this is what Full Sense goes for, but at the same time, we have seen DFM's composition on Haven before.
Yeah, we have, but I'm a little bit more interested over on the Full Sense side of things, right? Because generally we're not seeing the Waylay. It is such a niche pick when we come in towards current meta. Waylay is a little bit more prominent on other maps, right? We've got teams like Genji and Varel who run the Jet instead of the Waylay. We've got BBL running the Neon instead of the Waylay. The only teams that were running Waylay were Foot. They deployed it once. They lost to Carmen Court in the opening map of that series in the lower round. And if you want to add, even throw another team in there, DRG, but that was way back at Ascension. No one really runs this Waylay anymore in the last kind of comps that they've been playing. Everybody has moved away from it, if at all, on this map. So it is a very interesting pick to see why Full Sense are, I'll call it, cooking at the moment, or attempting to cook. We'll have to see if it's going to be raw or burnt, or if it'll taste good.
We hope it is palatable, perhaps, right now, all the way up C. It hits it, dinks on towards Cess as well, who's relatively low right now, has to back off. Calls for reinforcements with Kaide close by onto Garage, and that's where Full Sense peels off.
I've seen a lot of consensus around the community as well for the fans of DFM, wondering and asking, why are we still, you know, why are we running Phoenix? Are we thinking that it's good? There was some good value against RRQ, do not get me wrong.
Side, dude.
Yeah, that's true. But there's questions on should it still be the Phoenix. I actually think it's going to be quite interesting to see how Full Sense try and counter it. If you're going towards the A-site moment in a walk of 5, try to dive in, get past this trademark as well that someone's going to have to break. Primi doesn't have the TP available, so they all just have to get in towards backside. Saturate's nice, but they're not clearing backside with the Saturate.
Well, they're going to clear the other spots with the flashes, but unfortunately that's where Mei and Akame will be able to find shots instead, completely dodging and onto the site. Still caught out in the open, Full Sense, not quite able to reposition the way that they would have wanted to, and the flashes once again somehow become the undoing. Killua is having a go at this, still has to split angles, and unfortunately that's where he falls. Yatsuka with the Headhunter comes in. DFM pick up the pistol.
Yeah, Killua doesn't know where the bloody hell he's getting shot from that Headhunter at the moment. He's just trying to find the right angle to get around the site. You got to shoot that back. It slows you if you get tagged by it, mate. Anyways, DFM do find the pistol after a bit of slop. but they get the pistol nonetheless. It's very interesting pathing for me for Full Sense as well. All 5 through long, nothing down the sewers, no secondary layer. Something that I was kind of talking about earlier on for them as well, right? They've got the game plan in the initial get-go. When the barriers drop, they've got their plans for that sort of play. But it really is, you know, wanting. It's left wanting for me in their secondary, in their third players, when the opponents do slip them up.
Needs a little bit more forethought, a little bit more seasoning into this recipe for now. Otherwise, it's going to be a recipe for doom. Perhaps more success on the DFM side. Currently peeking across a little bit. They know that there are players possibly scaling up around long.
Yeah, well, speaking about success, the tail end of that word is in the garage at the moment, and he is just going to let the opponents waltz in towards the C site. Maybe Full Sense can get a plant here, free of charge. You can see Jitboys try and set up some traps if he wanted to, as Kaide is going to dispatch of Die as the spike goes down.
Looks like DFM quite comfortable to let Full Sense take it. They are so confident in going back for the fights. Yatsuka skewering across 3 with a Marshall, and then just Jitboys unfortunately dissipating in the wind. DFM relatively clean on this one, only losing 1.
The plant does go down though, so Full Sense will have the Hunter's Fury coming in towards the first buy round of theirs. Getting pretty close towards this tour de force for Yatsuka as well. And if he's able to really feel confident with the snipers today that we are kind of seeing, right? Operators around, Outlaws, Marshals, getting some good damage in here. But also the fact that we've kind of seen this play before, right? In that game against RRQ, Yatsuka on the chamber was going kind of crazy, not gonna lie. He was getting great value, great hunkering down, great op shots in there as well, just feeling so confident. So if he's able to really come in towards this third map and feel like it's gonna be his playground, DFM could be well on their way to a victory.
Oh, hell yeah, especially the wind conditions that Pilsky laid down. I mean, there's so much potential for DFM with this composition. Full Sense really needs to be alert. Currently backing off for now, back to the C-long default. Jitboys, are you aware? Oh,
well,
no.
He's not, and Yatsuka's looking for something a little bit spicy. He's going to get out of there, though, as the heat around the C site is feeling a little bit too hot, maybe?
Did he just light speed back?
Yeah, he's bounced in and bounced out, and now you kind of reset on the round completely without your light speed, without your refract, no timing on the dart. You got to wait for Killua to have the second approach of that. It is a full reset of the round. And I also want to note too, Kaide picking up that A-long orb for an ultimate on the Phoenix that is still 6 points. The fact that we weren't maximizing that potential last time got me a bit triggered. So it's good to see that at least that foresight is here.
Otherwise, just kind of awkward for Full Sense. And back to your earlier point, right? What's the mid-round decision-making going to be?
Well, right now for DFM, it's over-rotating all 5 members to the A side on the expectation that Full Sense is just going to come in towards this side. Primi, open up the goods. Can't find the second, but that should just be go time for Full Sense to get into this C site, plant towards where you feel most favorable. And do you hold the site? Do you play for this Hunter's Fury? What does the post plant actually look like? Remember, the runner back is now here for Kaide with that kill.
Oh, yes. A lot of potential for the retakes, but also potential for Full Sense to be able to potentially hold it off. We'll start things off with Run It Back. Meanwhile, Killua in position all the way towards the back of C Long. Saturate goes huge and stopping Kaide's Run It Back for now. And the Hunter's Fury just in time as well. But it all lines up for Kaide. 1 in an instant. He finds a quad kill. And May bets the last one. Suddenly, Full Sense just completely disappearing on the site.
May is mischievous around that one. Unlucky for Kaide. Was on board for the ace. And it gets swindled away from him by his teammate. They swing together. They themselves nearly line up. I need some Kaide vision to come back in towards this retake, though, because the run it back permitting the space for the team, drawing out the Hunter's Fury from the opponents as well, getting out the kills. Thai has just been done dirty in that one. Unfortunate, good sir. And May will take that last one. Doesn't matter at the end of the day. DFM happy to get the round on the board. Bonus swinging in their favor.
The position. Well, back to the pistols for Full Sense. Trying to play across a different site for now.
Yep. And the slower start of the pistols now as well. This is something that we can kind of talk about going Very different with this agent pull in the new style of approach for Full Sense. Frostless, you'll call it. That's a cold shot from Primi, by the way. They're going in with their own initiative on a different look to their comp. This round might very well be the one that they get on the board.
Okay, okay. Perhaps a little bit hot and cold sometimes, but Katy Perry songs aside, you're still going to be able to... Whoa, wait. Aren't we going to get the spike down? No,
Yes
we're hanging
and
back.
no. We're hanging back out of the site. And you've lost your mid flank. Kaede is playing from the heavens. Looking to send you 6 feet under with a gorgeous shot. Does get traded, so we keep going tit for tat.
There's also going to be Cess alongside Yatsuka. Throws away the judge, maybe looking to retrieve the Vandal. While Yatsuka plays from that position, drops down, and he descends onto Full Sense. Leviathan trying to stay afloat. Full flash across, he dives for the gun. Takes some shots in that process. He's so darn low right now. Has to land a pixel-perfect shot. Landed as well, Cess! Took a little bit too slow on that swing. It's a Thrifty for Full Sense to get back in the game.
There was nearly a chance there that even paranoid, he finds him spraying in the Cove of Darkness. That would have been a little bit crazy for my liking in that one. A little bit lucky to the side of Cess, you would assume. But hey, it was indeed the round in the end. The Thrifty to get Full Sense on the board in just a battle of massive trades. I would have loved to see from Cess's vision when blinded, because he shot like 2-3 bullets, tagging him down at 5 HP. Very nearly luckily blessed for DFM to keep this one rolling flawlessly, but now they lose a round. They have a challenge.
Oh, it's collapsed!
Wait. Okay, I thought it was a deeper collapse through a wall of some sorts, but they actually just were holding hands going through that window choke point. And yeah, Dai and Killua want a redo of this round.
I know they joined, you know...
They join together and they'll go down together.
We can't keep having these moments happen, man. The round's just begun, and you're 3v5. Leviathan trying to peek in the garage. It's quite precarious. Kaede will spot him.
We are walking into positions in the open with knives out for Leviathan. We need to be fixing that one up right now. This is looking to just be a bit of a flawless run until Primi arrives on the scene. Leviathan as well off yonder. Maybe an opportunity here. Primi trying to get out of dodge. But what else are you going to be able to really do? Because Leviathan doesn't have too much space, and your flank is now cordoned off. The TP straight in towards him. Yatsuka eats that one for breakfast.
He's a Euro player as well, mind you, so very, very good awareness to play around that way. 1v3 now. Can Leviathan really make anything happen here?
He's been heard by May. That's the problem. Yatsuka already on the line, noted, and toying with his food.
20 seconds. If he gets a kill, you know, but now he's close to Spike anyway. Might as well make a run for perhaps.
You can get the spike, but there's 10 seconds to get to the site and they knew where you were.
You just can't cut corners at that point as well, so unfortunately that ult is kind of wasted.
It legitimately is wasted in that point in time. Even with 10 seconds to go to run, there's not a way... Yeah, that's your text, by the way. There's not a way you're getting back in towards that one. That is a decision and a half to attempt, because May was the one that heard you. You've relinquished so much space around the map. That's the only site that you can kind of even get to, and they'll still beat you there.
It's
in the heat of the moment, it gets the better of him.
It's ambitious.
For sure. For sure.
We're both scratching our heads, Dion. Well, the next round's up, and now it's going to be straight on through with Dimensional Drift. Primi all the way from Garage and the seaside alongside the rest of the team with a waylay. Cess will be caught alongside Chit Boys and that Sheriff Fist. Dispatching of Kaide's run it back, but still DFM in for the fight, into the thick of it. Yatsuka heads on to the Headhunter, but unfortunately not able to land the shots. Kaide will spray wildly, not quite able to find all of it. Just Killua instead with a triple, and now Leviathan out from Garage window. Cess though, and all this time was back plat, takes one kill, drops the Leviathan. Full Sense will scrounge up one round.
Yeah, Cess had the kitchen sink thrown at him in that round, it feels like, but I do like the fact that he had the foresight to have a smoke available when he was saturated, providing himself a little bit of extra time there in the backwards and forwards trades that keep on coming down, even self-blinding from Kaede, trying to spray the duel, takes the fight, 1 HP. It comes down to the trade game at the end with Leviathan able to get it done for the second round on the board for Full Sense. It's also going to break a bit of this economy for DFM, who are going to be down onto the pistols. Maybe with an opener though. Good flash. Force him back. You'll gain the territory of Long right now for full sense as well.
Could be a gun upgrade as well if they take down Jit Boys.
He sees the shoulder.
He's ready for a little bit more as well. Immediately tosses Neural Theft though, so the team should be able to get the go signal into the A site, and there they sprint. Spotting onto May as well, who got the TP across, but now has to reposition.
Just what damage you can find in this situation. Cess, as we've said, so locked in, it feels like at the moment. 3 versus 3, a manageable retake to potentially come through for DFM. May needs to keep them interested here to facilitate this double flank though.
Such a strong shot, strong hand as well. Primi will dispatch of him, so even trades for now, but Nightfall being spent as well from the opposing side. Akame pressing forward, convergent pass to hold them off.
Perfect timing on that, by the way. Absolutely nullifies this Nightfall.
And also perhaps the round. I don't know if you can get out the spike even with the kills at this point. So out of the choke point into the loving hands of Full Sense. 3-4, Full Sense try to equalize the score.
Yeah, the great attempt at some stellar damage to come through from their DFM. And that's kind of all it's going to be at the tail end of it. A workable scenario in the 3 versus 3, highlighting May, right? If he finds one, if he does something, it could be great for the chances of DFM to come away with that round. But I really got to give credit to that convergent pass timing to come out from Thai. Just stalls them from being able to come in towards the site because they've got to get the kills, they've got to get the defuse as well. Timing is just ticking down pretty decently far at that point. Full Sense looking to challenge to an equalization right now. They really are looking to have a bit of a fight laid bare against them. Yatsuka with the operator, a teammate in tow. Akame going to fall back from the sewers. You've got Kaede over at this A side as well. Strong little lean towards this A site with an exit towards the tail end of B as well. Yatsuka with that op. As everything just goes silent at the moment. Giving Full Sense a bit of time to see how they want to really bully themselves into this A site. Good timing on the Prowler.
Just an all-in strategy with the Hunter's Fury and Light Speed as well. Saturate goes huge onto Kaede, and there goes the kill. The rest of DFM now trying to reassert themselves as duo. Unfortunately, one will fall. Kame not able to stand tall as well. Just Yatsuka and that operator into an off angle. Shot's not connecting.
Where did that go?
A little bit awkward. Movement and accuracy, perhaps. But at least he managed to get out with his life intact. Cess onto an angle as well. Still possibly doable if they pick off another player. Which means Full Sense just needs to play a little bit tighter, more defensive onto the sides. They're holding the right angles, the right swings as well as Killa fans out into a 4-on-4.
Yeah, the 2 versus 4 scenario there feels like it's the save situation. When you get that sort of peeling back kill as Cess, it feels so tasty to go back in and try your chances at the retake. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work out in the end. Too many members. Crossfires are going to be quite good as well. As Killa just shuts you down. Yatsuka missing a couple of shots with the operator in that round that could have turned things in your favor. Now you're back to a broken buy, and May is the one for Hero Gun without shield.
Some teams make Hero Guns work if they are set up for it.
I like this trapwire though. It really stops them being able to get up close and personal for this mass flank, unless you're trying to do a little bit of a bait and switch play where you had May with the TP to jump around the corner and then a second layer of another teammate to be able to take the gun swing. But right now it's May given the weapon. With this forward space, you're just going to send the rest of your team to the C site. Little do they know, this could be a bit of a problem for them, as Jitboys is going to call an audible. You'd assume A site's empty. C site could be stacked. And they're trying to sell the fake now. It looks like drone, clone, TP. They cannot afford to just go into this site.
They've done a pretty good job at selling it.
Yep.
Even getting a kill as well. But May, look at the angle. He's still holding on to it. No!
They knew.
Perfect checks and shots coming out from Primi into Garage as well. Yep. Great awareness and anticipation into expecting even more. It's just Kaede now onto the Sheriff, and despite being somewhat blinded, Primi still lands another outlaw shot.
Yeah, because the only way that you're seeing the A site completely given over for control is if there's a stack somewhere or someone's pushed up and got all the information on where this may be ending. So it's good awareness in this situation for Full Sense to make sure that they're leaving no stone unturned. They'll tie up the scoreline, and then they'll look to take over. And it's going to draw a timeout to come out in the server right now as well, because it does feel like there's a bit of an iceberg that we're staring at for DFM here. And we've got to decide if we're going to hit it in sync or not.
Otherwise, pull out the lifesavers. Try to keep yourselves afloat. Still have several more chances in the current map, at least. If not, it's down to the lower bracket with you. Full Sense, on the other hand, I mean, the rounds for both teams, honestly, Dion, it's been pretty close at certain times. Always down to, perhaps the last play or a couple trades here and there.
Yeah, there's just got to be a lot of good shots being hit and some good in-the-moment calls being made, right? The mid-round decisioning that we've been waiting to kind of see what it's going to look like for Full Sense with the changing up of Leviathan coming in, Jitboy's now leading, and Cruz going towards Coach. But then on the other side for DFM as well, integrating the Riddle Order members and how this new look is going to be for them to maybe assist May or step up with him, how that's really going to look. It's definitely not been the main show today. The rest of the team is really starting to step up a lot.
All right. And speaking to which as well, I mean, the composition that DFM has, Pilsky was mentioning, you want to see the opening picks. Perhaps this is the time.
It's very different to the double, Sentinel play that they did last time, the Cypher Lock.
Oh, yeah.
Running that one a couple of times with some good favor as well. I was a fan of it. I think that there was a lot more that Cruz potentially could have done on the deadlock, but we don't really get to witness that anymore. What we do witness is a very different look of style for Full Sense. The first time they challenged this B site.
Here. And they find that it's completely open as well. I mean, they're doing quite a bit with the dimensional drift from Premion before, but now you're open to links. A and C, Yatsuka able to hold down an opening line for now. Kaede will insert himself with a flash, but Killua able to hunker down. May towards the back of the site alongside Yatsuka. The swing's a little bit too wide for him though, and Leviathan will be able to reposition into the open arms of May. Now it's a cosmic divide that Full Sense has to deal with. Trying to set up the flashes. They'll make it a slight exchange for now. Shock darts take down Cess. And at this point, perhaps still a chance for May if he's able to take the kills. Taps onto it, baits Killua out. The recon trying to toy with him, but May thinks better. He takes the brave step, he takes the kill, and the defuse is his.
It gets really close at the end there, and the op retrieved as well to give over towards Yasuka, you'd assume, who has hit some good shots with it, but also has missed a couple of attempts where there's been opportunities that Full Sense capitalized upon. Lots of trades around this B side as well. Leviathan getting caught out again with another TP is left wondering for sure. Timing on the utility, mind you, around that Cosmic Divide, I was kind of liking. Waiting for the flash, you get one thrown your way, you immediately throw your own. Gets the shock darts out as well, where you've got a bit of the coverage. No try runs coming through the wall. May does just come out though with a very needed clutch. Now maybe clutching at straws around what to do at this A site. Needs to flood in to potentially help Akame, who is locked and stuck in the cubby.
You've seen the same approach of Lightspeed to saturate several times now, so trying to switch up the positions. May now diving in and out of the smokes. He's able to find numbers advantage for DFM.
Yeah, really good flashes to permit him favorable duels. Now when the dust settles, DFM come out with a bit of a better look here. 4 versus 2. Where do you think the remaining members of Full Sense are going to go? Well, straight into the crosshairs of an operator. And then there's just Killua, who's having a great half frag-wise, don't get me wrong, leading the way for Full Sense. But in a 1 versus 4, there's no realm in which you're getting this ultimate in towards the next half. Or in towards this round, rather, into the next round.
Left.
Do you hold the gun because Dai needs something? Probably is the better decision. May as well is one away from the drift. If he is gone hunting a little bit, could pick that up.
He is.
He is indeed. So he'll pick it up within death. Which all in all is still pretty okay.
10 seconds left.
You're not going to be sacrificing any more guns as DFM though, because you look towards their credits as well. And someone potentially asking. Kame is one away from the Nightfall. Wouldn't mind seeing that picked up for the next round, which is going to either be tied up at 6-6 at the half, or DFM will be leading on the exchange. In a bit of a soft end to the round.
Otherwise, reviewing the footage, still growing pains for Full Sense here and there. I mean, for everything that they've done well, running and rinsing that same approach, DFM starts to catch on to it. Operator still in hand, Yatsuka on to Tour de Force and a judge.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Not too shabby at all. Scare tactic as well when you do hear that come on in. No ultimates available for Full Sense here. They have to do everything quite standard. May to be happy to hold this operator to the C side. If it shifts in towards retake, his dimensional drift will be very impactful, you'd assume. Standard protocols for Full Sense. Drone before you peek. Maybe you're trying to get Primi with a spot with the TP. That window goes down. Thigh. No one can go on the back of that to try and get the kill on the Saturators. There's 4 members for DFM now at the A site and the C site. Well, you can waltz in here, break and enter.
Okay. Well, conditioning somewhat works out. I thought Yatsuka perhaps trying to look for someone on the rotations, but not able to spot the line of sight. So
the problem is all 5 members of DFM are already here before the spike even goes down, and they're going to flood before the plant. This is sticky.
Oh, quite problematic, but unless Full Sense really plant their boots down into the ground. 2 kills so far, but also needing to check for garage. More op shots toward the Force coming in, and all of a sudden, you got to watch out for some of the areas on the site. Camera checks, and Yatsuka is so darn low. He's starting to feel the pressure. Whiffing onto the camera as well. Takes another peek, but that's where Jit Boys was already lying in wait. The score will be equalized at the end of the first half.
Oh, there's no read in which that round is going to end. Which way you think it would favor in the 5 versus 5. Do like the idea for DFM to not allow an opportunity for the plant to go down, right? Get in with all your members, your utility that you can. You can start to, you know, have a little bit of a step in towards the side as well, courtesy of the Blaze wall. But with all the trades coming down, we know at the end of the day, Full Sense, they're always happy to take a fight. They will switch for more favorable fights than they will to try and win a round by plant, for sure. So 6-6, we do end up for the final map of this series here in the middle bracket for Pacific. The winner will face off against the winners of the next game, which is going to be PRX and T1. Losers drop down for a bit of a gauntlet run, which is not as long as the likes of Gen G and Zeta Division have to currently do. If they want to, you know, do a mass run from the beginning.
That is treacherous down there in the lower bracket. You know what, though? I mean, this entire series really gets your heart thumping. It's not the most tactical, I think, VALORANT that we're seeing from Full Sense at times, but still, definitely good for the fights, definitely entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. And now with the switch up of the sides as well, for me, I'm wondering, double Duelist for Full Sense, a Waylay instead of, you know, the likes of a Neon or the likes of the Jet that we see around the bends as well. How is this really going to look? Because I almost feel like we're going to have a lot of extremity control from Full Sense, a lot of challenges that they're going to have to just throw caution to the wind and go for a couple of these fights. They can't really play at mainstream, and even then, I'm just looking at Dai. You're picking the Duelist, you're picking the Waylay. Oh. Your job, you know, get out, utility trade, facilitate space, not really valuable over on that first side of the map. Got to be better here. The fact that May already is shut down is not too shabby for the pistol for Full Sense.
Hearing the footsteps in the B side as well, so Jit Boys trying to stay cautious around these corners. Spots out Cess, call that to the team. Taking a couple of shots as well.
We really need to be careful peeking with utility and no guns in hand as the plant is down. It's 5 versus 3.
Consider the rest of C-Link dirty as well, that since Jit Boys isn't there anymore. Comes back in, reasserts himself after Primi goes down. Paranoia completely connecting backside. But hold and behold, it's going to be Kaide out of the grass. He managed to take down so many. Yatsuka full health, and he will take the confident peek.
Mate, that was a 5 versus 3 with Spike down. Full Sense had the numbers for that retake, but they're losing their flank lines, they're losing position, they're losing ideas from what DFM are doing. Paranoia was good, don't get me wrong, into the backside. It really off-put DFM's chances in a single 1vx duel. But really, Kaede on that flank, completely catching them with their pants down. And the trades come on through. The Headhunter Yardska doing God's work. And we've seen a lot of shots miss, but we've also really not seen shots connect for Thai in this map so far. And that somewhat continues.
It's so worrying. So far, so good in the pistol department for DFM, both on this map. They'll continue with that momentum as well. All the guns spot up. No real money man except for perhaps Yatsuka, who is poking his head outside C a little bit.
So much for recon.
Dean just holding out, hearing the footsteps. All the angles locked down against Full Sense as he try to peek outside of A lobby. A couple of shots will fall through. Perhaps a Bulldog retrievable, but that's where Cess will come back in.
Yeah, I thought off the get-go when those 3 kills come down for DFM that they're just smacking Full Sense still in around that they have no business in having any kills in. The fact that they find one may very well be one and done. Primi with a Bulldog. Is your bark bigger than your bite or not? See what you can do. Even the trademark Kickoff Mimic Bay and protect Yatsuka.
He's gonna get all 4, man. Just watch. He's gonna do it.
He won't even get one. Kaede is just already hunting him down. There's everybody getting a piece of the pie in that round for DFM. We'll see if they're going to be able to steal another bonus round in this map.
Ooh.
Or if things go to the norm and Full Sense now show us what they've got on this defensive side.
Really need to start to see a lot more. I mean, it is still just a second of the first half for now, but you know, you have a slight chance as well. DFM did struggle on this attacking side the last time they played the map.
Yeah, 2 rounds to the 9 of RRQ. Ended up kind of sinking them.
We'll see for now. It's going to be the trip outside of B. Kaede will step right into it, but the actual plan, perhaps a little split into the C side. Primi will be able to play around the spot, but falling as well. So much going by the wayside, and Full Sense quick to the draw.
But at least the idea now is that flank is susceptible, plant a little bit more favorable to the space that you do have. Let May swing things and catch Killua in the drone. Lights out for the rest of the squad on Full Sense as well. And Thai in a 1 versus 4.
We'll still go for a swing. Okay.
He has saturated himself. It definitely feels like a round there is very well decided by DFM. That's another bonus round that they get in this. But it also just feels like there may very well be a lot of discomfort in currently deploying this Waylay on this map. Because it's not like we haven't seen Thai play Waylay before, right? True. He's deployed it twice. So there's an idea that I can play the agent, but for me it feels like it's a very outside pick for this specific map, because the way that they play it is on the likes of Corrode, right? And it plays different when you've also just got Primi absolutely going nuclear in that game against Zeta.
It's absolutely true. Still some ropes to learn for Thai perhaps, but it's coming a little bit too late now. 9-6 with the bonus picked up for DFM. This snowball is gonna keep rolling.
Oh, absolutely. And it's gonna build up unless Full Sense bring him down to hell. And there's no chance for that snowball to survive. Free entry in towards the party of C though, right here. And Full Sense, well, just didn't get the invite. Pistols, see what damage you can do. Should be double digits here for DFM. Yeah, they're playing on a Akame as well, getting 1 step closer to the Nightfall.
Spike planted.
Big numbers.
Anyone else?
Big ults coming up as well. Just a couple kills from me right now. Yatsuka, 1 point away from Tour de Force. Sense really has to be a lot more cautious, but every single possible avenue of entry, every single exit position perhaps also being checked by DFM members.
Kame's just going to meet with his buddy as well over at long, although he's going to be met with Def. Leviathan finding a double. Thigh can't get what should be a freebie.
Well, at least Leviathan's good for one more, but yeah, Komodo's not impressed.
Only because we know what he's capable of. And if this is an off day, it is
fair.
a very poor time to have an off day, I think I'd say. Middle bracket, so you do have the lower one. But this series from the get-go, you know, and what you showed us over on map number 1 even, on Pearl, was feeling like things are clicking at the moment for Full Sense. And I wonder what this change-up has been, because there was still a couple of ideas over on Split that you start to feel like, Full Sense is starting to get a little bit out-macroed here for DFM. Feels like on this map right now, there's been a lot of smarter decisions coming through from the Japanese side as opposed to Full Sense, and this is a very well-needed timeout for Full Sense that I actually now wonder, why has it taken this long for Full Sense to call a timeout in this map?
Well,
you've been trailing pretty much from the get-go.
That is true. I mean, it took them quite a while to start to come back, but I guess just seeing a couple of those wins, you know, kind of hold off on it. You're often, you know, really nice and professional, Dion, Komodo. I will not mince my words. I'm just going to say it. I think Thai's fallen off ever since we saw that performance on Pearl. Down to this one on Haven. What's going on? It's incredibly odd, but you need to see a lot more, man, because as the secondary duelist, like, this is just not it.
I mean, even in the game against Zeta and DRX, he was technically like overall bottom for the team, but was still having impact where seen, right? It may very well just be the scenario that Kickoff is having its troubles. It's showing its problems.
Yeah.
You got a lot of more depth in the year to be able to rectify things. But for the team that was in the upper, right, with the upsets that we saw against DRX, you'll call it, with the opportunity to potentially have 3 chances to Santiago, now left wondering what could have been and what you need to do to get back into this. So the timeout that comes through, not finding value for the opening engagements anywhere around the map. Maybe here it's the change up in a 5 versus 5 retake?
I don't know. Still kind of considering all the positions. At least it's Cess, but even Cess able to take down 3! Every single player trying to peek on across. It's just Zitboys who finds a couple of bodies, but down against Yatsuka's Headhunter as well. DFM, this is more than double digits now.
Yeah, that was really well played out by Cess, to be honest with you. In a position that you could tell was unexpected by Full Sense. They start to cross Areva lobby. It looked like Killua was starting to bring out a drone as well to what you would assume go and clear the mid window. It feels just very disconnected at the moment in the formula for the Full Sense squad. And Cess, again, he is just so damn locked in this series. He is so hungry to excel this DFM team to new heights that we got a glimpse of at the tail end of last year.
Bye-bye.
Really have to wonder what else could be in store for us, given how they've gotten early plants, strongholds onto the angles as well. Now it's dimensional drift from May.
Yep, and it's going to just push you back outside of the C site right now. You'll get that for free of charge. You had a big lean towards A as well. Almost felt a little bit scared. There was no initiative for Full Sense to go and get the further information around the A site deeper with the dart, with the drone. They used it very late. And this 5 versus 5, they have to re-clear everything in towards mid. Yatsuka on this offline, yeah, a bit premature on the shot with no bailout.
So perhaps now a chance to get on that springboard, dive back into the rounds. Unfortunately, though, Akame still online. So is Kaede and the Cosmic Divide. DFM gunning for the opportunity to make it to map and series point. Full Sense trying to line it up. Convergent pass, not quite connecting, though. And Cess will stand tall, stand firmly around backside. Thigh, you're running out of time, my boy. He's trying to run off to the save, hold on to that operator, but DFM is not giving him the chance. They're breathing down his neck. They're firing off several shots, and he's starting to bleed out. Trying to hold off where he swings.
Go for that swing?
Kaede!
Oh, that's unlucky. An ill-advised choice there, not getting the operator, feeling the pressure that the hunt was on as well. This was, for the purposes of it, a 5 versus 3 and a plant down situation, so you had the numbers for the retake, right, as full sense, but a couple of quick kills in from DFM, a very decisive Cosmic Divide that just hampers your chances of even getting through long. You got no flashes available. The only route that you really had back in towards that retake was the Convergent Pass, and even them too deep because you're prioritizing getting it in through garage control. Is a very, very sticky situation for Full Sense that they had to try and contend with there, and some great positions and choices in the round for DFM.
Totally. And you just saw the Coach Cam with how Cruz reacted. That's us right now, you and me, Komodo, as well. I mean, definitely.
DFM are making some really good decisions here, and Full Sense are left just clutching. They have no idea what to do. It's been a flawless run on this attacking side at the moment for DFM. And this is why I was asking, what do the defenses look like for Full Sense with this double Duelist deployment right now, right? Because we're not even seeing mass information gathering on the likes of Killua's utility for Primi and for Thai, trying to get a little bit cheeky with these Duelists as well, taking some peeks around the map and getting out with TPs or with the dash to get back out as well. We ain't going light speed. We're going like not even a mile an hour at the moment.
You're crawling.
You want to play? Let's play.
Well, it's going to be DFM now. Right on the verge of possibly closing things out. The ult has been pulled out by Yatsuka.
Yeah, 6 series points for DFM right now. Might even do it here and now with the flawless run on the attacking side. You got the runner back. You got the big old snipey boy for Yatsuka as well.
Snipey, we're going to go full guns blazing for now. In, Kaide, looking for kills, gets one. Akame as well. Now Mei getting shut down by Primi, which just holds the angle right around the edge of the blaze. He will think to go Dimensional Drift instead, though unfortunately that leaves Leviathan abandoned.
Yeah, he left him high and dry, unfortunately. Had to try and favor his life, misses the timing. Now it's a split angle.
Hold on. Oh no, still, yeah, Cess able to keep his opponents in check. It's just Jit Boys now. Grab well. He will avoid it for the time being, but Spike still in the hands of DFM.
Oh, Prowler, you got a second if you want to throw it in as a Akame too. Just play in the open together on the smoke to fade.
Oh, this is a crossfire. Crossfire from hell. You just can't break this. Smoke fades, you peek, your back is open, and Cess will close out the series 13-6 on DFM. They managed to close it out. They managed to stay afloat in the middle bracket, and they managed to win out 3 series in a row, a new record for the Japanese team.
Yeah, I wonder how much further they're going to be able to go through the course of this one, because as we said before, T1 or PRX around the corner for them. They'll have some preparations before seeing that soon as well. It's games to be played throughout this triple elimination bracket. Gotta say, when I think back to the veto on this one as well for Full Sense, we've been seeing Abyss banned from them every series. We've been seeing Haven banned every series so far. They opted to change it and get rid of Bind after the last showing. And it looks like from this sample size that we get in this DFM game that there is a lot to fix up on Haven if Full Sense do want to keep on running it, because now they're in that lower elimination bracket. We've seen teams go for more comfort picks as opposed to meta picks, as I've said. But the guys on the screen right now, they don't have to even worry about that. A great victory in a reverse sweep fashion for DFM today, showing a lot of learning, a lot of pizzazz in the server as well. And I think for me, Cess, mate, you absolutely bloody stepped up today. You got to be proud for your squad.
Well, now that all that said, we're going to toss it down to the winners on the stage with the charming Bella.
Hello, it's Bella. Oh, hello, Cess. Hello. Here's your microphone.
Hi. Hello.
Hello, would you join me for a quick interview? Okay, let's stand here. DFM의 세스 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 요로시쿠 오네가이시마스.
よろしくお願いします。
예. 역전으로 승리를 가져가기 성공한 DFM입니다. 오늘 매섭기로 알려진 풀센스를 상대로 IGL로서 어느 점이 가장 까다로웠고 그리고 극복을 어떻게 했는지 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Well, I kind of sounded Japanese for a second with my Korean. But all right, congrats to you on your win, and you were up against the mighty Full Sense. What was the most challenging part when it came to you challenging them, and how did you guys overcome that?
まずは試合勝利おめでとうございます。今日は、1マップ目パールを落としてから、スプリットヘイブンっていったところだったと思うんですけれども、実際にフルセンスと戦ってみてどういったところが一番難しいなと思いましたか？
パールで感じたんですけど、なんか4人でプッシュしたり、なんかテンポを崩されるようなプレーが多かったので、それがなんかびっくりしました。
So I was kind of surprised at the Pearl because at the Pearl, they had like four people coming at the A main pushing. So I was kind of surprised to that because they were like trying to change the tempo a lot.
이제 펄에서 A메인에 4명이나 몰려서 뭔가 템포를 계속 풀센스로 이렇게 가져가기로 노력한 점이 좀 세스가 놀랐다고 이야기를 했습니다. 그리고 오늘 승리로 인해서 DFM이 3연승 기록을 갱신을 했거든요. 구단과 팀과 그리고 오래 하고 있었던 세스 선수이기 때문에 이렇게 꾸준한 성적을 낼 수 있는 게 상당히 의미가 다를 것 같아서 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Well, this one is your third win back to back in your pocket now, and you've been with the team for a while, the up and downs. So how important is it for you to show how consistent the team can be?
DFM としても、多分3連勝するっていうこと自体が初めてっていったところで、セス選手もチームに入ってからもう3年経つとは思うんですけども、実際にこの舞台に立って今日フルセンス相手に戦って、勝利した感想を教えてください。
率直に3連勝できて嬉しいんですけど、僕の中でいつも試合やるときは常に楽しく頑張ってやろうっていうのがあるんで、それをそのまま心がけてやって勝ててよかったです。
So I'm honestly happy with this result, and I have kind of like a motto in myself that I always want to enjoy the match itself, and enjoying the match and contributing to the win. That makes me happy.
세스 선수가 일단 3연승을 기록한 점에 아주 만족하고 있다고 전했고요. 그리고 이제 개인적인 소신이 있는데 항상 즐기면서 경기의 승리에 크게 기여할 수 있다는 점이 아주 큰 의미라고 대답을 해줬습니다. 그리고 워치 파티에서 이제 DFM 팬분들이 엄청 열띤 응원을 보내주고 있는 만큼 한번 팬분들께도 인사드려보도록 하겠습니다. Well, we saw how passionate and excited the fans were at the watch party. Would you like to say your fans? Thank you.
パブリックビューイングでご覧になっている皆さんもものすごく盛り上がっていたというのことなので、その方々に向けて一言お願いします。
いつもありがとうございます。今日勝利したんですけど、これからも頑張っていきます。これからも応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you as always. We will keep continuing with our hard work, and please keep supporting us.
네, 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 더 열심히 하겠다고 세스 선수가 말했습니다. DFM의 세스 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Ses, and congrats again.
감사합니다.
감사합니다. Bye bye.
Yeah, it's our guy, Ses. Looking great today on DFM.
Massive game from him. Massive game.
Sassy on the stage.
Absolutely.
Now-
Highly sexual. He's been fantastic today for DFM. What a win. Both of the teams ended up winning their opponent's map pick.
Yeah.
But the third map, DFM looked pretty much in control.
I was so happy to see this from DFM. I mean, I feel like you can see tangible week-on-week improvement from this team. They've clearly taken their Haven back to the drawing board, especially on this attacker side. They prioritized the orbs in the right places. They dominated C-Long. They're cycling the ults. This is exactly what we wanted to see. I'm very, very happy about this. Ultimately got my prediction right, but Now we have an incredibly strong team moving through this middle bracket, and I think they might even be the favorites to run this whole thing. Can we see DFM and Master Santiago?
I mean, the next game's going to be even tougher because you've got to take on T1 or PRX, but I feel like it's safe to say that it has gotten tougher every single game for DFM, and they've stepped up every single time. GE and Full Sense back-to-back, that's very impressive. On the other side of things, though, for Full Sense, another rough game from Thai, another series that they're the favorites in, that they let slip through their fingers, and essentially now they're even further away from Santiago versus being just one game away in that upper bracket. Now they've fallen all the way into the lower bracket. That is going to be a bitter pill to swallow.
I mean, absolutely. That really takes a mental toll. But I mean, I think this is a team that we can expect so much more from. I think there's just other things they have to clean up. I want to see them play more tight together. I want to see cleaner macro. We know that these guys can aim, but I want to see the brains alongside that we haven't quite massively seen from this team.
Yes, Full Sense only has one life left in the lower bracket, and it's a Shark Tank in there. It's a lot of mean teams down there. It's no easy feat to make it through. Genji is definitely down there waiting in the trenches as well. But DFM, absolutely delighted for them, and for the folks who ended up predicting for them today. And I think this is a team that absolutely has that potential to make it Santiago, and they've proved it every step of the way.
I mean, I think the big thing for me is like, in the past, when DFM started to look good, it's because May heated up, right? Yep. It's because May was the one driving this team forward. But now it's not even like that. Now it's not the May show. Now we're seeing Yatsuka heat up. We're seeing Sez heat up. We're seeing all these other guys able to really pull their weight. Now this team are winning games where they look like a group. They look like a family. They're moving forward together instead of being dragged by May. It's an entirely different story. And I think it's got a lot of people excited about the potential of this young Japanese team.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, we touched on it in the pre-show as well. They're playing many different maps. They're improving things game to game to game. They're showing us a lot of depth where previously maybe the strategy side of things was a little bit shallow. The firepower things is a little bit shallow. This is an extremely well-rounded team in terms of macro, in terms of who can carry inside of the server. The setups look transformative. The map pool is looking fleshed out. Like, it has never been more exciting to be a DFM fan.
Oh yeah, I mean, we talked to the Japanese casters at the very start of today, and that feels so long ago already, but this was huge, having Yatsuga, Kaide, and their coach joining from Riddle Order into DFM, and everything is just coming together, and you can see why Japanese fans are going absolutely excited about this. But you can see Yatsuga on the top here of the charts as MVP, and he's been phenomenal for this squad, especially today, and that's why we've invited him on to have a little chat with us here at the desk. It's DFM's Yatsuka. Let's just put this on here.
Yeah, just figuring out the technical side of things, guys. We'll have him on in a minute. I mean, he 270 ACS on the chamber. I felt like he even could have hit a couple of extra shots. I saw a whiff or two in there, and he still put up crazy numbers. So I think that could have even been, 25 plus, honestly, from Yatsuka.
Yeah, I mean, having this as your secondary duelist or your chamber, I mean, this is a huge win for DFM, and it's proved really strong. But that said, last match, Yatsuka didn't really put out the numbers, and they still won, but they did this time. Welcome, and congratulations on the third consecutive win for DFM, the first for the team. And, when we talked to you last time on the stage, you said, I need to step it up for next time, and I promise I will. So what do you do to prepare a promise like that?
まずは勝利3連勝といったことでおめでとうございます。で、安川選手は以前ステージ上のインタビューで、今度の試合は自分がもっと頑張らなきゃいけないっていう風な発言をされてたと思うんですけども、今日の試合を迎えるにあたってどのような準備をされてきましたか？
そうですね、もう特に変わったことはしないんですけど、今日までに向けてたくさんの練習を重ねて、その練習試合でもその練習時間以外でもずっと自分のパフォーマンスに向き合って挑んだフルセンス戦でしたね。
So actually, I didn't do like anything special. Just like work hard, scrims and practice. That's kind of like all what I did.
Well, in that case, how did you prepare for a team like Full Sense coming into this? I mean, you guys ended up winning each other's maps, but you were very good on the last map of Haven. How did you prepare for, they're a sharp squad, Full Sense.
フルセンスっていうのはパシフィックの中で見ても結構強豪のチームだとは思うんですけども、チームとしてと個人としてフルセンス戦に向けてはどのような準備をされましたか？
そうですね、フルセン戦は本当にそのミクロといったもうフィジカルの部分がとても強くて、そこにビビらず自分たちはもうマクロの部分できっちりやって、その相手のフィジカルにビビらないで勝っていこうという感じでいきました。
So we had a kind of like a team tactics and also my personal tactics that we just have to, win the gunfight, the physical aiming thing. So we just need to focus on the macro and don't be afraid and shoot and win.
Awesome. I mean, you guys closed it out on the third map of Haven there. I had 2 questions about Haven. First of all, what did you improve since the RRQ game? Because your defense was very good, but attack really struggled. RRQ was able to do a big comeback against you. And second of all, specifically against Full Sense, we haven't seen them play Haven since last year. So what were your expectations against Full Sense, or did you only kind of focus on yourselves and what you could improve from that RRQ game?
ヘイブンの試合も結構接戦だったと思うんですけども、ヘイブンの試合についてちょっと2個質問がありまして、1個目がまず RRQ の試合から、守りは強かったと思うんですけども、やっぱり攻撃の面でいろいろ難しかった部分があったと思うんですけども、そういったところからどういうふうに改善してきたかっていうのと、もう1個質問があって、フルセンス自体がヘイブンをそもそもずっと見せていなかったっていったところで、チームとしてどのような、フルセンスの戦い方を、期待して、試合に臨んでたか。
そうですね、その RRQ 戦では守りは結構取れたんですけど、攻めが本当に取れなくて、でもその時取れなかったのが、もうせっかく取れたエリアを全部台無しにして、もう弱気になったっていうのが悪かったんで、強気に行こうみたいな感じで、そのヘイブンの練習はもう強気みたいな感じで、攻めは。で、あとなんだっけ、2個目。
もう1個が、フルセンス自体がヘイブンをそもそも、去年から見せていなかったっていったところで、構成含めてどのようなものを、期待してたかというか、どのような形でフルセンスが戦ってくると思っていました。
そうですね、フルセンスはもう他のマップも 2D がほとんどで、来ても 2D か、プリミの夜 1D の2コンかなって感じで、今僕たちが使ってる構成はもう 2D にも2コンにもそんなどっちかっていうとアンチピックになりうるかなと思ってるんで、あんまり不満は感じなかったですね、フルセンスに対して。
So starting off from the first question about the attack side on the Haven. So what happened in the RRQ match? So we actually got many areas, but we gave up all the areas because we were just afraid of the RRQ. So what we did during the scrims and practices that we just have to be don't be like afraid to the enemies. We just have to keep the area that we took the area. And also for the second question, so Full Sense have like 2 duelist comps for like several maps. And so we kind of like expected like 2 duelists or Premier doing the duelist and having like 2 controllers. And the comps we are having right now, like 2 duelists, is kind of like an anti-pick for those kind of comps.
Okay, cool. Yeah, my other question was specifically about Yatsuka. How does he approach playing the Yoru? I noticed like split, he fights B main, or like in some of the post plants on attack, he likes to, flash through walls and try to make plays. Is that something he likes to do himself, or does the coach tell him, he wants him to play in a certain way?
安塚選手の個人的な質問にはなるんですけど、夜の戦い方だったり使い方みたいな部分で、スプリットで B メインで戦っていたりだったり、リテイクだったりの時に木の中からフラッシュで飛び出すみたいな動きっていうのは、これはコーチとか、チームとしての方針なのか、安塚選手の判断でやってるものなのか。
そうですね、夜の動きはもう基本なんかチームに何か言われたことはあんまなくて、本当に自分のその場で思いついたやつをやって、でなんかそこから荒いところを削ってくれて、コーチたちが削ってくれて今の形みたいななってます。
So actually most of the Yoru moves that I do in the matches is coming from my idea. And during the practice and the scrims, like coaches kind of like gave us the feedbacks and we blash out those moves.
Awesome.
Well, it's been paying off. And to wrap things up, the next match will be your next opponent. Who would you like to face next, T1 or PRX?
次戦がこれから戦う T1 と PRX の勝者になると思うんですけども、どちらと戦いたいですか？
PRX で。
Oh, all right. Okay, because they're the easier opponent?
ペーパーレックスの方がまあ簡単な相手だと思いますか？
いや、そうじゃなくて、なんか僕がいた前のリードの時からペッパーレックスとはもうずっと仲が良くて練習よくしたりして、まあちょっと大会で戦ってみたいなと思ってます。
So when I was in like former team, we were scrimming a lot with a paper X, and that's why I want to fight against them in the tournament.
Oh, very interesting. All right, well, thank you so much, and congratulations again on your win today, Yatsuka, and thank you so much for translating. All right, cool, really great insights there.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah. And Yatsuka, our MVP for Haven, and a great question about his Yoru, because I think him as a secondary duelist on the Yoru, I mean, he was playing Chamber on Haven, but on that Yoru, I think he's been hugely impactful.
You could just see it on split. Like, go back to that defense side split for DFM. It'll be like Leviathan walk into B main and Yatsuka just bangs a flash off the wall and takes an aim duel with him, or Pearl on the attacking side post plants. Like, whenever the other team wants to come in for a retake, he's making plays. He was not scared today. He just wanted to, exactly like he said in the interview, play with confidence, win the aim duels, and not let Full Sense feel comfortable. And I think he definitely asserted himself inside the server. The stats say everything.
Yeah, that's right. It's you guys are such good analysts. I mean, that's what you said. You want them to take more space on Haven and to have that confidence. And well, that was the game plan. You guys know your stuff. I like it. Well, the next match is gonna be T1 versus Paper. I know you guys aren't used to it, but I had to, give credit where credit is due. But T1 Paper X. Are you okay? Have you?
I feel like a broken clock is right twice a day. So sometimes we strike gold.
Well, let's see if you're correct about this one. I know we have lots to break down, especially between these two squads. Now, T1, they had, left us a couple question marks when we first started off, but their coach KDG was like, look, this is not everything we're going to be showing. We're going to be much better. And of course, they're known as the Pacific Super Team, and they're starting to prove it.
I mean, the thing for me is T1 are heating up as they move through this tournament. I feel like they look better and better game after game. You see the individuals really start to pop. They're really starting to get familiar again in the server, and I think this team is becoming even more scary now. I think they have a lot of momentum coming into this game today.
Yeah, totally agree. I think Izu has been the standout for T1 thus far, but you're starting to see them become a much more well-rounded team as more time goes on. So, I really think that they have a decent chance of qualifying to the international event despite a slow start.
Yeah, that's right. They're still adjusting to the things, but I think it's definitely coming together now, even with a little bit of a shift in their roles.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to talk about just how aggressive T1 is on the defensive side of Bind, because I expect us to see Bind in this series against Paper X. It's a map they both like. You see them making all kinds of aggressive moves at different points in the round. So there's a flash through the smoke in bathrooms. This one is a beautiful TP crunch that T1 shows, but you're just going to see round on round, round 3, round 4, round 5, round 6. Do you see the rounds continue to stack up and they aggress in a different way every single time?
Yeah, I love this kind of game planning. So the overarching game plan is let's not give them any space while they're attacking. Let's be in their face. Let's fight forward. And I love that. And then I love how many different ways the coaching staff have cooked up to do this. They take fights in every single area of the map. It's coordinated, it's well scripted, and it's incredibly well executed. This is very well drilled plays, very coordinated across the board from this team, and they just really tie DRX down here.
And even when you don't see well coordinated plays on an individual basis, you'll see people pushing. Meteor just walks all the way through bathrooms by himself. You'll see, one player aggress through the B long wall by themselves. You see Izu walk up short and just take an op line here by himself. Meteor's all the way through bars, Izu's shooting people on short, and then you get, individual players confident enough to make their own plays on T1 and read the game on the fly. So it's not just kind of set piece drilled, things that T1 has pre-planned, but also you have to be able to kind of accommodate for those individuals making their own reads as well.
Yeah, and we don't know the veto yet for the day, but I really hope Bind is in there, because I think they can apply a lot of this to PRX, because PRX are also a team that don't like to sit still, so that you really want to restrict the map against them. I wonder how many of these setups they can repeat, how much more they have cooked up for if we do see this map again. It's just a team I'm really warming to. I think their style is fantastic, and I think they've done a great job, especially on this Bind map.
So look, we saw all of those clips. This is where all of the opening kills happen for T1. nowhere is safe. You know, they're going to push absolutely everywhere. They have all of these different kind of pre-planned rounds. And as mentioned before, oh, my pen's off. There you go.
It always does that.
It happens to the best of us. There you go. Finally, I got it back. So we get rid of all of these opening kills. And I mean, like I said before, you're liable to have Meteor walk his way all the way through bathrooms. Yep. You're going to have Izu on an individual basis, walk up on that short line, Stacks aggress through this long wall. And they also have all manner of TP crunches, whether it be the crunch through the bathrooms that we saw with the bathrooms aggression as well, or you also, which they only showed anti-eco, but I think they could definitely run this a little bit more, had a hookah crunch through short A into the TP and players coming out hookah. So honestly, they have so much depth on just one side of defense, and you know, you don't know necessarily what to be ready for or where to be ready for. Are you going to get crunched through the TPs? Are you going to have an op on an off angle and you lose a pick? Like, it's going to be very difficult to tackle, especially if you're only playing single E-Nit with a fade.
That's right. I mean, Munchkin did say they're planning for a high-risk, high-reward playstyle, and it needed some time to click. But another team who really enjoys doing that is none other than PRX here. However, there's something we got to talk about, and it's every single year in Pacific, it's always a slow start. Kickoff or stage 1 back in 2023, it was kind of crap until they finally find their footing maybe around stage 1, but they usually eke by and qualify. But this year, you know, the competition gets tougher and tougher.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is a team that vibes so well. It's all about synergy. It's all about execution, creativity in the server. So whenever you make roster changes, this is always going to take a little bit of a hit, and it needs some time to get recovered again. So I think it's understandable that they looked slow, but their last map, ultimately, it was disappointing. There's no two ways around it. They were the favorites heading into that, and they got demolished.
Yeah, RRQ really made them look like a second-rate team. It was not a particularly close series at all, and I think PRX, that might give them the kick up the butt they need to really show up to this particular game. But even then, I'm nervous for a number of other factors as well. The kickoff slow starts are definitely a problem, but also I have to say some of their comps I'm not a super big fan of as well.
Yeah, I've not been enjoying it, ultimately. I feel like in some ways they're going experimental and that's hit or miss, and then in other ways they're really simplifying and they're going back to the default, and I don't love that for them either. They're caught in this weird middle ground. We do have our map veto coming in, and we can see T1 picking Pearl. This was a map PRX struggled on. They didn't have answers, so I'm not surprised to see T1 go straight for this.
It's crazy because once upon a time their Pearl was unstoppable, but that was many metas ago, and it looks like you said, they haven't figured out that comp quite yet. I mean, who did you pick today?
I picked T1. PRX have picked Breeze. That's a map that I wasn't even that impressed by them win over GE, but T1 was not good on it against Gen G, to be fair.
Yeah. But also, we are ending on bind, so that T1 bind stuff could really kick in. I need to see what they've got anti-tier.
This better go 3 maps.
I hope it goes 3 maps. It's T1 versus PRX. Quick shout out to those of you watching from Singapore at the showroom opening, and you know, send into chat who you're cheering for. We're going to send it down to the stage. We're going to have T1 facing off against PRX in the middle bracket.
VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything. T1
Forget the shaky start. The T1 Super Team is back. After a tough loss to Nongshim, they fought their way back by taking down giants like Gen G and DRX. As Munchkin said, they had some big plays that needed some time to be honed and to finally click, and it looks like it finally has for this team.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what they can do here. Let's not forget that Kickoff last year, it was a little bit rough around the edges. Their opening game, I believe they almost lost to Boom, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And they were touted as a super team back then as well. Barely scraped through in second place to be able to make their way over to Masters Bangkok. They were rated as one of the lowest placed teams at that event and won the whole bloody thing. So I'm wondering if they're going to qualify second for the first Masters event of the year through the middle bracket here.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see both of these teams here in the middle bracket. Both of them of Masters Trophy winning teams. They're facing off against PRX. Now, PRX's opening win against Global Esports did leave us with more questions and answers in how that played out. And then they played against RRQ, and it was a form of PRX we have not seen that bad since last year. And frankly, we're kind of used to seeing the late bloomer style of PRX, but the competition is just so high right now. This is not what you can play around with anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Slow starts don't cut it anymore. It really isn't good enough when you have players of this caliber. This is a core that has won so much, achieved so much, been together for such a long time, and we do have high expectations. So when they fall short of that, you can't help but criticize. We really expect big things from this roster, and if they drop down to the lower bracket, even more questions will start to appear.
Yeah, I mean, that game against RRQ was some of the worst form I've seen from PRX in quite a while. But let's not forget, RRQ is by far the best team in Pacific right now. So I think this could be a much closer matchup, even if PRX is not on their A game.
I completely agree with that. And I do have to mention, while RRQ was absolutely stellar that day, all of PRX was not performing at all. But I also have to mention the newest player of Envy. He is not that last game there was not to his full potential.
I mean, absolutely not. He knows it. We've seen massive things from him in the past. So when they make a roster change like this, it was massive. It was big news because Envy is a fantastic player, but he has to bring that into 2026. I really want to see him light up today because we know he has that potential.
I mean, I agree with that, but I don't think it's just Envy. I think almost every player on PRX was not great that game. I don't see something too much on the Yoru. Didn't see much from particularly anybody, to be honest. So I think everybody on PRX has to step up. We've got to see some comp changes. We've got to see something new. And honestly, PRX has not had a whole lot of time to cook.
And we saw Coach Panda on the stage right there. He was an integral part of the mental performance fix that they were talking about last year, and it looks like if that's happening again, this is really important to have this kind of coaching staff behind the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, he might have his work cut out for him if things get any more dire for PRX, but they're looking to turn their fortunes around today. I really do believe they can do it. I predicted them today because I want to see them hit the ground running. We have the compositions coming in, and it's a big change from PRX. Last time we saw it, it was double Duelist. Massive flip of style here, bringing out Sova Teo with something on the chamber. I love that they're making this change. Go off meta, use your individuals. Thank you, PRX. This is what I wanted to see.
I mean, T1 have made no changes, and this is comfort roles for them, so I'm not even going to really touch on that too much. There's not much to say. Jing, 5 officials ever on Neon. You're playing double Enit, Defy off of that Senti role that he's been playing for quite a while, and Something has only 2 officials on Chamber. So this is PRX playing stuff that they have never really touched much before.
And Defy on the Teo. This is a team that doesn't love Teho. They're pretty notorious for not playing Teho during the Teho meta. So, I mean, you wanted some changes.
I like it. I think it's off meta, and I think as long as they're coming in with smart preparation, then they should be fine. They should have a lot of utility to set up Jing, and I really think that they're going to make Meteor's life very difficult on this Killjoy.
Well, one thing for sure, both of these teams never leave the audience disappointed. All right, let's head into Pearl. We're going to send it over to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Wait, hold on. What did Victor say? Never leave us disappointed. I was pretty disappointed with PRX last week.
I guess so. But something I'm glad about the desk not highlighting is actually this comp from PaperX Deeply, because they got smushed by RRQ, so they stole the comp.
Yeah.
They've stolen the comp, and I'm very excited to see how they are going to adopt this one and adapt this one as well, because like Vic was just highlighting, it is a very big difference for them as well. A lot of roles that they're switching into, a lot of agents that you don't generally see. I guess we were kind of questioning a little bit on what Jing's Jet looks like when Breeze came into the play. Now he's switching it up again off the Waylay that we were questioning. Now we're questioning the Neon. I think it's a day of questions where we need to see a lot of answers come in towards the server right now. Davai onto the Teo, Chamber onto for something. It is a very interesting one to come on through. And are they ready for this series today? Are we going to get a 3-mapper? Is it going to be a nail-biter 2-mapper? Or are we getting absence? Who the hell bloody knows between these two Masters winners? It is going to be a massive series, and we start things off on Pearl, which, by the way, I've been wondering for T1, what did you have in store for Pearl? Because in all their series so far, Gen.G banned it first, DRX banned it first, Nongshim banned it first. They've not had a chance to bloody show this map just yet right now for Kickoff. And now they finally get to, and they pick it immediately. So I really do wonder, have they been waiting for this?
Really comes to mind. I mean, compositionally, double duelist, you know, it's things that we expect of a team like T1's caliber, especially with the players they have as well. Off to the attacking side, though, they will just start things off with a little drone down B long.
Yeah, and it's a 1-4 setup as well for PaperX right now, so retake style over on this B site. And they'll be used to seeing from that RRQ match their opponents get in towards the sites, but now we need to see them actually challenge for it on this retake, you'd assume.
Well, do have that Teo after all, but at the same time, not seeing the full team from T1 on the B side, start to question things a little bit more. You do have a secondary squad coming through from B-Link. Of course, PaperX just trying to kick things off. They will take a little gander, a little peek in towards the Link area, but unfortunately back's turned as well. So Crossfire effectively for T1. They manage to take down 3, make that a 4th, leaving Forsaken alone and cold. Just with the Ghost, still trying to take back some space, peeking back down into stairs, but the frenzy of stacks will be able to dispatch of him.
Yeah, another scenario on this map right now where it's going to be an attacking round against PaperX Garnet. To highlight the scenes from the last time we did see it, it was a 0-10 start for PaperX on this defensive side, right? Against RRQ, they got the tail end 2 rounds of the half. So we are waiting to see what changes they employ really early on this one as well. I like the idea from T1, by the way, situating yourselves in some nice crossfires. You had a lot of them around that B site to be able to play. And with no real force up for PaperX in this next one as well, it should just be the free of charge round for T1, unless they really slip up. Could be a mid-explosion here for Meteor to face.
He's alone with a Ghost, so not the worst loss, but you would have hoped that he would have perhaps gotten 1 or 2. Otherwise, open sight still for the rest of the team. They should be getting the spike down soon enough.
Well, it's just the Ghost upgrade for Forsaken. See if something with this Headhunter is going to be able to remove some from the shoulders. Otherwise, T1 should bring in a little bit of stability. Munchkin watching the flank, noted on that Ghost player.
Yeah, pretty good positions all throughout the board. Stacks around Pillow with shock darts ready as well, in case Munchkin falls also. But here comes something. Headhunter, like you called. But you gotta watch out for Buzz on that Judge. Back in the halls, Stacks, Buzz, all on the site still. Even around the smokes, you can't make it past T1. Clean round.
There's definitely going to be a thing of comfort for the side of T1 in terms of the agents that they're playing. And for PaperX, a bit of nuance, a bit of maybe uncomfortability, some adjusting to be seeing coming into this one as well, right? Because it is going to be the Chamber for something. It is going to be the Neon for Jing. And while we see them prep for it perhaps coming in towards the series, it's not been a long time since that RRQ game. The only other thing we can think of is how do these guys fare in a ranked environment on these agents to really just be situated as an individual on this roster. See how it sounds like for PaperX here.
I'll break later.
I'm gonna go check me for
Yeah, buddy. Taking middle, guys.
You could try and take mid, but the bait, they're already through, unfortunately. Izu gonna feel The bad end of that stick by Forsaken smacking him. But what else now? Smoke will fade. Util gone. There's a bit of mid control for a potential B split here for T1.
Yeah, good to still check in across all around. So not too bad with the little movements and advantages that PRX are trying to create for themselves. They managed to peek in the A main as well, so that was quite well read. Now back into B long. Something onto the chamber.
Yep. No bailout strat here either. He is going to have to stand his ground as Forsaken does start to peel away as well to Tower. Something now does have the rendezvous marker available as well, but there's no real position you're going to be able to deploy that as Forsaken. Yeah, see his POV on that one. It sounded like just a single shot to the dome.
Absolutely discourages T1 from stepping foot back into B, so into the A site, but there are so many angles to consider, especially with PRX and how they could have possibly gotten to A main.
Yeah, there's still a dart available for Envy as well. But it looks like they're going to take a little bit of initiative as Munchkin does get caught in the open, and Stax is going to get traded. So a pretty decent first round on these defensive side for PRX. They're going to be happy that they get one and not see something like that 10-0 again.
Thankfully not. Still, early days for both sides this round, thanks to Forsaken checking out in towards middle, as well as back into tower. Yes. Oi! Beautiful.
That's a cracker. Absolutely. Buy up the time for T1 and see what their strategies do look like from barrier drop as well. As I highlighted a little bit earlier, they have not really had the chance to play this map so far in Kickoff with an immediate pick. Feels like that they've been waiting for it after we see it banned and banned and banned in their last series. And of course, PRX not really being too crash hot on it. You feel like you're cooking something and they're weak, so definitely go for it. Like the aggressions from PRX in towards A main, this choke is generally nicely favored for defenders to have a fair fight on, try and gain favor.
Of course, wondering as well as to whether or not T1 prepared for this specific composition that PRX brought out. So perhaps some little adjustments here and there. Yeah, right. But still, that was a lot of utility spent by PRX just to fend them off around A main. T1
looking for an over-aggression play, right? Catch them a little bit lopsided.
Hunter's Fury as well for Stax. Perhaps starting things off with Izu alongside Buzz. Relay Bolt still ready as well. Meanwhile, Jing has to immediately get out of dodge.
Yeah. Jumping out with his wiggles as PRX, well, they just sit you down, don't they? Munchkin trying to dig deep, can't happen, and Stax, well, he was spotted with the Hunter's Fury earlier, and he is going to get traded as well. Bowman shut down. Tied game. T1 not able to find good fortunes in their first proper buy-up.
It's really odd thinking about how everyone was just set up for it. Making a lot of noise, Jing getting out. But ultimately, thanks to Envy Device still being all around, keeping all the angles, they managed to find a couple of players straggling all across the open spots.
It's like the last series that we just see as well, right? Where Full Sense are going to be happy to try and take a lot of the fights. PRX are going to be the exact same for you, and if they are able to plant their feet nicely with numbers, they're going to take these fights with something on this chamber as well. If he's at the right location, he's going to have a get-out-of-jail-free card with the chamber. Jing, well, this Neon, he's going to try and dance around you as well and wiggle around you. So we'll see how he kind of learns that in amongst this map of Pearl. The fact that you do shut down the first gun round of T1, I'll say quite convincingly. You had the right rotations and the right angles you needed to be holding. We're going to have to wait and see what T1 really have up their sleeve for us. You would assume after this pistol round.
For now, though, just trying to group up. Buzz perhaps with overdrive at some point as well, but down to the minute mark, PRX starts to investigate. You also do have something continuing to hold a deep angle into A main, so extra information, and now with all that noise, starting to piece it together.
Stax has just cleared all of long with that drone too, so they've got an idea that nobody is actually on the site itself until they look to stretch out into the back of holes. Now this might even be a world in which this is a 5 versus 5 retake, and you consider for Forsaken, Cosmic Divide, maybe you want to deploy.
Spike planted.
They're not going down yet, though. In fact, it's going to be Munchkin's first to go off. Just Jing in with high lanes all the way through into the site, but still, everyone from T1 not quite able to hold on, thanks to the pistols, of course. So a couple of casualties, but PRX still managed to find the lead in this round.
Yeah, it seems like the idea better for them is going to be a smoke here and there, and everybody guns up, ready for the fight. We know we've got superior gun advantage. We've got everybody on the site. T1 have to try and make sure that they were already established in their crossfires from where they came. In long, on the site itself, it's just get up and go. And go they do. Nicely well played at the end for this retake for PRX. Some sharpies to come through from Forsaken yet again. It feels like from his POV, his crosshair placement is online today.
Oh, quite reliable. Up to the next round, though, this is one that you were trying to keep in stock for T1. Having the guns back up.
Yep. RRQ style as well from that crazy guy, sending in a salvo early. Force them off in a main line, see if you want to go for it further or go for a bit of an art play. And, well, it's going to be the latter, and they're just going to get absolutely peppered on back. Not able to get up through to art for PRX for some semblance of an advantage. Tail between the legs towards the A site, mind you. Need to see what something can do with this operator right now.
Oh, it's going to be the drone as well, though. Something trying to take a more aggressive angle. Punches through. Buzz able to answer back, but finds Jing instead.
Yeah, drone is only now clearing A main as well, so something is in a bit of a spot of bother. Overwhelmed on the site perhaps right now. Two angles to try and contend with.
He's got to look all over the place. Unfortunately, that's where he will fall, especially with another team, another squad coming through from A main, and now it's Devi getting gunned down. Leaving Forsaken to his devices, 1v4. Probably got to save, man. Tries to make a go for it, steps in the sight. Looks for a couple of picks anyway, will find Buzz. But the rest of T1, you got flashes, you got stacks with recons and shocks.
Knocking them.
As soon as you get onto the spike as well, that's going to draw out a reaction. Just Munchkin holding extremely safe, sets off a Nova Pulse. The op has been retrieved. And that should be that. Forsaken peels off.
Yeah, no way you're going to be able to find any more damage unless someone gives you a duel trying to hunt you. I wonder even if T1 are going to recognize that the operator, well, might have been salvaged from it. Now they'll know with the echo that goes on through in the tied ball game.
Okay.
Forsaken even going to be finding stacks for the change of rounds. So, PRX will go at it again. T1 putting PRX into some retreated spots.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, it was kind of awkward position for something to be in.
There's awkward positions from them because they didn't garner that A main control bar the salvos, right? If they want to actually go for it a little bit further on, they're going to have to put bodies there. The idea was going for an art play instead, and there was a lot more members of T1 happy to take the fights there. So the game plan worked a bit better from them from barrier drop. Now, though, you look at the ults that we've still got up our sleeve. Izu with the Dimensional Drift can be put to good value to scope things out at this B side as well, especially because we can see that this operator is on the line. And now he's just going to have to retreat off that one.
Okay. Rendezvous off. T1 just asserting their presence.
Well, this is the adjustment that you wanted to see from PRX as well. If you are going for that A main control on the back of a single salvo, what are you doing to follow that up? Putting in the drone over there, putting your own stealth drone up through art as well is one of the good things about this composition for PRX, that they've got the double drone ability. They exercise both of them quite early on in the mix to get info that nothing's around the A site, and also now you have to have this heads up at the B site as Izu scopes everything out.
Lot being cleared, but also initial relay bolt does slow things down somewhat. Unfortunately, Forsaken not quite able to stand his ground. Now, just something alongside Devi, who does arrive. In view goes Hunter's Fury as well, but it doesn't quite catch on to too much. Just Izu slightly tagged up. Still not enough for them to really commit to the retake.
Just the save in its entirety. The drones used for PRX. Envy never used the dart in this round, no second salvo. Feels like for all the information that you gathered over at Art and outside A main, there wasn't a contingency for what might be happening over at the B site when that drift comes through and facilitates Buzz to be able to get back into the holes. And I mean, Izu and Buzz happy enough to go for those fights, feeling like they've got favor when you've got the whole site a little bit under control. Good gravity well onto Forsaken as well, mind you, from Munchkin. So things looking pretty good for T1 in that atmosphere. I'll take the lead back. And with the save of 3 for Paper X, see what they've got in store around the bend, because the Operator is transitioning to the next round. They do have that tour de force available for something still.
Nice! Let's go, guys. Let's go. Nice!
Still a potential threat, but otherwise still fantastic round. I mean, this was a T1 working against something with an op, and they were so aware of it. How to work around it as well. The upgrade of Munchkin into the roster. So, upcoming round now, keeping the op still in mind. Paper X, though.
No business around A. Trademark at the front side of the site. Give you early warning, call for a bit of a mid-exploration to get something on the line. He can pretty much stay here for as long as he wants with that TP out. Really comes down to T1 to see if they can flush him out or not. The drone in towards mid, you assume that there's a bit of an idea that there might be something behind this. Not specifically the player, but we'll get an idea that he is, and now out of there. A missed shot to the top of mid might spell the go time for T1 to start to get more of an idea on how to get into this A side.
I don't know how I feel about an op versus a jumping Buzz Neon, so very, very precarious, but it will be Divide coming back into relay and try to hold their ground around the A site. Special delivery spent onto the site itself. Meanwhile, T1, Izu's already slipped in. It's a pretty strong position to still hold while Forsaken tries to perhaps set up a bit of a flank through main. You also have Meteor still keeping a lot of these positions in check, so even though the spike's not down yet, T1's got a pretty good grip. But at the same time, Jing, Invi, they've managed to slip through. The spike carrier's been dropped and Munchkin has to go.
There's another layer to this onion right though. As Forsaken coming in from behind, Divide to put a shutdown onto Meteor. And that is a bit of a clean up from a precarious position that Paper X faced on that A site. Could see an angle as well that T1 really wanted to get that spike into the site, get Stacks the plant. Get the Hunter's Fury online perhaps, but there was never going to be an avenue that you could feel comfortable in using that as well. It was so low in HP. In fact, like 3 of the members of T1 were super low in HP there, from the spam going through the walls, from the tags, from Devi as well, trying to spray through. It's going to be a very difficult one for T1 to try and wrangle that one back. They did have enough money in their back pocket to invest yet again and try something a little bit different this time. A 1-4 setup for Paper X, favoring the A side. Might need to get the big old boots online for Jing. He needs to rotate pretty rapidly.
Oh no. Still trying to make the decision, so it's going to take a little bit more time. Stealth droning all across to check out B-Link and mid.
I'm a little bit surprised that with the 4 members over at A, there wasn't an orb control. If I missed it, apologies, but Devi was one away from the Armageddon. In this sort of situation, you would have loved that for a B retake.
Spike planted.
Unfortunately not there, so comes down to this approach. It's just Forsaken on the side, 1-4 like you mentioned. The rest of the team all flanking. Cosmic Divide perhaps try to draw some of the attention away. Now Forsaken has to contend with Buzz, but there's the flank now going through. Overdrive popped, Stacks able to hold! Complete and utter destruction, a quadruple kill out of nowhere.
He's just pulled out the right Jenga block in that one, and they have all toppled on down. 4 kills to come through from Stacks. Need to see that from his POV for sure. You know they're all funneled into a singular location, but the crosshair placement 1, that second is great onto Jing. And it sounds like the headhunter shots of something just do not connect at all in that moment in time. Great individual moment to come through from Stacks to again give T1 the lead. And also, not going to have too much of an impact on Paper X's economy for this round, but the one after this, that's something different if it goes T1's way. Could be worth a double here.
Things starting to get really sticky. Positionally right now, though, for Paper X, Divide with Armageddon, something, Tour de Force, presumably still in the game.
Yeah, you already activated it.
So for T1 to try to corral up around it, so far taking down Connector, Art, maybe a little bit of step into main as well. Announcing more presence in towards B, though, and that drops the Armageddon relatively early.
Yeah, but it's a bit of a safe way that you can get out of that one as well from a TP and from the high gear of the Neon. Now, the challenge to something with this 2-4. See if he can get the right line on a Meteor, which he can. 5 versus 3 that T1 have to come back in towards the A site with. And well, they're going to have to get kind of fancy with this one to have any advantages.
Gonna look to Buzz. He's the one with the fancy feet. Unfortunately, falls to Envy. Stax makes it a trade, but there goes the Toward Force again. Salvos flush Stax out of position. For the quad that he got in the previous round. He's got 15 seconds now to make something happen. Devi hops onto the ledge, spots his head.
I gotta say, from what you've got available as this composition for PRX on the defensive side, you've really seen RRQ do a lot of ingenuity for the different layering approaches that you do have, right? From the information that you're gathering from the drones and the dart, from the stuns that you've also got available across the board from the Neon as well as the Teo. You're covering a lot of the bases for information gathering, for damage. You are kind of missing the flashes, I guess you could say, but if they're, you know, finding favor with the other components, it's not too shabby. So we'll see what T1 are going to be able to do differently a little bit with this Yoru and play for Izu, because again, it's kind of felt a little bit flat when the drift hasn't come on in on that specific mark. Forsaken's battle right now is against the drone.
Things happen. Still though, it's a go signal for T1. Cosmic Divide. Buzz kicks things into high gear, but unfortunately in the midst of all those smokes, a couple kills going through. Stax, once again the playmaker, able to find a double kill.
Wouldn't mind seeing a world in which something juggles over that operator to Divide just so he can play on the low HP. But they are so far disconnected from each other at the moment because of the space that is empty around the map right now that T1 could be lurking in, could be trying to catch you off guard, unexpected. High-low setup to a degree here for Envy and for Devi on the bottom side of things. 40 seconds to go, and the option here was for T1 to rest. Refocus still to this B site.
Cut noise. Put some question marks into PRX's mind.
Oh, I love the drone time here as well. You're just going to have to hide from this properly for T1. Oh, he's pinged it. There might be a bit of an idea, bit of an inkling that he's behind the pillar. Operator line, very powerful right now for something. Jigs up.
Oh, and there he goes. Perfect flick. Devi as well, putting a long journey to route around back. 10 seconds left, and T1 has got no escape plan. They just have to dig deep, and it's only Meteor, unfortunately, completely surrounded. PRX take the lead.
Has very good patience from, I think, both teams in there and in the requirements that they need to do to try to reconcile things and get back in towards the round. Feels like for Envy specifically there, it's really good timing on that drone as well. Just buys some more significant time that T1 don't have to try and get in towards the site. And by then, you do have a bit of a marathon being run by Devi. The operator hits its mark as well.
10 seconds left.
So nicely done for PRX to keep things competitive on this defensive side that, again, we were really lacking the last time we saw them on Pearl. Now for T1 with this party mix of a buy, can they turn up the heat a little bit into this A site and potentially tie the game?
Well, time to bring the party in. Just a lot of utility being drawn out. The Hunters' Furies on both ends all going through. Devi managed to find a singular spray, perhaps through a smoke. Now the drone coming out to confirm positioning.
Spots out Meteor, I believe, is the only play up. Izu real low on HP as well, going to be sending in the drift. Meanwhile, you draw all the attention away from what's happening at the B site, folks. Munchkin is sneaking in towards it with only a stinger. But how far do you want to go? Because you lost control of mid. And Envy cuts off the rotate of Meteor. Izu to fall as well. 4 versus 2. PRX sit themselves up with some good advantage here.
Really thinning out the herd. You're left with 2 players on T1 side, and they only have stingers. It's a strong position from Munchkin, though, still. If he's able to perhaps find somewhat of a flank, get a good spot, take a rifle, well, maybe a slight chance. Stacks, all to hold. Can't quite track the movement of Jing. It all comes down. The newest addition to the T1 roster. I don't think this position's favoring him, though.
No.
A little peek, a little gander. He does make a good spray, but just buys a bit of time. The kill's still coming in, and just enough for PRX to get the defuse. 7-5 at the end of the first half.
Funnily enough, 2.08 seconds to go on that one. There kind of was the world in which he would have been able to find that. a different state of affairs. PRX at time maybe started to get a little bit worrisome, but not too much. 7-5. Good space gathering from PRX to recognize what gaps they might be able to sneak in towards in this one. And then, yeah, the 4 versus 2. We've all been here in our ranked games against a Neon. They are very hard to track at times. Unfortunately for Sax, gets the better of him in that one.
Halftime.
Flip time. Map pick of Pearl, courtesy of T1. PRX opting for the defenses. So what do their attacks do look like? W Gaming with this comp?
Yeah, that's so weird, especially the double initiate. You really do have to wonder, but for now, Forsaken, I guess, doing quite a bit of the heavy lifting. It kind of feels like this is maybe even a slight teaser, precursor to RQNS Nongshun, just because of the comps. Do have W Neon, you know?
Something told me I don't think we're going to get Pearl in that one, though.
That's true.
You got to think comp pool-wise, mate.
Oh, man.
What do the ideas look like for T1 and what's the calling now look like as we're still early days for this roster? Getting rid of Gen G, getting rid of DRX, throw them down to the lowers. See what you're going to be able to do now, still in this middle bracket. Which, of course, we know the winner of this series goes up against DFM next.
Oh, yeah. The other, unfortunately, will have to join, the other aforementioned teams down the lower bracket, which again is pretty odd for 2 Masters-winning teams right now. But here we go, flipping sides. PRX, as you mentioned, on the attack with this composition.
Oh, Kickoff is just being very unexpected in many more ways than one.
Delightfully, for me at least.
Not for Meteor in the server right now, that's for sure. Only a single digit.
Oh. All his utility on the right side for now. Stacks immediate peeks and pokes through smokes.
Vision, don't know of it. PRX though, they need to try and find some to get back in towards this one. Forsaken onto Stacks, an inkling that Meteor was there. Second kill, curse his name on that one, but will he find some more? Plant attempted to bait and draw you out, and Meteor falls for it.
And then there were 2.
Last player standing.
Relatively bad HP as well, so it's going to be tough as Device swings out into Izu's crosshairs. The Sheriff makes it smart. T1 picking up pistol.
Yeah,
again.
both pistols going their way, but not the bonus in the first half. So we're going to kind of see a little bit more in the rifle department from them now over on the defensive side. So we'll see what happens a little bit later on. Again, just in these little highlights. Stacks, he's just not even seeing his opponents. Taking the pot shots out with the Deagle, getting the good damage and the shots. The rest of the team as well doing what they need to. And I think for me, coming in this second round, we shouldn't see a world in which you are trying to force anything up for PRX. Just take it for what it is. It's a eco, although as I say that, Jing wants to be different.
Interesting.
Well, we do see some higher success rates with a single Bucky as well, don't get me wrong, but generally that comes in the form of very well versed, maybe even call them one-trick Neons to a degree.
It is nice to see players expand their agent pools, but we'll keep a singular eyebrow raised if that's going to find any effect. Look at Meteor spinning all around with the Spectre, able to find 2 completely separate angles. Now, slight dust settling, but PRX still needing to recover. It's just something. The Spectre retrieved, not too much ammo left. Simple shots found by T1.
Yeah, not much you can do in that round. At the end of the day, the Bucky shot, it misses. You get a single kill in the mix onto Meteor, and that's all she wrote. Waiting for the buy time now, though, to come on in for PRX and see what the decisions are going to look like for them with this comp as well. Plays into a little bit more slower pace clearing of action. Definitely want to see explosiveness with the rest of the initiator util as well when it does come to a couple of these site takes, perhaps. As the buy is not going to look too bad for T1. Let's see and hear how PRX do tackle this.
Scanning ahead.
Epic. Epic.
Locating target.
Tagla. Eh, pila. I tag him. Pick.
Oh.
I missile him. Picking him.
Oh, you're going to try and missile him to get him. He's not going to be able to TP out, but it doesn't really matter for Izu at that moment in time. His job, mate, that's bloody well done. Taking the smokes out of the equation, and Devi, for out of measure as well. How do you get back into this one as PRX?
I have no idea.
You hope for T1 to be sloppy. That's what you do. You hope to catch up a single member off guard, and then you do it again and again.
Doesn't feel like it's going to happen anytime soon. Okay, Jing has dealt with initial, I guess, early warning systems from T1's side on the A site for now, but the rest of the team still needs to regroup, still needs to find their footing. Perhaps over into the B site where T1 started to take a round pillar.
That's a good call. Push a little bit further up long as Buzz, get an idea if they are indeed going to be there or not. He can get himself an upgraded weapon as well off the Bulldog if he wants to, but he's playing on the back of the Silence at the moment to not reveal position, I assume. 30 seconds to go. PRX need to make that call towards the A side as well, and there is a double approach from T1 in amongst A main. Munchkin, he could even pull back these smokes if he wanted to, because 20 seconds to go. I mean, you're trying to draw attention away from that B site. It's not really working out too much for PRX, is it? Munchkin did not need to move.
They're just all so aware. Every line, you always have some kind of a contingency plan, even if PRX is trying to sell some fake noise. Now, spike planted, but Envy, kind of a rock and a hard place. Choose. You want to go for Munchkin, or you want to stick around and see what else shows up? Munchkin has gone to a separate spot.
Defeated.
Not too bad, though, on the initial flicks. But where else could Munchkin have gone? Surely at some point, turning right back around, Stacks will make things even more difficult by sticking onto the spike, and that's so much pressure, unfortunately. A little bit too crumbling. T1 take the lead.
Well. That's a really good decision at the end there, to be honest with you, for Munchkin not taking a 1 versus 1 to give an opportunity over towards Envy to come out with a clutch. Massive amount of efforts in the very beginning from Izu as well, making this bonus rounds look kind of convincing in the grand scheme of things for the folks over on T1. That's right, that was the bonus round as well, right? So they set themselves up with a really good start through the half here on their own map pick of choice, and it's going to draw out a timeout as well from the counterparts in PRX. Is our desk okay, Alex?
Got Wendler with them, so probably going to reserve, be a little bit more reserved and conservative. But yeah, those signs might be right. Definitely are wondering how this composition will work for this team on the attacking variety. So far, just trying to find the right direction at times.
I mean, the big thing is as well, if you are going for a bit of the B-long play, and you've got double drone ability and you've got missiles, you're not layering them right to flush anybody out from the pillar properly. This is where I draw it back earlier on to kind of value on having a bit of a flash play, right, on this comp for T1, where you can have the Astra Star there that you can dissipate it. You can get a blindside flash out to peek it together. PRX don't have these opportunities. They have to do it a little bit differently, a little bit more invested with that proper, deeper utility. And it is going to be early days if they want to completely adopt this comp on this map. Right now, 3 members of T1 going to give them a fight.
And there goes that flash. Still though, Jing, close range, able to play around it. Stinger shots whiffing, but still pulling out the classic in time. The rest of the team able to scale off of this. In with the drone, while Stacks tries to hold, looks to play spoiler, can't. The whole team just crumbled at the hands of PRX on a Thrifty.
So the answer is yes, they can do W gaming with this composition. They are just full balls to the wall, pedal to the metal on that one, getting Jing close to the pillar before T1 can even plant their feet is really valuable for them. And the flash, well, that's an unlucky one, to be honest with you, from Izu. That team flash there doesn't look good. And the rest of the utility just going on in, but by the util even in there, it's not the thing that does the be-all and end-all, right? You're just already so far deep in towards that B site that you're getting the kills, catching T1 off guard for the Thrifty round for PRX to equalize the scoreline and also flip the economy essentially into this round, because T1 will hold enough for the next, unless they also want to start having a good fight to break the Thrifty record. I don't know, man. We've seen a lot of those.
Yeah, especially on the Achilleos paper thin days. But right now, at least, okay, Stacks close to ultimate. Meteor perhaps a couple points away as well. PRX, though, not a full commitment just yet.
You don't know what the buy is going to look like for your opponents, so take this one a little bit more informatical.
Drone out into A main now, doesn't see anything.
Probably not a word, but you all get what I mean. Little by little, start to see what you can spot. And if you spot nothing, well, you're going to have to make an ultimate decision right now, because with 40 seconds to go, PRX cannot afford to let their opponents get into a state of comfort.
They're not too comfortable yet. Just a false sense of security.
And that's why, because they kind of shut the garage door right now, and you don't have the tools to be able to reopen that one. This is where it can start to get very wonky. This is where you can start to have a Thrifty in return, as the Hunter's Fury is getting dodged nicely by Meteor after the first hag.
Just gonna have to dive in and kind of use Jing as a slight decoy. Everything else has been spent. You're down to 10 seconds. T1 digging deep inside of the smokes all around on the spike. PRX cannot get close. It's Thrifty for Thrifty.
So I guess the answer is yes. We are having Thrifty battles today.
Just the first one.
Yes. Well, we'll see if it's going to flip back the other way as well in the next one. I mean, I know that you don't know what weapons you're going up against, and you want to be a little bit more, you know, slower pace, more methodical, try to figure out what your opponents might be doing. But if they're not giving you anything, you got a lot of damaging utility to flush them out. You got the drones, you got the recon.
Cutting through.
Group together. Change it up. Don't let the time be your enemy, because it can be. Nice done from Jing though. Just going to abuse that speed and catch Izu missing the shot. Now we are into the B side, so we have two very deep spectrum differences. A very, very slow-paced round where we leave ourselves no time to fix things, and one where we just go, hell yeah, we're in!
Hell yeah! Absolutely, when Jing's playing this, I guess carefree is one way to put it. Lockdown will come back in, though, to start an attempt at a retake from T1. Keep in mind that the Hunter's Fury is still online as well, and it will be deployed to clear out the back of Pillar.
Ooh.
Envy, unfortunately, will take a chunk of that. At the same time, though, Forsaken starting to initiate a flank. Jing will kick off with the overdrive just to set some beams down onto the spike. He's not connecting on the Munchkin, though, and the spike gets defused right underneath PRX's noses.
Oh, just like a thief in the night, they have absolutely swindled that one away, and you are none the wiser. The body blocking to come on out to make sure the defuse is stuck. I was kind of wondering, hoping, begging maybe that Devi is going to start to shoot some shots in towards all this as well, because he was one away from the Armageddon. Great recognition for the body blocking when you think that the kill does come through as well onto the defusee. It doesn't. A round stolen by T1.
Revealing area.
Possibly around for them to pick up even more speed. PRX trying to poke around on the opposite end of the map, but T1 are prepared. A couple of peeks here from Meteor. He will take a couple of shots himself, though.
Yeah, he can try and drop his utility as this Killjoy. Nano does just get destroyed. Probably want to sit yourself back a little bit now and just ensure that your alarm bot is going to be the protector of art, because this starts to feel a little bit more pressuresome towards this A site right now. You had that drone from Devi towards B early on in the piece, but that's gone. Now you see the rest of this utility at the A site. Meteor does falter, and so does Buzz. And so does Stacks. This one is done. This is a save. PRX surely needed a bit of a 100%er. And they will be getting it here.
And they get to hold on to their ults as well. Unbelievable. The smokes come up. You got the fast lanes from Jing. And just a couple of peppered shots through. Jing even finding one as he lands on his feet. No Armageddon needed.
Don't get me wrong, I like the idea from T1 as well, right? You want to play that info line over at A main when you immediately lose the control because of the neon is just steaming ahead over there. You want to take that shot, you want to swing out after it as well, see if you can catch a cheeky kill in transition of your opponents getting in. But the awareness was there from PRX to immediately hit Meteor.
There you have it.
Just all the shots going in with the rest of the utility as well. Thriving in the muck.
Which reminds me of something you said a little while ago. I mean, this is still PRX keeping things competitive It's not
They're
quite...
keeping it competitive. They ain't keeping it simple, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
This one's as complex as you kind of like it as well, because they're trying to do something that, from an outside view to me, is it's kind of not Paper X, right?
Yep.
So we're trying something a little bit different.
Well,
and it's here and there.
Shades of Paper X when Jing does this.
Sure.
Timeout.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. Hence the timeout now from T1, not wanting to let go of their lead.
I'll draw it back to something I said earlier as well.
Okay.
You've got both pistol rounds. You've got a bonus round. You've been lacking in the gun rounds department, right? You're going to lose your business if this one keeps going this way. Because Paper X in these gun rounds, they're starting to really showcase that they're here to play, they're here to party, they're here to thrive.
Party.
You are needing to come out with some really big decisions in these actual rifle rounds. And you also got to remember, a timeout gives your opponents some breathing room as well to try and refigure things out as well. That we know Alex and Wendler have been probably raging at. But they'll settle down in towards this time as well, right?
No, you're absolutely right, Komodo. I mean, it can feel kind of relentless at times.
Yeah.
So you start to stack up on sites perhaps a little bit more as T1.
Well, it's two individual attack rounds that Paper X have been able to find so far. They've not been able to string anything together, of which that first one was the Thrifty. So talk about these rifle rounds doing all right for Paper X. That was when they were on the defensive side. Now we're trying to actually see what do their attacks look like. It's going to be a biff in towards A main, and Jing is going to come out on top of Buzz.
Beat him to beat the buzzer beater. Okay, I lost it.
The buzzer beater would have been the better one, mate.
No, I was trying to be awkward on purpose, but anyway.
There's a position in through mid that Izu is really hoping that someone would walk in towards, and he's just not going to be seeing that over at the doors, where something, had he waltzed in towards Art, would have had it free of charge, and then a turret around the corner. Try and play with and split A approach for the team. Devi, once again, charged with trying to draw a little bit of information over to this B site. Keep the interest of Munchkin. Maybe try and draw somebody away from the A site, but you've got a gap around the map with losing Buzz. You have to count your losses as T1 here. You have to hope that your secondary part in this round is going to come up with the goods. The information there on towards A main is going to be pretty decent.
Not too bad though, but Paper X will still push in fast lanes and spot it as well, but Stacks goes unchecked! Down to the last second, Envy spots him! Armageddon sent in towards the back dugout as well, but Izu suddenly peeking out from Art. Meteor able to find one as well, but also traded out.
I mean, as quick as that has happened right now, Plan is in a 3 versus 2 with the Hunter's Fury still for Envy, and there's already that retreat angle to play off the back of this utility. A star on the site for Forsaken to Gravity Well as well. Got to tap it early.
He's just picked up the handle too. Trying to get onto it now. Hunter's Fury drawn out. They're trying to dance around it, but they go straight into the beams. It's a collateral from Envy.
The spray immediately into the smoke, tagging them up as well. And then the bolt from Envy gets the job done. They run together to try and dodge it, and they run into Doom. Tied scoreline yet again. That timeout of T1's working a treat for Paper X. We'll see back on the ult. Yep, he did tag them both 2 times in a row. Sometimes it happened. Economy in a state of worry as well for T1 in this one. Down on a weaker buy. Overdrive perhaps from Buzz wanting to be invested. He's at the wrong locale to be able to do so currently though. Turret spotted but didn't go off. Want to see the drone invested first perhaps because there's an opportunity for Meteor, and he's going to find one onto Jing.
Forms the rest of T1 to come back in to reinforce the side as well. Still though, perhaps a little bit lacking in the firepower department. Buzz trying to get in position. Paper X being cautious, not overextending.
Oh, that's some good damage on towards Stacks at the moment as the Cosmic Divide does come out from T1. Maybe an overinvestment in terms of this utility, but we'll see what the Overdrive can do as Buzz goes in. Trades starting to come on through. Something stuck.
completely stifling Buzz as well. He might be stuck, but are you stuck here with him? He finds it, he lands the shot, and he will drag you down into the ground. PRX take the lead.
Comes out with a big one there for a heavy investment from T1 as well. I highlight those ultimates for a reason. I was going to say before all of the action happened, do you think about using some of the ultimates here as Team 1? Because you know you have PRX contained a little bit in towards the site, right? You do drop the ultimates there, but something just gets away with some sinister shots. He survives as the sole member for PRX at the tail end of that one to get 11 on the board.
Suddenly throw in a different approach once again. It's a scrambled egg here, T1. Trying to get a good read for it. The entire site, though, covered in smokes on B, and for now at least, it's just Jing, though.
Yeah, this could be quite interesting as well, because there's a bit of an idea for Munchkin of what was happening. Jing has to potentially get out of dodge, but there's already just a reposition coming around at the moment as we start to lose a couple of members across both sides of the map. Not expecting that Sax is just going to still try to get the better of you as Envy. This is a little bit orcs.
Yeah, still got the tag on him. But there goes Dimensional Drift from Izu. Could continue to make things a bit stickier for PRX. Starting to feel the pressure as exiting from the drift. He's going to get caught by Envy. Onto the side though, playing around different angles. It's Divide who holds it all the way from the back of main. Now down to Envy, and despite the low ammunition, he still finds a precise shot.
Right here. We've been kind of wondering how Envy would be integrated in towards this roster for PRX, right? Super early days, given they've only had a couple of games to really be able to figure that one out. You're also comp changing into today, right? But for Envy on the Sova, it's not just been about the agent for him in this map right now. The trades are there, the decisions are being made a lot better than they were previously for him. And that is a big clutch to put them on map point. Otherwise, we would have seen a tied scoreline at 11 apiece. The timeout for T1 now. Didn't work favorable for them at the start of round 20. See if PRX can close this one in 2 chances, or we go into overtime.
Couple of chances. But a lot to consider for the remainder as well. Just witness PRX going at a multitude of speeds. Separate sites as well in the past couple of rounds. Putting yourself into T1's shoes, I mean, this is going to be a tough one to read.
Yeah, for Munchkin specifically as well, right? Do you formulate a good idea on what you need to do in this next round as well? Stax is certainly going a bit above and beyond in this map in the kill department. Released from big brain duties. He's just going to be down to the Guardian in this one as well, with a bit of shield. See if that Hunter's Fury does come into play for him. Meteor with a lockdown as well. Big lean for PRX over to this B site right now. Already starting to push the defenders a little bit back and draw rotations from Buzz over here because Izu's pushed A main. He's got that gate crash available. Might want to try and call it. With how deep this drone is going to start to come into the site. Something just removes Buzz before you can even get into the site.
At least Meteor gets into a safer spot to deploy the lockdown. PRX will scramble just for the time being. Still getting the spike in though, which once again makes things a little bit more tricky. I say that, Meteor swings open.
The thing is, it removes the Hunter's Fury from the actual proper retake right now.
That's right. So lesser tools of destruction now for the retake, while a counter Hunter's Fury comes in. Not to mention all the lines being still held by PRX. Jing peppering through. Something onto the off angle. He might just find the last player. It's going to be Jing who does it at the end. PRX redeem themselves onto this map of Pearl, closing out against T1 13-10.
A big string of rounds in a row to close that one as well. In amongst all of the chaos, they certainly do thrive, don't they? A little bit of magic. But their opponent's map pick for T1, again, questioning what this was kind of going to look like, getting the feel from an outsider's view. You've had it banned against you 3 times in a row. Are you prepped to this? You're picking it first and foremost. You saw sloppiness from PRX in that RRQ series. So in your preparations, if you change up a little bit of the ban process here, Can that one come out? Because you know the Paper X aren't necessarily going to be banning it, perhaps. And it doesn't work out. You think game plan-wise, 2 pistol rounds and a bonus, you're looking pretty good to close the map. You're looking pretty comfortable in the driver's seat. No, stuck in traffic in this one, T1.
I mean, you're stuck in traffic, traffic in Thailand almost, where they're like insane drivers all around, you know what I mean? With reckless Paper X all over the lanes. What do you do?
Can't do anything. Job's done, mate. Map's done. You got to refocus in towards the next one. Breeze around the bend. Courtesy of Paper X picking that one. There's going to be a definite decision to happen. Discussion, rather, not decision. Well, probably decisions on what you're going to do in the next map as well, because whilst this double elimination format that we see previously is changed into triple elimination format for this kickoff, we're only in the middle bracket. We're not in the lowers, so it's not like you are down for the count, but you certainly want to continue in this middle run. Now back to the analysts as to see what they actually thought about this map here of Pearl.
Thank you so much. What an exciting first map to start this series between T1 and Paper X. And yes, while this is an end of the road for whoever doesn't win today, you do not want to be in that lower bracket because it is a long journey to get to Santiago, and that's not even including the flight to Santiago. Now, for Paper X, we were talking a bit about their role choices, the agent comp choices, and it left us with a lot of questions scratching our heads in previous matches, but coming into this one, it was a comp that technically made sense.
Yeah, I mean, I really didn't mind this comp. I really thought that it as ideas, it has some legs, and I think we don't see double initiator a lot anymore, but you have that double drone to play around with, so you're working with a lot of different util than kind of what you're normally seeing on this map, so I think it's nice. The big thing for me about this is it felt like I was watching a PRX game again. And I haven't had that feeling from them. Against GE, they looked timid, and against RRQ, they looked even worse. I felt like, oh, Paper X are playing. We're having these moments. We're winning the 1v1s. We're having something have these big moments. And I was really, really happy to see them all kind of come back to life. I think the comp on paper, it can do a lot of things, but for me, it's about how the players played in the server for this map 1.
Yeah, I think the execution was better than I expected, particularly on the attacking side. I still don't think it's a comp that necessarily fits the team, to be honest. I wasn't a super big fan that they came out with this, but honestly, they executed it better than I expected in the server. At the same time, though, you've got to say, like, T1, that's another game where multiple players shit the bed. And, like, you're going to have to get one of those, like, hotel industrial size cleaners for the sheets at this point.
Get like the plunger!
Meteor, Buzz, and Izu all have really rough games simultaneously. Stax is going crazy, don't get me wrong. Stax was like something else that game. But look, honestly, T1, that's another game where they're underperforming, and they could have won, like similar to the Gen G one. They had 2 players sub 100 ACS, they find a way to win. How do they keep doing this? They're competitive when some of the players aren't even playing.
Yeah, I don't know how they keep doing this. And honestly, going into Pearl with the new comp for Paper X, I thought Paper X was going to end up losing it, and T1 had some very good ideas, though.
Look, I like this adaptation on the attacking side. You can see the left side smokes there for T1 in this round, and Paper X absolutely dominates them, just sitting back and playing backside. Very not Paper X kind of approach. They just sat in pit. So what did T1 do? They adapt by playing the front side smokes and are changing their execute to split through R. And it worked initially, but actually Paper X, they played around that well as we went later into the half, and they had a pretty successful defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game is all about adaptation. In that moment, you can prep as much as you want, but ultimately, you have to make smart decisions inside the server. I think T1 brought good ideas, but ultimately, I felt like they couldn't keep up with Paper X in this game, and that's so standard. When we talk about Paper X, that really is like the entire story.
I mean, you have to adapt in the server when, number one, you barely saw any rounds on that last game Paper X played on Pearl, and secondly, they bring an entirely different comp this time around. So you know, that is half of Valorant. As a coach, as an IGL, you load into the game, they're playing something completely different, and you have to adapt on the fly based on what you're seeing and how the other team is playing. And if you're not able to do that and the other team is executing what they've prepped well, you're going to lose.
And what's been really surprising on this map is, especially on Pearl, you'll see the Duelist top fragging, or maybe even the Sentinels, the Killjoys, or the Chamber, but no, it was both of the Sovas. They were absolutely on fire.
I mean, Stax has been a weaker fragger on this version of T1. He had the lowest stats coming into this game. This was a crazy multi-frag shutdown over on that A side of things, but you've got to give massive credit to Envy as well.
Yeah.
He is under a tremendous amount of scrutiny right now, but this game is the fragging performance on the init role that we wanted when this guy was brought into the team.
Yeah, last game, he's trying to prove that it was just a one-off. It was a bad day, and he came out swinging today. Really, really impressive. This is the Envy that we're used to seeing. Razor sharp, fantastic with the util. Look at this ultimate. This is what we want to see. This is why he was signed to PaperX.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be very interesting if PaperX can continue to bring out crazy stuff like this. They've never even played these agents very much. Jing has only played a couple of games on Neon. We've never seen something play Chamber too much. They're showing double init. I'm not necessarily sold that this is going to be the best approach or the best style for them, but if they can take wins when they're changing up comps like this, it actually adds a lot more depth to PaperX's game where, yes, maybe they still are the best when they're playing double duelist and things are very free flow, but if they can play double init and mix in some structure as well and have some success with that, it's going to make them much harder to prep for.
Oh, that's going to be so huge and a huge step up. When we were interviewing Genji solo, what he wanted was a team full of Forsakens, but it's crazy because on Forsaken's team themselves on PaperX, they're not all as flex as Forsaken.
No.
The Chamber's typically with Defy, Neon's usually on the Forsaken. So to have them expand the roles, I think this is going to be huge.
Well, that's the interesting thing for me, because for me, Jing and Something are the least flexible players on the team, and part of their struggles in Kickoff last year was trying to make Something a flexible player and putting him on the breach. It was an absolute crime. I hope I never see that again. Honestly, Something
I don't
playing
like
breach,
him on Initiator,
like,
period.
I don't want to see that. But I think Defy has been pretty flexible in the past. You've seen him shift around the roles, you know, play Sage, play Skye, things like that. He became kind of the Vice guy after flashing himself. It was a bit of an anime kind of storyline going on there. But the thing is, I think they put two of the least flexible players onto actually some more flexible roles, and they won. So with massive respect for that. I think Jing in particular on the Neon and the attacking side started to look a hell of a lot better. The guy was getting entries like it was nothing.
I mean, I think it speaks to a wider philosophy. When you're able to kind of train these players to become more flexible, try different roles, try different agents within their roles, it gives you so many more tools to work with when you're building compositions, or if you need to change at short notice in these kind of shorter tournament formats, being able to have multiple comps ready becomes really important, and if you have flexible players, that becomes a whole world easier.
Now I do wonder, because Breeze is the next map, and that was the first time we saw Jing officially playing Jet on Pacific anyway, and I think Raze leading into a Neon makes a lot more sense than a Raze transitioning into a Jet, but I'm curious if they're going to stick to the comp, because it did work for them.
I mean, the big highlight on that, I suppose, was the Brimstone, right? And I really liked the Brimstone. I feel like it's a nice different approach to the map, and I think it suits the PRX style because it's all about being able to bring that pace. It gives your executes so much punch, and then you have nice post plant with the molly, and it also gives you great store. I think I really liked that change. That was one of their off-meta comps that I was really rocking with. So, and you know, they got the win, so I kind of want to see them continue with it.
I wasn't super convinced by the GE win, honestly. Similar to like even that last game against T1, when I think about it and going forward into the competition, I'm going to think, yes, it was great they got the win, but it wasn't convincing, and maybe on the other side of things, the other team's play was a bit of a factor. I'll be interested to see if they stick Jing again onto a Jet and they continue along the same path, because if that's true, you're going to start to see very big evolution in the way that PaperX plays. And on the T1 side of things, it was a pretty poor game against Genji.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a little worried for T1 going to the map, but surely they've corrected some mistakes. Now, if Jing is back on the Jet, he would be facing a very fantastic Jet in the form of Buzz.
Yeah, that's a head-to-head we will be seeing. It's coming out like mirror comps right now. So PaperX made that change. They're swapping away from the Brimstone to the Astra. This is much more normal on the map. It lets you default in a lot easier because you can have all these fake stars. You have rechargeable utility. So expect a little bit less punchiness, but with a little bit more working of the map.
Yeah, Forsaken just had a great game on the Astra, so it makes a lot of sense to me. T1 starting out attack versus the boys over at Genji. Didn't start well, but they started to work their way into the game a little bit more. There was a lot of fake B rounds, a lot of contact and sitting in elbow. That's something that PaperX have already seen. So you're going to have to see a little bit more depth from T1.
Well, T1 did say they weren't in their final form yet back during that Genji game. So let's see what they're going to be bringing to this Breeze to send it to Map 2, Terracasters, Komodo, and Quack.
Yeah, that's right. Back into it, onto the coastal breezy breeze. You've got the mirror composition in as well. Sure, T1 might not have had the best of times before, but surely some homework done. Now we're back into it. Komodo, what do you got for us?
I mean, if you were trying to ante against a slight little deviation of composition for a Brimstone in this one, there's going to be the flip for Forsaken back towards the Astra as well. And I mean, I can't even really say back to the Astra because these guys don't really play this game, right? They 2023 here and there, 2024 it's gone, no 2025, and now it's back. You got the one installment against Global Esports where, you know, that was all right from them. It was here and there, and seeing Jing on the jet was pretty cool. But is that going to still come in towards play right now? A Brimstone for an Astra, a lot of the protocols you can kind of have the same except for the scrape across the other side of the map because of the stimmy. As the smoke fades in towards mid, well, we're just having a mid fight yet again, and T1 are coming out in favor.
Oh,
convincingly.
Truly. Izu just hangs back an extra second and finds a couple of shots with that sheriff of his.
That's 3 for 3 pistols for T1.
Wow.
So certainly needing to pick that one up for PRX a little bit later, but hey, pistols have kind of always been a problem, so it's fine.
Yeah, we just saw the statistic as well. Oh my goodness. But for the round to play out in this fashion, it feels, well, not exactly similar, but you know, Gen G T1 did start out in a almost similar fashion, different parts of the map. Back into it though, and out from B window, you got Buzz with Bulldog all throughout the smokes. PRX still lingering around.
It's just pistols. You lose the damage, you lose the fight in the very beginning. You can't even really isolate the member at the window at the moment because he's got a buddy to back him up. Izu, the Marshal not going to miss the shot.
Flexing up on the orbs as well. That's a clean shot.
And how many more of them are we going to get as well with Jing and Envy? Just see what they can kind of do individually across both sides of the map. T1 eventually will need to recognize that they're just against pistols and they can regroup.
Well, buddy system for now. 2-on-2.
Yeah, they'll play the time. It's fine. Battle spot, yeah.
Hurt him, but Jing, okay. See if he can make things a little bit more interesting. Unfortunately not.
30 seconds left.
And spike plant. Keep 4 players alive, hopefully. It's Munchkin with the Sheriff. So clean headshot at the end as well.
Well, it's not like we haven't seen this start already today as well, right? Pistol and second over to T1. Let's see if it's going to just go another bonus or if PRX will be here on the defensive side to party. Now, for those that might just be joining us into this third map as well and might have missed the Global Esports game, it was the first map of that series that GE did pick. So for PRX, it was a bit of a surprise to see what we will be spotting for them in that series. And they actually started off pretty slow, but then they really found their stride in their retakes as well. There were a handsome amount of them from memory. So we'll see if that is also going to be kind of the style that they want to employ in towards this map too, if T1 even are going to allow them to do that. Or if they need to find it via the kills, which is what Devi has to certainly find right now.
Got the snake bite in the right spot. Hold off to an angle while Envy stays close by up around the bridge side. Couple of shots going through, not quite 100% connecting, but still. A couple of players from T1 now low HP. The spike will go down.
Spike planted.
Jing alongside something, trying to assert themselves through the door. Envy will pop on through with a flash, catches Izu square in the eyes. And now Meteor swings out from the smokes. Catches one through, but the trades still come in. Stacks, Buzz, where could you be? Oh. Right around the pyramids, and he lands one between the eyes. Envy trying to get a good flank around the back sides. Still has no idea where Stacks is, though. He thinks that he might be inside cave, but he's wrong. And Buzz crouches down and gets the kill anyway. T1 with the bonus.
So the answer is the ladder. They're going to pick up where they left off on the last half of Pearl and get the bonus here as well. A couple of early pre-fire shots from PRX too, and some awkward sprays that are really just not connecting in that round. It's good to also see that Buzz is picking up on this map from the get-go too, because I feel like when we look at that Gen G game for T1, he was significantly absent. There's a very sharp shot to come through from him. He knows. He knows. Not the start for PRX that they would have hoped for on this map of their own choosing as well. So it's going to be back to the drawing board a little bit with the Sheriffs in this round. And I don't think it's high noon anywhere around the world just yet. Probably 11 minutes ago somewhere.
Yeah, really slowing things down. Going back to older versions, wink wink. Up into cave, you'll see something TPing back in towards arches to provide some additional support. Buzz doing his same old thing, but this time with a lot more support and a lot more coverage as well. The Phantom going wild. Of course, anti-eco though, so simple targets, simple pickings, and PRX just to hope for exits.
He certainly is a bit of a menace in this one, that's for sure. Getting up those kills, get closer to the Blade Storm, give yourself some options if your economy starts to get a little bit problematic, though. This is a stellar start for T1 on the attacking side of this map. Might even win this one flawlessly. Not going too hard for the hunt. It'll give us some decisions, though, for PRX that we need to see come into fruition in the next round. They'll eventually make their way to the spike and see if they will die to it or if to the guns of their opponents. It's going to be the latter. Izu getting closer to the drift now, one away, picking that up for the next round, or the pit or the Blade Storm are going to give yourselves some good things for T1. They're on top of the round game. They can be on top of the ultimate game right now. It is kind of the best start that you really do want on this map.
Certainly. I mean, I don't think T1 should be fumbling this at all. It's just listing off the ults. My goodness. So much potential for T1 to play with here that we really do have to wonder, what does the PRX have in store for us now? Listen in.
Annie. I drop wall. Oh, sorry. Joining me, some break. Fighting the elbow, guys. Anyone alone? John,
Sounds like a bit of wrong timing on that wall drop for something, but he's lucky enough that no T1 members were around the corner. Now we got to get our wriggle on over towards this B site right now with the Cosmic Divide being dropped in.
Allows for him to hold a pretty strong line, but Jing, counter position being held. Will be able to snipe down Buzz, but Invi as well. Still though, playmakers coming through now. Stacks, Izu, breaking apart lines, still alongside the Cosmic Divide. Sets up the flash, tries to thwart it. PRX managed to avoid. At the same time, the clone goes through. Something is actually on a flank. Izu goes Dimensional Drift though. And Divide will start to feel a bit of nerves perhaps in his veins. Turns back to round arches. Still manages to catch on to Izu and crouches for the headshot against Stacks. They weren't quite able to surround him. Instead, it's going to be PRX putting one round on the board.
Now, I was wondering if the recognition was going to be there for Izu and Co as well. When the Dimensional Drift is going in, you only spot Divide. You don't see something. You got to think surely that the flank is going to be potential, right? So you want to try and isolate one angle. You want to try and triangulate onto Divide, but he works that angle nicely for himself. In a good advantage scenario for PRX that they really dig deep against Izu and Stacks. Trying to keep this one flawless. I like the attempt from Jing as well, elevating himself, right? We do see a lot of players go for either the dash plays or when there's opens on this map as well, you're going for the TPs up into there. So just changing things up.
Still though, speaking of changing things up, pace now from T1 straight up the guts of mid and at the same time back in towards B.
Yeah, something given a free haircut there. Doesn't like the way that it looks. You'll drone in mid to see if there's anything on the back of that smoke, but it all kind of naught with a massive A-sided lean for PRX. Bit of a mid-window pop at the nest as well, but you really got to get an idea of what might be happening into the B site itself. They'll, I guess, count their lucky stars that T1 have not gone into the site just yet, which is going to make things very different for this round because everyone's just going to pass each other at the moment. And Munchkin, he's just going to get caught. None the wiser.
Perhaps more collisions to come. Unless this smoke can help. Meteor. Oh, it dissipates. And as the curtain falls, more kills going towards the way of both sides. Stacks low HP though. Jing will just drop and roll.
There's another round for PRX holding 2, retrieving up to keep on going. this is the current point in time, again, where you do remind yourselves that there was a stellar start to this map for T1. 4 in a row, builds up economy, not deploying these ults as well, like Eyes of the Blade Storm just yet, right? You've still got enough money from loss bonus as well and damage you're finding in these rounds to have another buy be present. It is a bit of a mountain climber that PRX have to come out with, and, well, T1, they want to push them off that mountain. They want to get rid of them, so they're going to call a timeout.
See what they can really do. It's really hard to get a good read for how PRX might be positioning themselves sometimes, and at the same time, seeing how they're starting to each and every single one activate at different moments. T1, as you mentioned from before, they have that advantage built up. We need to capitalize on it.
I mean, the big thing for T1 is just going to be, do you want to go very fast and one-dimensional in towards one of these sides, or do you want to take it slow and be a little bit more split in your approaches? It really has to draw PRX's utility out to make them think what is going to be happening, and also ensure that something has the right rotation available with this operator, for example, come this round. There's going to be Hunter's Fury action that can potentially come in as well, so you got to keep a check on where Envy might very well be by what utility you can suss out, where the dart's going, where the drone's going over towards A shops later in the rounds, for example, that he'll be dropping. Initial engagements, though, for Jing and for Divine now over at this A site. And it looks to be a little bit pacey up for T1. Up the guts of mid for the very get-go. It is going to be an A split, though.
Drone flashes. We'll have another drone coming through with Envy checking. Strong lines being held, though, and it's an odd angle for Buzz to try and clear. Low HP now, getting wall banged and dinged up. Unfortunately, Jing left alone will fall, but still, the team all around able to put up a decent hold, something. Additional sniper overwatch being held. Silences Munchkin and Izu.
Bit of overzealousness to come in from Envy at that one there, but 2 versus 1 at the end of the day. Spike retreat for Izu. 2 versus 1. The PRX are going to opt to play disconnected. I'm looking on my radar for that gate crash that Izu has to the back of the A side. He's going to take it as well. Something he has no idea that was behind him. And Forsaken is on the other side of the map. He's got to run rabbit over towards this A site now for the 1 versus 1.
Bold decision. And now you've got to make a bold move just to try to seize the initiative in this 1v1. He's circling around. He thinks better. He's trying to clear out the cobble area instead, and that's going to be Izu now turning at the right time for the Red Bull clutch.
Oh, what do I always say in situations where it's 1vx? You don't win the 1vx, you lose the xv1. Unfortunate for PRX in their decision to split up there, try to cover both sides of the map. Izu coming up with the goods in this one after a map 1, right, that didn't really get the ball rolling on that Yoru. Neither did Buzz on the Neon, for example, as well. Give yourselves some good confidence that you come out with that one, because it's the difference of a 3-4 and really chipping the economy, looking to reset things now. 5-2, bit of stability for T1, and looking to reset PRX and shut them down on this defense side.
Komodo dropping a lot of knowledge. So true, though. PRX now looking to really climb back up, and it's a lot of work. Drone up towards middle, since T1 has made a lot of moves around this spot from the previous rounds. But seeing nothing now.
Oh, I'm not a gambling man, but it looks like PRX are in this one. Trying to think and hope that it doesn't tend towards Devi, for example. More stock in towards the B side of the map, with the Blade Storm going to be there for Jing as well. And Envy, well, he's just going to not be on the angle for the blind side. That is gorgeous from him. Finds a double onto the Duelists of T1, but he's going very ambitiously for more. And the flash, that is broken and woeful from something.
And now you've got Jing floating in to hop in as well. In an instant, thanks to Envy's efforts, it's just Meteor left in the round. Jing goes hunting, with the rest of his team trailing behind. Spotted out Meteor. Oh. And there he goes, crashing into the dinosaurs! 1 player left for Forsaken pulls out his gun, but at the wrong moment, another clutch up for T1.
Well, we all know what they do say. It was the meteor that made the dinosaurs go extinct, and in this one, coming out with the 1 versus 3 Red Bull clutch. That is great work to come out from him there in some overheat moments from PRX. I really feel like 5 versus 3, a flash that goes by the wayside. It's wrong there. Team blind, and the trades come out, but every single fight there from Jing, from something, and then unfortunately for Forsaken, was given individually to T1 by PRX. You know that is them dropping the ball.
It's true. You can't, there's no other way around it.
Yeah, there's no excuses for those sort of situations as well. When you have those massive advantages and you've got escape routes, because you've got smokes available that you can drop in mid, those things shouldn't technically be happening. I mean, you understand the idea technically, right, from PRX. They go in with the game plan to flash in, to try and seal the deal, to get further advantage. They've already caught T1 off guard with that position from Envy. You flash him in, but it's the wrong flash. And then you kind of got to pick it up. It's the trades that you're establishing. Great. It's a 3 versus 1. All right, we should be winning. But really, the problem in that round was the decision to keep on fighting after Jing was spotted Meteor.
And it's at a point where you're down 3 rounds previously, now 4. So, T1 back into it. They've got 4 ults online.
Couple of ults on the side of PRX as well. Light shields, you need this round, you'd say. So they're going to have to potentially cheat some corners here and get a little bit fancy with things. Up close and personal towards the shops. Start to be destroyed. Scanned out as well. They are getting hungry, super hungry to try and win all of these duels right now, and it's just not working out at all.
Instead, it's going to be T1 devouring them. Envy at least, though, will take a little nibble.
Portal closed.
And T1 hangs back, satisfied with what the result is, especially since Izu setting up a big flank.
Don't know if he saw the TP go past him, but it doesn't really matter at this point in time because he's got all of the good information to coordinate to the team and to clear the A site as well. And it's going to be misinformation from PRX too when they don't actually realize T1 are just into the A site, free of charge, clear all the angles, plant to their heart's content, probably drop a pit here.
And at the same time, look at Meteor as well. So quick and cognizant to check out towards the back, hearing not much noise. And he will just catch them at the wrong timing as well for PRX. Forsaken steps in with a classic. T1 continue on with their lead and momentum.
For me, if you're going for that A main fight and you want to try and get everything on the back of the dart, you probably want to be deploying that Hunter's Fury off the get-go as well, as soon as it's the initial fight, because you have the idea that you're going for the fight first as Devi, Jing is going to updraft, you're going to flash, coordinate that a little bit more as an all-in affair, not a bit of a haphazard, hopefully we got the first kill. We're not even flashing to permit the first kill with favor. A couple of these bits are looking a little bit disconnected.
Otherwise, a roaring start for T1 once again. Ults to secure rounds. On top of everything, now we're back towards middle where PRX start to poke, especially with our half buy again.
Oh, Meteor. Let me spot him what he can and see what timing he might be able to find here as the rest of the squad is going to start to split towards this A site.
Smokes securing safe passage, snake fights, and other utilities drawn out, but okay. Still good on the shooting for now. A couple of PRX players online on the site. Devi especially with this Bucky, looking to blaze in. A little bit of a take on to 2, but Munchkin now.
Yeah, for me it's Meteor. Never count him out with how he's able to sneak and sleuth around the map. There's one. And there's 2 versus 2 as well. He will certainly call for Munchkin to come back towards the site if he even needs it, slicing and dicing the opposition as Envy starts to lurk around, gets the 1 kill, has an idea where Munchkin is coming from as well, and the shots, they go the wrong way. Munchkin will come through with the goods, and T1 will find their 8th.
The first one was a Sharpie, but the other, oh my god, Munchkin.
Yeah, maybe he should have stayed with the Sheriff, unfortunately.
I mean, little moments of brilliance here and there, but still at the end, when you got someone like Meteor able to play around the side in that fashion.
He's just so calm and collected, isn't he? Not phased, finding the right angles. Doesn't matter that he loses his life. Munchkin gets what might very well be a nail in a coffin moment for this half. I mean, we've seen 10-2s from him. PRX on the 2 against RRQ. Is this going to be it as well? Forsaken falls first. He's been absent in this map.
Well, more players going missing. He's going to have to file another police report at some point. Jing trying to do his best, but unfortunately caught as well. More players all falling down, isolated.
Yep, this was a Viper's Pit invested over at A main as well, mind you. So Devi is going to have to really run over here as Envy is stuck at the pillar. He's not been spotted just yet, but it's got to feel like he's so small on this site at the moment. As he finds one, he finds a double. Okay, maybe we cook a little bit with gas in this round.
Still not wanting to overextend too much yet, though. Once again, Munchkin stacks as well. Recon's coming back online. A couple more seconds, but Munchkin hanging around. Will be able to secure.
It's another decision for the PRX members to split up, though, isn't it, right? Envy and Devi disconnect, and now Devi has to come out with the 1 versus 2. Plant down, Munchkin locked and loaded, spotted on his retreat. But where does he play this one? Is it through main? Is it through window? Is there a wrap? There's a lot that's going to be going through Devi's mind in this sort of time. He could have even retreated around the site. There's another problem that you just don't have time to play with as Devi.
Every single step that Devi takes is another second off of this spike. Munchkin is just set up. All he needs is a good swing. Devi trying to stick it to halfway. Munchkin toying with him. And he gets a think off the last one as well. Instant kills being found. It's already a strong lead secure into the second half.
Yeah, there's really good decision-making from T1 at the moment on this map. Really good understanding of the angles that they need to be taking together as a team, the gaps and the positions that they just need to make sure that either PRX are or aren't. A majority of the time when they are winning these duels. There's not a lot of trade game happening from PRX at the moment, and there's a lot of risks being deployed in the round as well. Right, a lot of individual moments that they're trying to do, trying to have a round of Valorant that goes your way, and it's just not happening for PRX at the moment on this map.
Well, last round to half, they're still going to throw everything that they've got into this push, and now Izu hanging back, expects it. Buzz coming through the blades as well, but Stag's also swatting down more players. Last one, Devi. He's all the way around Arches. Just has to put his best foot forward, finding Buzz. Hunter's Fury, though, oh, he gets caught. Decade as well. He does get a shot into Munchkin, but that is that. 2-10 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, certainly not the way that they thought their endeavors on this map would go. I'll tell you that for free. This is just a very different looking PRX and a bit of a different looking T1 with a fundamental understanding of what they needed to do on the attacking side of this map. I mean, we didn't really see stellar plays come through from PRX in that map of Pearl, for example, that was 10-2 against RRQ. And it's 10-2 here as well on this map of Breeze. Alex done dirty. Team done a little bit dirtier with that scoreline.
Oh, man. Update Pilsky was onto something back on the desk.
And what's that?
Bring out the industrial cleaners and
yeah.
Otherwise, though, I mean, for the result of the first half, T1 playing it well. Meteor being one of the outstanding players in a lot of these rounds where, you know, it could be argued, maybe PRX fumbled here and there, but the way that Meteor played it as well.
I mean, the way to see that this first half was, it's like PRX have built a straw house and there's a hurricane coming their way. It just does absolutely not stand a chance of survival.
A lot of disasters.
Change states or countries and maybe it formulates a little bit better for you. You know? quality of life. So we'll have to wait and see on this exchange of halves right now how things go. A pistol would be nice for Paper X, right?
Yeah.
Absent of those so far.
Well, that's why starting to.
That might change.
I don't know. I'm gonna hold my tongue, man.
Yeah, of course. Third mapper. Bind.
Bind would be lovely though.
Bind.
Gotta be honest.
Bind.
That's bound to be a banger given these two teams and their potential, but currently Paper X, I don't know. We're gonna go all the way through from middle in towards door. Paper X able to hold. Forsaken finding classic shots this time, but it's gonna be Stacks on the other end of that door as well. Also Munchkin too. Pop Flash is coming in and something will be able to find a little shot, but Meteor still on the site. Munchkin still behind, and they're able to fire off a couple of pot shots, still keeping Paper X in check. All of these positions you still need to consider where Meteor could be scouring around. He whips a couple though, and there's your chance. You get the spike down. Munchkin has a Sheriff though. Those bullets pack a punch. Takes down Envy. It's down to the 1v1, sets up the gate crash, could be a fake. Considers it, and something will just give him a little peekaboo.
And there is a pistol. I thought there was going to be blood in the water around the pyramids as well from Meteor. He was pathing his way around them quite nicely, but kind of feel like Munchkin maybe wanted to come on in a little bit earlier and hold the angle for him to still be able to dilly-dally around. Unfortunately, wasn't the case. Munchkin did work to be able to find the first one, but the shots, they look a little bit awkward at the end from Meteor's POV. And whilst the one onto Envy is good, something's is better for the 3K at the end, and it has been quite a while between rounds for Paper X. 6 in a row. They finally get their first pistol as well to appear on Breeze.
T1 picked up bonuses. We'll see if Paper X can do the same. Seen Izu TPing away. Recon's confirming it as well, but at the same time, look at T1's movements.
Yeah, they're going to be here early with these pistols, and maybe they can isolate Forsaken.
Or Forsaken could just click their heads. Bulldog, hello? Meteor as well, having a go at it, but unfortunately Bandit falling. Now online for an ace, but he's way too far for it. So Jake to finish it off. Flawless. That's a good way to start the second.
I mean, the thing for Forsaken there is just nice. You didn't drop the gun, you're getting some kills, you're getting some confidence. But now you start to need to have a little bit more brain power to play for Paper X in this map, right? We need to see some really good decisions and not allowing opportunities for T1 to get the better of you in a lot of these duels. You need to start to figure out a way to favorably win engagements. Because you got to remember as well, this is an agent lineup that's copy-pastable, right? What T1 was doing on the attacking side that was working well, Paper X could try and employ, but they generally have such different styles and attention to detail as well that we really need to start to see.
Needing a lot more layering as well. We'll start things off with a little gate crash, pop flash, Munchkin trying to play around it. And oopsie daisy, it's going to be Izu off to the other end, into a corner where he's managed to take down so many players from Paper X. It's just something who might have infiltrated behind, but can't quite pick his targets. Now looking for an exit strategy with a spike down on the ground, but nothing found, nothing doing. It's just a fight with a Marshall.
And he's just always left to his own devices, isn't he?
Devices, wow.
And he's not looking below him, but his counterpart's not looking above him. Meteor will get the better of him. Marshall not the headshot. He looks a little bit surprised by that one, via the cam reaction. I think that spooked him very, very greatly there.
Oh, pleasant surprise.
I hope we get camera replay. Let's see if it comes into play.
Comms replay. Let's add that in.
Look at the camera. Yeah, it spooked a little. Well,
Go get
They fight the main, boys. Fine.
Okay, 5 mid boys. Hold up. That's what? Nothing B.
Be back in now, guys. Stay in.
well, decisions need to be made for Paper X very decisively in a situation like this one. It's a turning point. Will T1 find 12 or not? Guns plentiful. Buzz on 30 HP here, mind you. Kind of Makes him theorize he doesn't want to go for any early engagements by his lonesome self. Meanwhile, Meteor going to be doing that instead and pay the ultimate price.
Might inform stacks though. So he tries to hold around the angle, tries to get ahead. Unfortunately, will lose his.
His crosshair wasn't even on Jing, and he's dinked him.
I don't know what to say. Well, 3 from T1. Possibly looking to save.
Yep. Go at it again. Maximize your chances to be able to close this one. It's 7, now 6, the difference. Eventually, you will get a big ult round coming for T1 as well, and you can potentially even get a second one, and there's your 2 rounds that you need to close. The hunt at the moment from PRX as well. Forsaken just needs to make sure he doesn't throw away his life for free, that he is taking this angle correctly. Munchkin is going to spot him. So information up, of course. PRX, they needed this round. They're going to be getting it. The question is for me at the moment as well, T1 have the pass mark to go at it again in the next round. What are they going to do differently on their defenses? The mid-waltz ain't work. They've got so many different options to catch PRX off guard, so many different options that I could just be rambling on what they could do, right? So this is where it gets really interesting for me to just see the way that PRX are going to get back into this game as well, right? Are they going with good decisions? Are they maybe having a bit of a blessing as well to go to weaker sides that T1 might be playing? Because if we look at this fresh round, the weak side is going to be B. They don't know that. There's 4 towards this A side, and by their position, they could have just been waltzing into the stack. Though T1 changes the approach instead. Late decisions.
Wow. So it comes down to the tactical cycle once again. Information gathering is going to be key. The drone does spot out just a little inkling up around the pillar, but Buzz still into the corner. Oh, and unfortunately, it's not too good. Meteor able to spring off contact because of it. Forsaken now as well, but revealed perhaps a little bit late. Izu still in position, still able to play onto the site. Jin and Envy, though, able to plant their feet down, clearing out orange, and now knowing where Izu is, all they've got to do is peek across. And that leaves Munchkin there to relay forward a long journey from the B site, catching a slight breather.
Feel like there was a lot for Jing that he needed to do to pick up a little bit of the beginnings in the corner, non-clearing. Util not clearing close corners could have got the better of you there, PRX. Just Munchkin. If Envy finishes him off, he will have the Hunter's Fury, which he will pick up there. 3 in the round for him as well. So little by little, rounds accumulated by PRX. We see the save from T1 last round, not worth its weight and value in this specific instance. But maybe it's going to be for later on, as there will be a timeout coming around the corner for the next round. Still, I don't think you're massively phased for T1 current position, because there will be those big ult rounds to come a little bit later on. But if you do start to give PRX the confidence in the way that they're navigating these rounds and what is going to be working for them on this attacking side of Breeze, I think that's more where I start to get a little bit intrigued to see what T1 adjust.
That's why you put a lot of stock into this tactical timeout, Coach KDG. See what effect he can bring to the team. Got ultimates, got a lot of capable players. They had a fantastic start from the first half. Surely able to mount up to something. On the flip side, though, for PRX, still, of course, not looking the happiest. Got 5 rounds to close in on that gap. And speaking of confidence as well, overconfidence could be a thing, too.
Yeah, it could be. You'll just take this one round by round.
So it's always going to be Hunter's Fury, Dimensional Drift. Slide of a half 5 from T1.
Yeah, a bit of a mid-soiree coming on as well, and the utility is going to tickle Meteor. Drone spotted. Got to get out of dodge. Don't want to be peppered down and sprayed as the hero rifler in this round.
Ooh. Stepping across as well.
Slow-paced one for PRX, just making sure that they aren't waltzing in towards a bit of a trap. They know that there is a gun in play as well. They just use the drone in mid, so if you're clearing this one, it's swing together. Which they don't, but Divide does win the duel.
As soon as they find contact. Well, slight forward approach, it's Forsaken. Perhaps left to find stragglers on rotation. Not too much for now. He's gonna get the hop on up. Meanwhile, on the site though, some of the players starting to go hunting. Jing, unfortunately, alongside Ilya, also dropping down. Meteor is here again.
Will he come out with just a Meteor round, a nuke in the server? Well, around the orange wrap, they are hearing his footsteps. They will shut him down. As Forsaken was all by himself, now Munchkin is.
Just gonna look for the exits with the Bucky.
Well, he doesn't want to hold that into the next round, Quack. I think that's the big thing here, and it looks like Envy may be giving him an upgrade. No, it'll just be the death to Munchkin. 7-11.
My quiver is never full.
A buy present in this next round for T1. Still building up a little bit of these ults. Only still the one online of that Cosmic Divide. So if you do want a bit of a counter for an opener as well, having the Dimensional Drift and the Hunter's Fury online for PRX is it's quite enticing, actually. Wonder if they themselves are going to be holding them for when the ults are online for T1, on the expectation that it is going to be a massive ult round that T1 might rely upon, should this map get a little bit closer. I'm going to be seeing, no, Komodo, that's for sure. Dimensional Drift immediately into B with the Hunter's Fury as well. They are going to use it straight shooting into the site. And we're not clearing corners again. T1 Izu sneaks himself in. Oh.
Gun down though. Buzz still around, and he's able to gun down 4!
Yeah, that's as quick as you like it. Absolute mind-bender moment from him. Because it looks like PRX were going to get in towards the B site. And you blink and Buzz just dispatches 4. Now Forsaken is by himself. And how does he waltz around the map to be able to find this clutch? I guess granted, T1 are also adopting the disconnection strategy, playing 2 1v1s, but it's an off angle, and Meteor finds Forsaken for T1 to find here. Map point.
For all set executes going awry, this is the worst possible juncture to have it happen. Buzz just into smokes, in and out of it, in fact. Despite the flashes, PRX unfortunately not quite able to locate him.
Criminal. Absolutely criminal. Navigating those angles with no plan of action pre, but all in the heat of the moment for some individual prowess. 5 map points now for T1 to contend with. Chances to close. PRX, they are the contenders. They have to try and save a bit of face to bring this one back. Looking lost a lot on this map here of Breeze. Especially in that first half, I will say. Had that first half been closer, 8-4, for example, still giving T1 a lot of benefit with how they were playing those rounds. I feel like it would definitely be in a different scoreline right now.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, you just witnessed so many rounds with Meteor, for example, Munchkin as well. But now for Buzz to be able to play around these corners, oftentimes overlooked. Really needing to be seeing a lot more, well, like you mentioned before, man, brain power from PRX. This time, not a lot of ults spent from the previous rounds as well for T1's side.
Here.
Gotta be flawless for PRX right now on this run. 4 members for T1 over at the A side of things with the get out plan for Izu as well in the form of Gate Crash to Nest and Dimensional Drift. Well, want to take the Gate Crash. It'd be very interesting to see if he chooses to. He would be in a bit of a risky position though with where PRX are playing. So too will Buzz. Being droned out. Or not. Dry walked upon.
Oh, still trying to go alongside the Cosmic Divide, though. It's wild swings, wild pushes, and into smokes where Stacks will look to play a more backwards position. Izu getting cleared out this time. Still, though, the site not secure enough to really get a good plant. Envy will be able to swing across, and now finding Meteor. Stacks suddenly revealing himself. PRX starts to feel antsy. They're looking all the way across, and Envy will be able to collect onto the 4th kill while Forsaken turns away.
Yeah, starts off with the dry walk in towards the mid wooden doors and comes out with the 4K at the end, certainly digging deep. Likewise of the first map of today, Envy is looking pretty consistent in the kill department. Buzz was missing on the first map. He just has his 4K, so you feel like he's starting to sharpen up a little bit even more at the what might be ending of this map before we get into a third. So that's 1 out of 5 that PRX have to find to send us into overtime.
5 ultimates for T1 as well. You see the blades being popped. It's a half buy, of course, as well. PRX paying T1 a little bit of respect. I say that, and then the Outlaw swing goes through.
There's a good read that the Outlaw should be coming into play right now, knowing that it is going to be a lighter buy variety from T1, but it's going to be the steamroller fair in towards this A site right now, and this is where you just need to ensure that you are stomping on T1. And PRX, well, I would have said maybe we're doing that, but Buzz could be doing something with the Blade Storm right now. He's doing everything, and it's all onto Envy. The one that has been so good for PRX in this map. And he needs to shut down Buzz, bring him back to earth.
One enemy remaining.
Cool. That's a good way to start. Still though, Munchkin's been left undetected. The spikes on the ground, Komodo.
There's time though, but Munchkin has the Outlaw. And it doesn't even matter. Envy, 10 HP. Will save the day for PRX with a Red Bull clutch. They can breathe, albeit heavily, going into the next round.
Heavy sigh of relief. Slap my tail. I gotta see that replay from Envy's POV. The shot onto Munchkin, sublime. But at the same time, Buzz, what a tear. Just off with the blades, up at close range, completely ripping PRX apart.
No. Those are not butter knives in that one, I'll tell you that.
Leg. HP. Next round up, and we're not slowing down anytime soon. This time it's Jing out with the knives.
Oh, these don't look as good as Buzz's with a couple of those with Skull and Woeful there, but hey, it's all right. There's a bit of a resetter.
And you got Pit on the other side as well, though, so PRX, I mean, take your pick.
Mid kind of feels like that might be the only position that you can try and go in towards, but you still got to do your due diligence checks. You got to reset as well. Drone going in, clearing all the corners. Meteor at the top of Nest currently. Gonna probably want to see some sort of vision blocker go his way or a double swing as he just spots out and sees nothing. Now the drift comes out for Izu because they're not exactly sure of what's happening around mid. You want to confirm things. It's the right position to do so.
Educated guess, but at the same time, PRX uses that to press on into the A site. Something is on B, by the way, and then get crashed back in across. Envy finding an opening shot. Meanwhile, though, it's all inside of the smokes. Stack strikes while the iron is hot. The sortie comes through, but Izu is still here to play alongside Buzz, who has a strong offline. Viper's Pit goes up, Spike goes down, and then there was only one. Justify. Can he really draw them in? Bait them out into the open. Find the kills necessary to keep this map going. T1 starts to press on. The sortie shots go through, but Buzz finds the trade right at the end to close it out. 13-9, T1 push us into the home map of Bind.
As soon as you see that that's the shorty in the pit there and you know there's only 2 shots, you can kind of just go willy-nilly. Doesn't matter if you got a single HP there as Buzz. You'd be favored in that fight. We need the distance game. The desk wanted it. All 3 maps. Pilski, you're welcome here, but it's the players in the server that got that one showcase for us today. 10-2. That halftime scoreline that T1 come out with in the very beginning is absolutely damaging to PRX's chances. And yes, we get a bit of a glimpse come through from Envy, but it's Buzz stepping up in that one as well with that 4K on the blades, making things look very, very cool in some comfort territories. And speaking about comfort, Bind for the decider. This was ultimately picked by PRX, banning Split. Can't believe that they don't want a banger on Split to finish this series.
I mean, for these two teams, my goodness. I mean, just the potential around the teleporter plays. Desk immediately highlighted it right as the pre-show started. There's so much that you have to keep in mind for how they can be playing around with the Waylay compositions, the Yoru's going through.
I mean, are we even going to be getting the same compositions, or are we changing
That's
things up?
true.
I mean, you got to remember that as well. We've seen some switch-ups for PRX today. Maybe, though, of course, you don't have enough time to reinvent things coming in towards the third map for today. So we'll have to wait and see what does happen for that next map and closer of the day. But I'll tell you what, if you've got some friends that like Valorant, make sure you tell them this next map is on.
Yep, we're getting the full series today between T1 and PRX. Both of these teams stealing each other's map picks. Now, PRX did end up picking Breeze. They obviously felt more comfortable and confident on it. They didn't change anything in terms of their comps, but T1 had them red.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing for me is it's very obvious. It's that first half that's the problem. As soon as they start attacking, they start to come back a little bit. They get themselves into that game, but the game was already lost in that first half. It was too big of a deficit, too far gone, and they could not recover.
I've actually felt much better about both of PRX's attack sides today. I think Pearl looked much more convincing than their defensive side looked, although they had some nice looks on Pearl defense. Yeah, this defense in particular, they really struggled, didn't really have any kind of opping presence. Something has not really had much impact on the Yoru so far in Kickoff at all.
I mean, it's a little bit surprising as well. When we make that change of the smoker from Brimstone to Astra, you expect the defensive side to be that little bit stronger. You have a little bit more util to work with. You have the pull, and you know your retake is incredibly strong. And Brimstone is much more suited to that attacker side.
Yes.
But realistically, I didn't really see a massive impact from it. I felt like Forsaken played very well. He started incredibly slow, by the way.
Yes.
In the half, he got 2 kills. He manages to flip that around, and then as they start to come back, he heats up once again, ending up topping the team in kills. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong time. I'm looking at Meteor.
Yeah, you're looking at the wrong Astra, buddy.
That's my bad.
I mean, the player that's topping the board for PRX time and time again is Envy. This guy's going crazy today in both of the opening 2 games.
I want to talk about it actually because, I mean, you mentioned Envy so many times last year on Team Secret. This guy was a phenomenal player, and I think a lot of people have the question, why did they pick up Envy? And it's almost like they forgot what happened last year with the performance he was putting up.
Yeah, 100%. You see 1 or 2 bad games from a player, you got a Reddit thread immediately. Straight away.
Yep, just out the door. No bad games allowed. But who's having a good game consistently? It's Izu.
Yeah, I mean, this map too, from both him and Meteor, absolutely spot on. I mean, Meteor really began heating up in this game. He had a very slow map 1, very, very slow.
Oh,
this
play was
this
crazy.
Play was lovely. Caught a crazy timing here. Love the reposition there is so clean. I mean, I think now, we spoke a lot in that first map about how T1 basically had 3 people not even in the server.
Yeah.
And now they're coming awake and we can see just how different the score is.
Look at all these highlights. How many people are looking at him? Like those last 3 clips, sure. But how many people does Meteor shoot in the side, out positions them, slipping in and out of the smokes, in and out of the cosmic divide? This guy positionally is so incredible. Then you get some Envy highlights there at the end. He really put on a clinic. That clutch was huge to keep PRX in the game. This one in particular, you know, it just felt like Envy couldn't be faulted. He just needed a little bit of help.
Yeah, that's right. Meteor had some great moments there. You can see why we all ended up putting him on our Build-Diff roster. Now, Izu, there's a huge shift from map 1 to map 2.
Yes, I mean, we have on the left here, Izu's kind of baseline there of his Yoru so far in this competition. It's been quite consistent. It's been having a lot of big maps for T1 thus far in 2026 Kickoff, particularly on the Yoru. I think, if anything, the Omen might be bringing his average down a little bit because he had a bit of a sinker on one of those maps at least. Map 1, you can see the stats not looking good on the Yoru. It's the first map outside of that one Omen game on Haven that we've actually really seen him struggle, but there on Breeze, he was very much awake.
Yeah, I mean, he played a great map. Honestly, this is really what we've come to expect from Izu. I think he fits the Yoru so well generally, so I love it when he starts to pop off in these moments, and we'll be moving across to Bind as well, so I do think that there's still lots of room for this guy to go crazy on that map.
Yes, and it's actually really curious. So T1 ended up banning Corrode, but PRX decided to ban Split instead, which historically they've been fantastic on. Yes, they did lose this particular kickoff, but their bind wasn't really convincing either, so there must be something cooking.
I mean, for me, it's same, to be honest. I think Split, you saw a really good Split from T1 earlier where Buzz dropped almost 30, and I think you're going to see double Duelist comps on either one of those maps. You could see comfortability for both of these teams on this map in the past, so I don't really see much of a difference really outside of form factor between bind and Split personally.
I think a big thing for this bind map is that we're seeing T1 start off on that defender side. We spoke about this before, just how aggressive they are on this defender half. They will take the fight to PRX, and it's PRX able to manage that. They're not a team well known for being able to stay very still, so I think expect some big fights in the early rounds.
Yeah, worth mentioning as well, the attacking sides have been better, I feel like, today for PRX on both of the maps, and Envy has been phenomenal on the Sova, but, you know, he needs to now play the Fade and kind of probably be that solo initiator, and he needs to play a supportive role to be able to set some of the other players up, because you cannot have a quiet game on the Yoru here again as something, or the Duelist can't underperform. I think Jing and something didn't really put much together in that last map, and these are the two big heavy hitters that you need to support. It's one big thing that we highlighted when we held up Envy against Patman right at the start of this competition, comparing their stats from last year. Yes, Envy has stronger fragging stats, but Patman had much better APR, and that means that his utility, his fade dogs, things like that, is more consistently actually converting kills for his teammates.
So if PRX don't change composition, then we will be seeing Jing go back to the Raze. So I'm really hoping that would mean his performance is able to come back in this map 3. But I think the thing is, they just couldn't get the ball rolling in that map 2, especially in that first half. And T1 players are starting to activate. We're seeing them start to frag more consistently, and that spells trouble for PRX.
Definitely. In fact, I mean, leading the charge, the IGL is now Munchkin, and when he was back on Gen G, Munchkin was definitely an Achilles heel for PRX. I mean, for so long, they could never beat Gen G, and he's on the squad, and now he's playing bind against them.
Yeah, I mean, he's been an Achilles heel for everyone. Yeah. I mean, he was probably
He's an Achilles heel for me, and I just watch the guy try to push up. I just watch him wide peak for no reason on the Viper and kill people, you know?
Yeah, so I really think that if he's able to continue to perform, we see Meteor play like he did, see Izu, now he's settled into the series, I think the PRX guys really have their work cut out for them to be able to go toe-for-toe, especially if T1 bring the same aggression that we've seen from them in the past on bind.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think there's a lot of film there for PRX starting out on this attacking side. They should be well familiar with what they're going to get. We need to see them stop Meteor just walking into bathrooms for free and taking space over there. They're going to be well aware of the kind of combos and TP plays that T1 like to mix in. And as you can see, no changes for T1, but PRX, this is something wildly different.
This is nuts. So we're seeing Forsaken move across to the Fade. It's double initiator with a KO, and something is on the Veto. This is a wild composition. This is way off meta. I've not seen a KO on bind in a very long time, at least in Pacific. So big expectations. Why are we changing compositions here? They have to come out with something really special.
Pilsky, was that an oof?
I mean, the double init is going to help them get into post plant. If they can get into post plants and set up with the Veto, that could definitely work for them, to be honest. The KO knife's going to help them read the setups a little bit, but I feel that this comp is very execution based, so it really comes down to whether PRX has a good read and they can pull it off in the server.
All right, well, we're definitely getting new things today on Bind as we send it back to our casters for the last and final map of the series between T1 and PRX. Quack and Komodo, please take it away.
New things, wild comps, big ooves, and Komodo. I mean, just break this down for me.
Break this down. We know there's a bit of a fun rivalry that something always beats Frost. Now he's going to try and show him how to use Veto? What? Oh. This is going to be very cool and interesting to see what PRX have cooking, if it's going to taste good or not on this map. And T1, well, they're just going to bring the norm, so they're going to have to adjust things. But yeah, Divide for his second ever Brimstone. Don't know what the other one was, by the way. I'm not going to go digging for that because this is completely unexpected. And Envy on the KO, been a while, but it's like his third most played agent from memory. So that makes things very interesting for me. Throw it way back when the post-plant matter and we saw a lot more KOs. That was always fun.
Yeah, maybe a blast of the past, perhaps, if PRX can actually get the spike down. Still, though, as they run in towards Hookah, he T1 starting to get in position, especially if Munchkin alongside. Oh, well, Stacks completely domed as Jing heads on through.
Yeah, you got that Garden 0 point coming down to reveal where Stacks was there, and now everyone's just going to be able to fight and hold crossfires on the site when they flood out towards spawn, and it's just a great crossfire, isn't it, right there? Now Munchkin, the only soldier left for T1, and he's got to find 4.
I don't think it's going to be happening anytime soon. PRX learning from their past mistakes on Breeze, holding all the angles, Forsaken with the Sheriff headshot.
And that's a pistol round where we get another for PRX, but will it be able to convert into something good for the start of this map? And you can throw the Warriors of Bind away. Single right click is so cheeky in those satchel plays for the Rays back from Jing. Gotta say, Jing's gonna feel comfortable on the Rays on this one. Jing's going to feel comfortable on the race for this one for PRX, because, I mean, it's something new, right? We've seen Forsaken play the Fade before.
Sure.
It's been a bit, but he kind of did shift roles with the squad, right? So it's just a very big, different look. Good opener for Jing. Kind of reminds me on the Fracture change-ups when we saw that come through, where something played on that Brimstone, and we're really looking for different looks again. It's another kind of sinking stomach feeling that we're getting something like that right now, but will it be bad or not? Will it be good? Very early to tell. Can't really take too much from a pistol round and maybe even an anti-eco round.
Definitely.
Hey, that's
Out
ambitious.
to the open, yeah, trying to pull out utility, but at least the rest of the team will be here to continue to scale forward. I gotta like hold on to my words at some points. At least something will be here with the Marshal to clean things up. So, okay, minimal losses. We're okay.
Just throw everything that you know about Valorant out the wazoo. Mind you, this is the first KO that we do see in Pacific for this year in Kickoff.
Oh, yeah.
I know some of the other regions have been toying with it as well, but it's like the only things that come to mind when it specifically comes to Bind. I think, what did I got here? BLG played it last. Yeah, okay. I also had, well, NRG famously played on this map. So.
Not too many, yeah. We'll see what the Pacific variety can do with it. Bold decision not to go with the Euro as well, mind you. I mean,
yeah, I mean, there's a different style in that, right? Where we got the Euro Razors or the Euro Waylays. When you got the, composition as well, you could see substituted a Viper for the Veto. And then even the KO is just a little bit loosey. So there's some different options. But I do like the style. Just got to wait and see how it comes and plays. Envy caught by himself. No trades to be played in the little stall of play. Buzz can have some backup in the form of Munchkin if he does need the saturate for the hunger play.
Looking to completely lap up on his opponents. All down. Nothing too innovative for the time being. Just trying to get a good feel for things. PRX, of course, left with a Vandal and a Guardian.
Yep. End of day, though, it is a 2 versus 5. So you definitely want to see some huge amounts of damage for PRX if they could possibly find it. Still going in towards this one on the B site that stacks an Izu. If the timing is wrong, would be a bit of a worry. But now Meteor comes to play. He's sent away.
Yeah, should still be fine though.
Oh,
instant reaction from Izu as he spots Jing flying across, even catching onto Devi. So, standard start for now.
Yep, pretty much. I mean, the way that the map should go, right? Pistol in seconds, flip it over towards the third and the first buy. No bonus to come out, but now we get to really see what the research looks like in towards this new composition for PRX. Got Evolution available as well for something, but with no massive ultimates on the flip side as well. You don't necessarily need to see him deploy that super early on. 0 point Blade going in towards the Garden side again.
Okay.
Gets Garden and Hookah.
Stack's gonna avoid it for now though, but at the same time, T1's starting to poke out. Something is
he's done and dusted even if he takes the TP right now. He's just absolutely locked in. He has no idea that a flank is coming into fruition. Would have been funny if he attempted the crosscut, but I mean, they would have heard it and got him.
Izu getting out of there as well. The rest of the team though, I mean, what's the plan here? We're going back to A.
funnily enough, PRX are kind of making the right decision to still go towards the A site because you had the full wraparound from Buzz. You know all of the A site was free. So they're just going to play strong side towards B with an exit strategy of Izu if he needs to support A. And you don't even necessarily need to see Buzz throw caution to the wind and try to find a fight. Saturate and Lightspeed to get out, but also one away from Convergent Paths if he finds a kill. Oh, shoulder checking. I don't think he spotted him. Now he confirms it.
Hoping for a kill perhaps, but he's going to get the go signal for Jing. Showstopper, this is his comfort.
Yep, but you already see the retreat from Buzz, knowing that this could have potentially be played in, and it's just going to switch into a retake for T1.
It's almost as if T1 are able to see all of these moves before they even happen. Not expecting this one though. Envy diving forward just to try to catch them at the choke point. Forsaken as well, but unfortunately that's where T1 will be able to brawl. Flash is tossed out. Divide trying to fight back, but not able to hold his ground. Just Jing with paint shells, trying to perhaps play for time. He lobs one across, but Meteor's already gotten it halfway. We'll get him off the spike for now. Can he really buy enough time, though? A couple more shots going through, but that is when more peaks come in from T1 to tie up the score.
As long as you play by the numbers in that situation for T1, you will be fine as dandy. You really did solid efforts in the very beginning to remove something from the equation. And you make the right read to try and go towards B. Throw a spanner in the works for the decision-making processes of PRX. And whilst they ultimately do go into the site that they had the weaker opponents on, it's a very difficult situation to try and hold that spike. Early tied scoreline, another buy permitted for PRX, but it's in the form of a lesser equipped one, a Stinger purchase with some Sheriffs.
And they're just going to march on through, straight through Bats, 0 point catching onto Meteor.
Yeah, I have a little bit of a sinking feeling that they're going to get rinsed in the bathrooms right now, though. All 5 here.
Everyone else from T1 at the other end of it as well, except for Stacks. Izu will line it up perfectly with the Outlaw. Buzz trying to slow them, catch them on, especially more utility coming in. Divine will find one shot, but that's that. Izu, more flashes, clones going through. Divine's way too low to make anything else happen in the round.
Yep. Just the little lesser buy for PRX to see how they're going to try and navigate that one. And it comes out in good form for T1. Getting closer towards some of the ultimates. Izu picking his up. You've still got the Convergent Paths available as well, so it can be a pretty big backed up round next. PRX now with their purchase to see what they're going to change up on the attack side. Is it going to be more of a slower paced one? We're not throwing everybody together holding each other's hands. We are evolving though.
Shower clear.
Yeah, I will take.
Pick this shot together, boys. Go me, brother.
Taking back side, boys.
Should be really, boys. Okay, boys. I think we can go here, guys.
Well, they think they can go A. Let's see if it's going to work out for them with the rotations from T1 already starting to come on over. Good feel on a Meteor.
Convergent Path as well will slow things down, but completely not affected thanks to the evolution. Something gets ahead of the game. At the same time now trying to get the spike in. You've got some flashes, you've got interceptors all throughout. Chokeholds too to gain different angles and elevations. Meteor will try to keep things intact, but unfortunately continuing to fall as well. Everyone who rotates over, spotted out by something.
Yeah, you have that cross-cut go through as well, and I thought from the POV of the defenders that they did spot that one out, but it was a good flash lobbed in from Envy that you really couldn't even contend with that and protect your boy. So very nicely done in a bit of an unorthodox variety for PRX for sure with this composition.
Look at their player cams. It's been a while since I've seen Ilya something.
Look at that smile. Izu though, the right idea to go for the save with this operator. And I mean, when you've got that evolution coming on in, right, you feel like Convergent Pass isn't going to have any value. The Orbital Strike, the Nightfall as well. And Convergent Pass was even utilized as well for Buzz. Not available, right? So very well done for PRX in that round to tie things up in the early game of this map.
Good way to bypass your opponent's ults. At the same time to go in for some aggressive TPs, an aggressive Veto player right here.
And to see it on the replay as well. Good one on towards Munchkin. Doesn't need to worry about the molly. He just wallbangs him. Veto a dime a dozen. But when you can come out with him and you can, you know, maximize his kit, you can come out with something special.
Still though, need to build up to another ultimate to find more impact. For now though, Jing back into bats, asserting himself alongside Envy.
Yep, gonna be calling to change over the orb just before you gather it as Jing. Get that null command online and available for Envy. You can regroup to your heart's content, and if it's going to be to this B site, do you have the feeling of the operator here? The jump spot's been coming out from Devi, a secondary one as well from Forsaken. Very nicely done to acquire the information on this sniper.
Prowler to reconfirm as well. You'll hear the clone.
If you do good flash and push him off, you've got an avenue to get in with the null command as well. You just got to get deep in towards this one, because the line of sight can still destroy you, that's why.
Deadly. Munchkin as well with the judge, and suddenly the spike out of PRX's reach.
Yeah, very one-dimensional to a degree. 4 long, 1 short. You lose your short member. Uh-oh. All over Red Rover.
30 seconds to go, though. So you'll still try, look for a bit of a firefight into tube. Izu gets caught.
30 seconds left.
I mean, there's still a double protector on the spike, right? 20 seconds to go. You got to try and retrieve that. You got to get the plant as well. How is the right question? You probably just can't.
Munchkin's got a Phantom now as well. You think he might have left, but nope, he's still around the corner. Not quite able to capitalize onto Jing, but at this point, the round's done. 10 seconds. Meteor's still around. Buzz as well. Everyone from T1 pretty much active. So 4-3, T1 back in the lead.
Yeah, null command as well, not going to be providing too much in that one, unfortunately. Goes by the wayside when you've got the stoppages from Izu's operator and the judge of Munchkin that kind of was the be-all and end-all in the round at that point forward. Not enough time to re-aggress to get the spike. You got that double flank essentially holding it from Meteor and Munchkin. Nicely adjusted to come through from T1, who are going to be playing a strong side A this one on the expectations that PRX might be coming their way, but from our POV, if they ramped up towards this B site, it could be very well decided to do so. Izu gonna find something. Something falling first again.
And now PRX will have to consider where this op could have repositioned to.
Yeah, you could go for a little bit of a lob flash through this smoke if you want to, but it looks like by radar they've dry walked up through it, and Stax trying to combo the ultimate with the C's, not expecting Envy to already be in front of this one, and the showstopper is going to scare you from going in for now. So the plant can look to be established by PRX. Vi has Incendiary to buy a couple of extra seconds as well through towards spawn, and a orbital strike as well if need be.
Same time, Devi continuing to check out towards the back line of B long 2. So continuing to spot further players, but Dimensional Drift has been popped as well. T1 fighting for space onto the site. So even though Devi might still be alive with Orbital, I don't know if he's able to fend off the spike diffuser. Izu sticks it down to the last bit. And T1 sneaks yet another round under PRX's noses.
It feels a little bit difficult for PRX when they are overwhelmed. And a single ulti boy can do that job, can't it? Opening engagement for Izu. And a very important dimensional drift as well, figuring out all the required information further. Becomes quite difficult to try to have a bit of comfort in the closing strategy of the round. Devi, unlucky enough, couldn't even stop the defuse from happening despite a low Izu.
Timeout.
But that happens. A little bit distracted by all the bodies coming on through as well. 5-3, no tied scoreline here. Timeout for Alex and Wendler to have some, what feels like very crucial discussions.
You're down by 2. Put in quite a bit of effort. I mean, that's an understatement. To come up with a composition like this, you've seen some ideas of what that potential could be, but for things to fall off in this fashion, certainly feels like they're not replicating results from what they've practiced.
And they've seen a bit of the weaknesses if they've done their homework against a Veto and attack as well, right? Like where they find themselves right now, because that's what Global Esports were deploying, right? It was Yudotan on the Vetotan. He's kind of only playing this agent right now. Patman was on that waylay as well, trying to dive on in. Different style to the composition, but, you know, something's been picked off time and time again in the very beginning. I still like the chokehold at the front of B. Just make sure you've got that little capture if you need. But you've got to give yourselves a couple more options, you feel like. You've zero-pointed some information on this Izu operator for now. But I think the more important question is, if you are 5ing up towards A short, how are you doing this one?
Okay. It's gonna be the refract out from Buzz for now.
Oi!
It's gonna be just a full-on steamroll. Straight on through, even with a half buy.
Need Jing POV on that one, I feel like, right now, but maybe Munchkin just want to skedaddle on out of here, or not. Something giving up the goods for a retake now plausible.
Gun's still online though, PRX and Orbital Strike as well, especially with the spike down now. So, just trying to work around the positions that they do have. Meanwhile, T1 eliminating initial positions. Forsaken though, playing hooky around the smoke stacks. Everyone all getting spotted out at the hands of PRX.
As a conversion after their own timeout here as well to try and tie up things on this attacking side. Feel like they are a little bit behind the curve on a couple of these rounds, so it's good to see that they do get the advantages. We'll see that quick shot out from Jing on the replay as well. And then the rest of the team, I mean, the fact that they are just flooding in towards the site, ambitious from something, don't get me wrong with that one.
One enemy remaining.
They do make sure that they get all the trades and they go in with good gusto as well. They got to try and do it again, however, here, try and tie things up, and they still have not had an impact on the economy of T1. This round can change that state. But another operator again for Izu. It's usually been good for an opener.
This time the chokehold's not outside of hookah.
Yeah, it's a little bit further deep, and the footsteps of Forsaken waltzing towards this A site. You a good little feeling for T1 that you've got the right majority force here.
Gotta drop the initial utility first. You're using the Orbital Strike aggressively. Saturate's been spent, so you have a good feeling for this. But Buzz, he goes all the way behind them. He's infiltrated the back lines of PRX, and he's gotten away with one. Still, though, the nades coming back through. Now Izu into position out on top of Heaven. PRX trying to get the spike down. Something spots up from the top of bench into the back of Spawn. Izu announces his position. And unfortunately, that's the best move that he's got. Has to hold on to the up for an upcoming round.
Yeah.
Because the team's river has run dry.
I kind of want to feel good about the way that PRX played that round, right? Something TP's on top of the truck and amongst the smokes. You've got the flashes lobbed in from Envy there as well to try and get him towards the back of the site. But I'm wondering actually how Munchkin has died, because he's died to the Orbital Strike. Did he waltz back into that whilst blinded? Was it dry? Was he caught in it by a seize? I didn't exactly catch that one. So I'm hoping we can kind of see that back on the radar, because it kind of starts to fumble a little bit when that does happen. You're starting to flood in towards the site. You've got bullets running rampant from Buzz, trying to do what he can, but it does fall over. I gotta say, it's risky business as well, by the way, to peek the operator who's playing at the tower. Envy very lucky to get away with his life and not be traded as well after being legged.
Okay, here we go.
So, he walked back into it?
Just
Front
around
of
the
site?
smokes, I suppose.
Yeah. Anyways, it happens. Tight scoreline. And you've finally broken the economy of T1 going into this next round. Forcing them to not have an operator, I think, is going to be quite the big thing. No, I lie. Sorry, they did save that. So they do have to contend with this again.
It's always quite pesky situation for PRX to be in. At least Null Command has come back online for Envy, though, and we're going straight back through into the A site. Izu this time, weak side out towards B. And there goes the aggressive TPs. Buzz will keep things in check with Bucky, but as Jing flies in across into the smokes, he will decimate, leaving Stacks alone on the side. Izu again trying to hold on to the op for dear life.
Yeah, and you got that Interceptor in as well that I don't believe we've seen too much value for so far on this attacking side, but it's fine just to be a bit of a protectant for the spike plant down. You know, no Stacks util, no Izu flashes.
Always could come in handy. And exercising some discipline now.
And holding the operator into the next round where, if removed from hands, would not be present. PRX take back the lead that they haven't had since the pistol and second in tandem.
Really want to get that op away, but this is just a strong, smart position for Izu.
Yeah. They're going to be favoring, though, the operator in the next rounds to, you know, be a hero operator of sorts. Team PRX dodged it a little bit here and there those past couple of rounds, and it's been very, very nice for them.
I think I just heard a desk smack.
From up here?
Yeah. As is it divided?
Something.
Definitely. Okay, well. So we're going to go into the next round where the op is still present.
And it's at the right side right now. One away from the dimensional drift on the back of an opener. Could it be quite wanted for T1? Rocket going in, clearing a lot of the space at the moment. Doesn't do any chipper damage on towards Munchkin, who is lucky to get away from that one. But they're on the expectation here as Buzz that there's going to be a cheeky TP if it was an explosion. Elevate a bit of an off angle as well that does get the better of Jing.
Now you just get flushed on over into the open lines. Izu trying to reposition, will land a shot. Maybe goes for another repeat, stacks as well. A couple of players incredibly low now, and even with the null command, you just can't do anything around it. Buzz, Izu doing wonders for T1 to tie up the score at the end of the first half.
Yeah, from the opening kill over at that A site, and when you see the Prowler and the funneling in from PRX towards B, you know, you got the right numbers there already to just try and have good crosshair placement and battle in the brutality of the PRX. Don't throw your way in this one. Just throw caution to the wind and get in. You've got numbers advantages. You've even got ultimates, but you don't need to do that. Winning out the fights, T1 happy to take it. 6-6. An exchange now to see how PRX are going to be playing this Veto on the defensive side. Are we getting quicker rotations between the two sites, because there is no Yoru with this composition, right? That's something that we see of value in this current meta, having that quick rotation ability from the Yoru. Brimstone can technically do it a little bit faster with the Stim Beacon. So I am interested to see how something is going to be properly piloting this agent, because honestly, it was kind of copy-pasting over on that attacking side as well, right? Just a lot of TPs to get to top truck with flashes going over to try and facilitate a way back in that way. It's using the standard, you know, chokehold over towards Hookah to see that there's no massive extension there from T1, or for a potential TP play as well if you wanted some sort of crunch. Get an early tether on that.
See more still. I mean, as a little side note as well, the KO also another factor, perhaps in retakes for PRX on the defensive side, but
yeah,
as we go back to something...
For me, it's going to be pop flash availability on this map has a lot of them because of the 4 technical lanes that you do have, right? Over through long where you can see some Yorus be self-sufficient doing those flashes, you can do the same thing. For right now, you can do a deep 0-point blade from where Envy is currently placed to where Stax is as well off the rip. So we'll see if that's going to happen, or if it's the flash. You're kind of hoping that there's a lot of members there. It is the flash that's going to come up. It doesn't even blind him, but the team go together and win the duel.
Launching smoke. Still PRX things for now, but it's just one casualty.
Yep. Something's also been, you know, had utils thrown his way a little bit earlier on. Now he's going to have a gun thrown his way, and the buckshot's just going to get him.
Interceptor did not quite take away the sentry rate, so initial contact, you start to over-rotate.
Ooh,
then it's Meteor sneaking around again. Shots found. He's repositioning. The rest of the team will look to push on through from Hookah. Buzz low HP though.
Need that smoke to go down from Devi, and it will at the right time. Jing has paint shells too, which could absolutely give you a bad day if you were T1. You also really don't have a way to get in deep towards this site too. The bodies just have to drop on down. No light speed, no TP, just a single smoke for Munchkin. Luckily for them, Jing is low.
There goes the smoke. Jing spots them. Going down, no more paint shells.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that there isn't some sort of jump spot from him with the paint shells when that is seen.
Spike planted.
So Envy and Devi have to do a little bit of heavy lifting here.
Oh, Buzz didn't spot him.
Grabs him from the map, but Envy will close in the distance. Now 0-point goes through. Devi could pop off of it, and he tries, but the right click's not connecting. It's just Envy at half HP trying to land all the ghost shots, which unfortunately does not come through fruition. It's going to be Munchkin instead. And this time, pistol in the hands of T1.
That's opening kill for PRX in that pistol as well, mind you, with the set play. And Devi gets the job done there, but for the rest of it, the lurk in towards B site, absolutely paramount for the way to get in things here. There's a bit of damage, there's a kill, there's questions thrown around the map. Where are T1 slotted in at the moment? Did anyone else get through elbow perhaps? And they didn't. Meteor just found a pretty sensational spot.
Oh yes.
Orb gathered. Waiting for the pop flash play out through Fountain and Buzz. Well, he doesn't necessarily need to give it all. It's actually just going to be the Haunt lobbed in.
Not seeing anything. T1 just continue to back off, continuing to hold the angles, lure PRX into their range, where things can be quite lethal, even with the Ghost as well. Okay, Buzz get involved now with the Saturate. Unfortunately, that's where things are close enough for PRX to find a couple of shots. Meteor coming back in to bring things back to normalcy. Jing with more swings as well. Izu with a Marshall does simplify things a little bit more, but a little bit of damage done too.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the two Guardians surviving for T1 should make this round look a little bit easier for PRX, you'd assume. But we also know that T1 are not going to roll over. Seen 2 rounds so far where PRX are coming out with some set plays on these pistol round styles of theirs. Attempting a bit of a Thrifty. So when it comes to the rifle round, do you still think that there's going to be a set play on some sort of position around the map, or are you expecting it to be stock standard default?
One shower. No smoke, Ash. He smoke from side hookah, boys. Spotting showers. I'm watching a short. One hookah, prowler. Can go Yola.
Well, they need to get a wriggle on over towards this site for sure. Devi is stuck, spotted, fallen down and forced to smoke out as well. 0 point confirming locale on 2. That'll stave them off from being able to explode out into this B site for now.
T1 still inching further up.
In this sort of position as well. If the KO was over here, there's that flash on the top that I feel like Forsaken would have absolutely loved. Instead, he's got to hold the single risk angle. He will spot the information. A bit of damage delivered to Izu already, but this is the setup for T1 to explode into this site now.
It feels like for a lot of these rounds, PRX just has to be ready, but look at how T1 is looking to explode onto the side towards the back end. Buzz with the judge! Still though, a bit of damage done. It could just be enough for PRX to get back into the game. Something closer up and around Envy as well. He's got a flash to work with.
And Jing has a lot of this utility too, already taking the TP. So you just see Munchkin go for a bit of a wrap around in this position. Puts more onus on Buzz and Stacks to do something.
Refract called. Stacks with the C's. Paint shells initially through, but not quite landing. Still though, the kill into the hands of PRX because Envy sprinting all across. Munchkin though will catch him, reveals his location, and all that PRX needs to do now is to keep him off of the angle. Jing will do just that. PRX answer back in kind.
Yeah, with their first purchase spy for this defensive side, 2 surviving as well. So, gonna be seeing a little bit of a problem in the flip side of this. Mind you, I'll just highlight this because, well, I'm evil sometimes. Stacks is having a really, really slow start towards this map, and likewise at Forsaken. So both fades at the moment. Not really a lot on the kill department. So let's see how they're going to set up the early information game with these Prowlers and Caesars. Haunts too, right? Because we've got the facilities here for some good combos.
Timeout.
Timeout from T1 after the 3rd round.
Interesting. First time out off the map as well. Really want to keep things under their wings. Or perhaps getting a good read for how PRX have been setting themselves up. Start to figure out the timings of the double initiators. And at the same time though, well, evident from the previous team comm little segment, you start to hear that PRX is calling out, prowlers and stuff that they notice. I have no idea what that means.
It's one thing for me as well on this defensive side for PRX. How are they using the Veto utility? Is it all at the choke points, for example, or is it using the interceptor in retakes, in engagements, holding on to it for a little bit longer as well and being more reactive with it, because really if T1 figure out where that is with this composition as well, they can light speed in and gate crash a little bit deeper, but a lot of that extra utility at the entry points going to be removed. Slow and steady wins the race over towards this B site, and that smoke is just disrespected by T1. I don't think the Devi has any idea on how close they really were, and now he's just stuck.
A slight chance to play hide and seek around the smokes, though, but unfortunately Buzz has sought him. At the same time, straight through the teleporter, PRX trying to find a couple of hot shots, not quite connecting. Buzz trying to set up convergent pass, but will get spotted. PRX hunker down and eliminate him.
I just got to say, as someone who does play a little bit of Veto, bring that interceptor back in this moment. Something it would have been neat when you lost this B side of control, but it's okay. Jing with a showstopper and no satchels to permit him entry. He's going to be trying to find it. What a TP out from Izu.
Oh, that's just perfect. Still, though, Envy will find that opportunity to try to push on through, but at the same time, T1 holding stacks, preventing something from getting closer in, and at that point, the spike just continues to tick and tick. You want to save as PRX right now.
Well, they don't want to save, they have to save. That's the problem. T1 just giving them no way back in towards the retake at all, hitting the good shots. It's the 1-4 lean that does not go PRX's way. Gonna feel bad for Devi just getting a shorty straight shot in towards his face. Buzz recognizing exactly what he needs to do in that sort of situation too, just narrowly having enough on the timer to get back to the team as well for the second approach all together as a unit into the site. Well, that's one of those situations for Envy that's a very reactive KO. As soon as you get the kill, you just want to try and deploy the null command immediately to keep going, but time is a ticking. It does not work out for PRX. Timeout, nicely done for T1 to convert on the back of it. Forsaken slots himself into short cubby, expecting that there would have been a prowler early on. That doesn't come into play.
T1 hang back. Not seeing anything still, though, for now. Waiting out the gate crash, too, possibly.
A well-timed 0 point. Can reset the timing on the round for T1 here. But how long do you wait before trying to gather some information as PRX? Prowlers both held for Forsaken because he's in this corner with the judge. No 0 point, no deeper flashes. There is the 0 point finally. I believe it's got 2.
Perhaps enough. Staying into position. And unfortunately, Forsaken gets checked. Jing as well. Instant drive-by coming through from T1. Envy on the site, but under constant pressure now. He goes back in and reasserts himself in towards Slabs. Decent opening, but he's still going to need a lot more. Envy back through, pop flash across. Alongside Devi inside of the smokes, Izu keeps them in check. Orbital strike dropped as well, but Meteor just hops on across. Izu out of the gate crash into 2 kills. It's just something, and he's playing around the smokes right around the edges. He gets spotted.
Oh, that's a bit of a rocky one for Envy as well, when he puts himself in that corner and should have been able to find the duel against Meteor, but doesn't. The orbital strike as well, making things very problematic for T1, but getting in front of that is quite crucial to still just dance around this site when the drift comes into play too, mind you. Envy does get the 1. Getting traded out immediately by Izu. I was going to say, on the back of the drift after spotting out all the information, getting all the kills, a monstrous rounds to come through from him.
Timeout.
Good. Somewhat timeout for timeout.
Well, this is the feeling in the map that you have to wonder as PRX, how many more buys do we have to have in good favor? If we don't have one right now, we're seeing 11 to T1. We're being a bit, stalled on our defenses as well, inviting T1 to try and dive in towards these sites and catch them up in a bit of a trap that's just not coming into play. T1 in that round, for example, not giving them anything up through A short, which is really what Forsaken was hopeful for. That's why I was also kind of interested for Envy. What's the timing like on your 0 point? Where are these flashes going to potentially come on in? As soon as those convergent paths are there, Forsaken misses that single judge shot that he's able to try and achieve. Just all flops the other way. So, timeout for PRX. We'll see what happens here. Jing going in with the Guardian.
You're really dipping your toes into the danger zone now of potentially falling to the lower bracket. Meteor pushing all the way through market.
Yeah, Meteor's in the right spot to potentially find things here. That's either information or kills. It's going to be the latter for the first. Will there be a trade for PRX? However, there will.
Okay.
And a Vandal retrieved. And the spike if they continue to go.
Izu.
Yeah. He's eventually going to have to make his way over or hold this line for the team to come and retrieve the spike. You question, potentially, why is he still there if you are Divide? Little do they know.
There.
What they can hear, perhaps not fully. Jing thinks to look for an alternate route around.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hedge your bets in this sort of situation, don't you? Where do you think you can have the most damage found and maybe steal this round with the siphoned Vandal? It's a bit of a wrap around for sure, and you're going to be very late to the affairs over at this B side, but something and Envy are here.
They've got to be ready, though.
30 seconds to go. A molly.
Opts for the flash instead. He's looking for the fights, but well, maybe not quite coming yet to him. He's holding on to it, perhaps to toy around the spike plan, but look at how Izu goes in for the wallbang, penetrated through. Envy goes down as well. It's just Jing with a scavenged Vandal. He's got a full kit, but 4 targets? Izu, the first obstacle.
I mean, you never really be expecting this heightened angle from Buzz at this current point in time, would you?
No, so okay, well, the boom bot.
It's telling lies, Quack. That's what it's doing there. Sees you above, but there's no way that it's going to get you all the way up there. 11-7. Pretty damaging attacking side so far from T1, and PRX just feeling a bit floppy. We'll have to see if this next buy round is going to change up the affairs for them or not. As well, they did go a little bit hunting in this round. We don't really see the same thing from them on their rifle rounds, do we? On this defensive side.
I should hope not. Unless there's a whole game plan around it. But right now, starting things off with Team 1 hovering around A short.
Yeah, going to get Jing on that orb. Forsaken was one away from the Nightfall. Still is one away from the Nightfall. As the operator finally in something's possession. No immediate escape route, though. Takes a couple of little moments to activate the crosscut. But it's a very powerful line if he can hold this one. Forsaken. Prowler through the TP, spotting info onto Stacks. But for PRX right now, how much do they invest on trying to isolate him here?
Well, you might be controlling the extremities of the map.
Yeah, you got to have eyes on the prize right now. You got to get over towards this B site when Munchkin does have this orbital and there's a pit available. If the plant goes down, it's going to be very destructive for PRX's chances. Nightfall returning fire.
The bus just heads on through anyway. Orbital as well to discourage PRX from holding some of the angles that they would have liked. Still though, Pop Flash goes across, trying to set up entrances out from the back of spawn. Viper's Pit though gives T1 all the coverage they need. And with a spike planted as well, the objective is very much there. Something, a wild shot, second one going through. Will find one player, but you're gonna need a whole lot more. At the same time, Stacks is still lurking around.
Wouldn't even mind seeing the T's thrown into the mix here from something. Got the chokehold available as we're starting to flood the site right now, and it's all Meteor's territory. He is looking to do all of the damage here, and it's not even damage control anymore. The round is done. There is no time to get in. Just wayward shots from the sniper of something. Forsaken gets shut down by Stacks. And the operator will be the only thing taken into the next round for PRX. No way in towards that round, and that's why I said the orbital strike going down and the pit are going to be really problematic for PRX's chances to get back in towards this one.
And unfortunately though for PRX, I mean, fortunately for T1, for me it was that moment from Meteor inside of the pit. Incredible plays coming through. And it's just absolute savagery that lands T1 up to map and series point now. Everything in the kitchen sink for PRX in this round.
I mean, Izu's just gone raid boss at the moment in this one. 26 kills. Going to set up the team with a good flash right now to try and get their way in towards A and meet with them too with the TP. You'd love a second layer reveal to come out on the back of this to try and find Envy here, but it's not going to come. He's just going to spam him down.
What a check. Forsaken though, perhaps this is now his time. Starting to make a couple of noises out through from Bass, but it's not quite enough as Izu hops out across with a shorty in hand. The Vi then goes through, Nightfall gets sent. Suddenly you're deafened.
Ooh. And this flank coming through from something with the operator is going to be very late to arrive, but it finds value. Ching on a stacks as well, so it's all down to Buzz. And finally, PRX will get a sorely needed round, but it's another moment where we've got to do it in a run-back fashion. They need 5 rounds again to try and close this map, bring it into overtime. That's 1 out of 5.
At least they've got the ultimates to work off of, perhaps, but at the same time, that's a lot of chances for T1 to close this out.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of ultis invested in the mix of this one, right? Dimensional Drift, Nightfall as well. Eventually you'll have the cycle come back online. But you've got guns aplenty in this round to go at it again. The ultimates are on the flip side for PRX too, so what are they going to be able to achieve with this one? And the operator back to B with Forsaken as well. And a bit of a pacey one from T1 this time. Looking to try and end it here. Munchkin finds Envy first and foremost.
And again, it's got to be reactions from PRX that has to be on point. Jing has a showstopper. He's still looking for an angle though. Meanwhile, things get set up. He hears the spike being tapped, and there he goes. Absolutely nuclear alongside Defy. Checking Munchkin inside of Bats as well. Buzz alongside Izu, trying to retrieve, trying to recover. Munchkin just goes in full wall bang, but there goes something. Evolution's been popped, but Buzz lands an insane flick. Low HP is Forsaken. He's discarded from doing anything further. Hunkers down, able to thwart Buzz. The shorty thrown across. It's just Izu left to defend the spike. A slight step. Couple more, but it's 2v1. Surely not. Something just stands right in front. A slight body block for his teammate as well. But Buzz, Izu, he just goes insane in the final moments. First shot, square onto the diffuser, and then back onto something. The map, the series is done.
Very nicely navigated on that attacking side from T1 to get the job done, honestly, and a near 30 bomb from Izu to get it over the line. 29 and 8 is what he will end in. Putting his teammate in the backpack as well a little bit in that one. A change of approach, a change of look for PRX in this series with a couple of different compositions. Maybe left wondering, should we kept it a little bit more mainstream or not? That's what they'll have to figure out before they go into the next series in the now lower and elimination brackets. But it's not like we haven't seen slow starts from them before. T1 to continue in the middle bracket right now. They'll go up against DFM in their next engagement. As we start to get ever so closer in Pacific and the world to see which teams are going to make it to Masters Santiago and which teams will be joining others in elimination.
Yeah, meanwhile for PRX though, to join the likes of Full Set, ZRX, Global Genji, I mean, so much to consider. For now, T1 doing wonders and adapting. Izu completely popping off. We're going to toss it down to the stage with Bella to hear from them.
Hi guys, it's Bella. T1, the super team, does it once again. And where are Stacks? Mr. Stacks? 안녕하세요. 예, 놀라셨습니까?
네.
Stacks is pleasantly surprised. 네, T1의 스택스 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. Well, you guys took a clean reverse sweep against PRX, and it must give you a little extra kick knowing that you did 1-up in your head-to-head record as well. What's going through your mind right now? 이제 PRX를 정말 중요한 순간에 승리를 한 번 더 가져가게 되셨는데 또 전적 우세가 있는 상대인 만큼 오늘 좀 더 킥이 있을 것 같아요. 승리 소감부터 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단 제가 잘했던 맵은 져서 오히려 다행이었던 것 같고요. 제가 밑에 있어서 우리 팀이 사기가 더 올라갔던 것 같아서 너무 대견스럽고 저희 팀원이, 그리고 저희는 PRX보다 저희가 더 잘한다고 생각하고 있기 때문에 그냥 좀 편하게 했던 것 같습니다.
I think it actually makes it better that the map that I was really good at, we let the other team have it. And, you know, our team, we actually believe in ourselves. We think that we are a better team and we're stronger. So me being on the bottom of the leaderboard actually helps my team stay motivated and actually pull their weight. All right, well, and also, we wanted to ask you, with Munchkin on board, we expected the weight of the IGL finally being lifted off your shoulders, but it seems like you guys, you know, still help each other out. I want to talk about how the transition has been like for you, and just tell us a little bit more about the detail that goes on. 이제 또 먼치킨 선수 합류하고 나서 오랫동안 스택스 선수 위에 있었던 그 IGL의 무게에서 벗어나는가 싶었는데 또 아예 그런 건 또 아닌 것 같아요. 좀 그 변화 과정에 대해서 어떻게 체감하고 있는지, 그리고 어떤 식으로 조율해 나가고 있는지 들어보고 싶습니다.
일단 IGL을 하는 도중에 이제 제가 IGL을 내려놓게 됐는데 거기에 대해서 조금 더 저의 이제 정체성을 찾으려고 노력하는 중이고요, 지금 대회에서. 그리고 상범이 형의 IGL 능력이 이제 모든 분들이 아시겠지만 굉장히 뛰어나고, 저 또한 이제 오늘 대회하면서도 콜 너무 좋다라고 얘기를 했던 것 같아서 계속 잘해주고 있고 너무 좋았고요. 그래서 이제 저는 제 정체성을 찾아가는 중입니다.
I think letting go of that IGL role that I've been so comfortable with and familiar with, it's actually a journey for me to find my own identity as well. And as everyone knows, Munchkin's IGL, his calls are flawless. And, you know, throughout today's match, I've actually complimented him numerous times, saying that, hey, your call was so good. And I guess it helps me find my own personal identity as a player as well. And right now, after your win today, DFM waits for you. And, you know, they're dancing on that momentum. Do you have any words to them, especially maybe Akame, a dance battle? 이제 또 기세를 타고 있는, 거의 춤추고 있는 DFM이 기다리고 있습니다. 아카메 선수 춤추면서 좀 기다리고 있는 댄스 배틀도 혹시 기대할 수 있을까요? 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
저도 옆에서 지켜보고 있을 테니까 좋은 걸로 준비해 주시기 바라겠고요. 그리고 경기는 저희가 가져가도록 하겠습니다.
Hey, Akame, I'll be enjoying your dance, but the win will be ours. All right, that was T1 Stacks with today's win. Thank you, Stacks. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
네, 이렇게 해서 T1의 스택스 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. 저희는 여기서 인사드리겠습니다.
Stacks the man. He did so phenomenally, especially in the first map there, but you could see what he was saying, like if he's, you know, top fragging, that's not necessarily the best thing for the team, right? Like, that means something's kind of wrong.
When I was playing, it used to be an inside job that, like, if I'm playing well, we lose the map every time because the right people aren't fragging, and you can see what happens when the right people are fragging on T1. Izu went crazy, Buzz had a great game here, you know, Munchkin and Meteor also pitching in some big multi-frags. There's so much star power on T1 that sometimes it's just not the space to be getting them.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me is like how they adapted this. The way they played this bind is so different to how we saw them play it before. They felt like they'd really adapted to this strange PRX comp, found the answers, and were really able to just start stringing those rounds together. On top of that, you had the individuals pop in, and PRX just couldn't keep up today with the firepower of T1.
Yeah, I think T1 recognized a lot of their own tendencies as well, and I felt like they, at least at the start of their bind defense, played quite a different game. Definitely, like you mentioned, adapting to what PRX was showing in the server here. But you know, make no mistake, there was some star-level performances out of Izu and Buzz in particular to get T1 across the line in this game.
Yeah, I mean, and as we move forward, we're going to be seeing this team play against DFM in the middle bracket, and that's going to be a crazy game. And not only that, PRX now are in the lower bracket. The lower bracket is so unbelievably stacked, by the way. It's absolutely nuts down there.
GGE, full sense. It's crazy. I think this is going to be really exciting as this continues to pan out. Now, T1, you were remarking on this, Pilsky, that they were playing very differently than they used to play.
Yeah, for sure. Bind definitely made some adjustments, stuck to some of the same comps that they were playing previously, but I think both Breeze and Blind, you saw some adjustments from T1 and they adapted well in this series, so it's good to see them moving on in the middle bracket. Yeah, I think it's kind of what I expected. And realistically, I mean, given that DFM is the team that they take on in the next round, I think DFM continually showing that they're a better and better team. I think the same thing. It's like two teams that have improved more and more as they've moved on in the bracket, so I think that's going to be quite a good game to decide who's going to make it to that qualification game in the middle bracket for Santiago.
I mean, that's such a massive skill to have as a team when you're able to progress and grow throughout these short matches, these quick brackets. If match after match you're able to put together more and more improvements, it means that as you start to move towards these masters, you're able to build up so much steam that you become unstoppable.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is how they started off last year, looking absolutely fantastic, and this is a good showing for T1, even though they are in the middle bracket. And we're going to continue having a conversation with none other than Mr. Stacks himself from T1. Welcome.
Hello, guys.
And congrats.
Thank you so much.
Your first game was like insane. Like, did you ever feel so much power fragging against PRX all by yourself?
I don't know. I just shoot them and then just order the headshot and click. I think today I'm gonna. I sleep well, so I think that's the main point.
You slept. Oh, you slept well.
Yeah, I mean I sleep so well.
Oh.
Nice.
I mean, yeah, you did a lot of cool things.
How does it feel to throw Fade Prowlers for a whole map and then you win? Is that good?
Actually, I wanna explain. First pistol and the second pistol and everything situation 1v1 duel, I got so unlucky.
Yeah.
I got so unlucky. I got a ding first and the Jing jumped through in the smoke and then he just flick and right click. And Dabai also, I just shoot the first and dinged him. He gonna flick and kill me. That kind of pissed me off. It pissed me off. So oh my god.
But my real question though, that was a joke question. My real question is they changed their comps so much today. How do you kind of adapt to that when you go, you load in, it's a whole different comp, but also it's like PRX playing double initiator. That's got to be weird, to play against, right?
Yeah, right. Actually, we didn't expect that, but Buzz logging on the Asia server on VALORANT. So Dabai used to create the custom map. So why Dabai doing the custom map? I think they're gonna change the comps, or he gonna throw something, buy something. I think they're gonna use the buys this day, but there wasn't. I think he practiced for the third map on the bind. He played Brimstone. So
Dabai, take Stacks off your friends list, like, bro.
Yeah. That's good.
Get on the tournament realm or something.
So I want to ask, we know next you'll be playing against DFM.
Yeah.
Did you have any time to watch them today? How do you feel about that match against DFM?
Actually, before we start kickoff, we screamed a lot at each other. So they pretty their firepower, individual skill, they're pretty awesome. We lost sometimes, we win sometimes, but I think tomorrow match, next match will be some fun. Yeah.
Oh, that's exciting. I want to ask if there are any teams that surprised you this year in Pacific, their performance, in a good or bad way, that you were like, man, they're playing so much better than I thought, or they're playing pretty crap, considering?
For me, kind of surprised, Global Esports.
Oh yeah?
Global Esports, they changed the whole roster and then head coach as well.
Yeah.
I think Frost is doing really, really well for some mindset or some stuff. Yeah, I think Global Esports really surprised me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think they're surprising us all in the best of ways.
Yeah.
Well, that was fantastic. I think you now have 2 notches on your belt as T1 beating PRX today. I know you have definitely as DRX, but, as T1, that's pretty cool. All right, well, congratulations. You want to say anything to your fans here on the global broadcast?
See you in DFM. That's it.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Stacks.
Thank you.
And congrats.
Thank you.
Izu has been absolutely phenomenal, and actually, I wish I asked Stacks about Izu and like what Izu has been up to, because he's been so good every single match, win or lose.
Yeah.
Like some maps he might not be showing up, but overall his stats are phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, I was worried for him after map 1. He had an uncharacteristically bad performance in map 1, but then map 2 and 3 he became absolutely electric, stepped up in a major way away on this Yoru. And, you know, for me, he's really the key guy on this T1 team. If Izu's able to frag, he's able to kind of flip that tide and really get these games across the line for them.
He's the best player on T1 at the moment.
Yeah.
You know, in this current meta, you need a player that can pilot the Yoru well.
Yes.
He's been playing the Yoru since T1 was not a fully Korean roster. He's been showing those moves on Breeze when bloody Excurate was throwing harbor walls on this map.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's
What a
right.
memory.
I know. Like, wow, what a throwback.
Well, I'd block that out, actually.
To that version of T1.
I copied that combo. It was not good.
And Australian Valorant continues to suffer. But
And
the
it's
bracket.
T1's fault.
Well, kickoff bracket, we were talking about how the lower bracket is extremely exciting with all of those teams down there. I have no idea who's going to come out at the end of that. But up next, very soon, we're going to be seeing Nongshim face RRQ. You know, I feel like it's been a while. They've had a long break in the upper bracket.
Man, that is an insanely exciting game. Both these teams have looked absolutely dominant in that upper bracket. But remember, the loser of that game still has 2 more chances. So really great ways for them to qualify to Santiago. I want to draw your eyes down to this bottom bracket because it's just unbelievable. There's almost on the cards as potential for 2 rematches in Zeta Division against Full Sense or GE versus Paper X. That's a game I know Frost would love to run back.
Oh, we could definitely get GE versus Paper X. Look, Full Sense and Paper X are down in that lower bracket as well. That's not something that you would be expecting, so...
Yes.
Or
it's
Full
crazy
Sense
stuff.
Global Esports. Frost has said it here. He's like, I don't want to end up facing, you know, either Jovi or Cruz. And, you know, it might be inevitable if both of these teams keep finding success.
Yeah.
Well, we also have to talk about our Build-Diff, and I think today was a little bit hard to determine who might be winning this out. Yeah, this is hard because a lot of our rosters, I think we have some pretty solid picks, and this was so hard to predict, I think. And
it's not good for me. It's not looking good. Akame, Divide, both had slow days. Oh, I'm worried. I'm a little bit worried. I mean, Paper Thin has been doing great in this.
but Jit Boys wasn't great today.
But the rest of his picks have been
Paper Thin
pretty
actually
solid.
might be on one today. I mean, May and Jit Boys weren't great today, to be fair.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I think it's
I
hard
actually
to
have
calculate.
no idea. I think it could be close.
Yeah. It could be close.
There you go,
Oh, it's
Paper Thin.
Thin.
He's done it again.
Damn, he's doing it. Yeah, Jit Boys ended up still not making that much of a difference to it.
I mean, Quack and Komodo, they are our favorite bottoms for a reason.
Yeah,
as
they
you put it
continue.
just the other day.
Continue to be our favorite bottoms over there.
By the way, what's happened to Paper Thin this year? Who is this guy? His predictions are unbelievable. His Build-Diff team is unbelievable.
And his turtlenecks are on fire.
He's going to come back with a full head of hair next.
I know. He's growing it back
let's
now.
not get out of control. But you know, I know that you've got some special formula that could help him out.
You got to save this.
Come to our place, Paper Thin. We've got something to show you. We've got some special cream.
I'll sort you out.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what this is all about, but all right. Tomorrow's matches, we will be continuing on through this kickoff. You know, their second to last week here. We got Zeta Division facing against DRX and Gen G facing against Global Esports. And you know, I know the broadcast has been asking me for my predictions for Gen G Global. I don't know. I feel like this is a very difficult one.
A tough match. Gen G, another team that's starting to heat up a little bit more now. Their last game, they looked great. Global Esports, though, we've seen glimmers of hope from them, but ultimately they are down here in this lower bracket. That is a firepower madness game, something you don't want to miss.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one. I'm keen to see just how much Zeta can try to push DRX. I mean, that should be a pretty one-sided matchup, but Zeta, I mean, they've already shown propensity to be able to kind of punch up on some teams that are performing well in Pacific. So tomorrow is another day where even if they go down in the lower bracket, nobody's expecting Zeta to go to Santiago, but at least show some promise as you move through the rest of the year, because as we heard from the Japanese casters when we got the pre-show, you know, everyone's got a lot of faith in Absol, and people kind of hoping that Zeta will clip it at some point.
Yeah, I mean, you say no one's expecting them to go to Santiago. They are. When we spoke to them, XQQ convinced they're going to go. All the players absolutely locked in on the fact they are going to Master Santiago, so they have the upset on the cards.
I mean, the Full Sense and Paper X just dropped into their
I
little
I
territory.
don't know if I
what's going
believe
to
it,
happen.
but they do.
Well, I mean, you never know what's going to be happening in terms of qualifications, especially when it comes to Pacific. So we're just going to have to wait and see. And also, we will share our penalties for the Build-Diff soon and make sure it happens to Komodo and to Iwa.
Don't let them forget.
We haven't forgotten. Anyway, it's been a wonderful day here at the desk again with you guys. Big time Pilsky. I'm Victoria. Everyone, we'll see you tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action. Good night.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.
We ready, right on time.
Opportunity to try and make it a pretty convincing scoreline. Couple players down, and as soon as they try to break through, unfortunately, DFM are completely prepared. Even at that point, he's able to isolate the duels, and he's found 3! Got something he can definitely do. He's trying to make it, but Elias ejects! It's a Red Bull clutch 1v4, quad kills aplenty!
B-main control a little later on, been good. Pistols for full sense though. Yards got one and get out perhaps.
Perfect. Stokes come back. Cess taking an alternate angle. One that goes unchecked. He manages to spray down a couple. Looks for the last one, and he sticks the landing. Someone get that off. Doing quite a bit with the dimensional drift, bringing on the 4. But now, opening the line for now. Kaide will insert himself with a flash, but Killua able to hunker down. Leviathan will be able to reposition into the open arms of Mei. And at this point, perhaps still a chance for Mei. The recon trying to toy with him, but Mei thinks better. On DFM, they manage new record for the Japanese team. Will still push in fast lanes and spotted as well, but Stacks goes unchecked. Down to the last second, Invi spots him. Armageddon sent in towards the back dugout as well, but Izu suddenly peeking out from Art. Meteor get onto it now. Hunter drawn out. They're trying to dance around it, but they go straight into the beams. It's a collateral from Invi.
More stock in towards the B side of the map. Bladestorm going to be there for Jing as well. And Invi, well, he's just going to not be on the angle for the blind side. That is gorgeous from him. Very ambitiously for more. The flash, that is broken and woeful from something.
With the rest of his team trailing behind. Spotted out Meteor. Oh, and there he goes, crashing into the dinosaurs! One player left. Forsaken pulls out his gun, but at the wrong moment, another clutch up for T1.
Feeling that they're going to get rinsed in the bathrooms right now, though. All 5 here.
Everyone else from T1 at the other end of it as well, except for Stacks. Izu will line it up perfectly with the Outlaw. Buzz trying to slow them, catch them on, especially more utility coming in. Divine will find one shot, that's that. Divine's way too low to make anything else happen in the round.
We've got 2 esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.